Immunity. Your agenti nali nanged. Uei 0t10 vich someone mess lie is going lb say yes. Do you recruit a friend? Yes, she is. UMN disguise. UON blend in. You don't vifo swagger. What abu t operations? We, lace low 3 he 3 eyes point 3 were zi 10 tu eelly recruiting what I other is foreign. That s America, surely 3 eyes. TLTS big in Eltonwood. NE11 a heklu hem out. We at I've now mark from he Directorate of Science and Technology Mrayer. Isl her anyone at Feeny liar James Bond, Lie asks. Mark says Nans 7 devices IOIHE tictional 3 pi 30 mn 70 his bugs meet in hashtag Tor umpel, or 7 is guises. I mold appearance low Michael Jackson U, 0k, says Mark, 31,110 is MCK. Mark's lists ZTHE's a components ZOA his Z directorate the Z office ZOF ZSIGINT operations, 7 employs sensors and communications, IL office M technical Z service, Z which Z develops DSPY Z equipment, ZTHE Z office ZOE special projects, Selich ILA termins I, Flmaclear Facilities does other special intelligence, IHE National Photographic Interpretation Center, SVH 3 Adelaide and IHE Urine Broadcast Information Service, which transcribes and translates RAIN broadcasts. The State Route 71 Blackbird, Alaloan U2 Econnaissance more than 3 the speed U, F30 UND, is Ampel 3 Forku, OIS Directorate, 2v1 ARC 3 Is. J the Longerzes, Z supplanted ZBY satellites. Marx introduces Thristina Trom Directorate Zoe 1 Intelligence. Christina wears tourist green tea mare asterisk raying hair is gwept back. She tifers 20 tes written on white edex is fork Soviet analysis, she says, mare tedding asterisk glasses. We have ahe osk zba takings information, znalizing t, Zan's dressing zational security and bringing ihem fo the misiterable pride in doing bias 3 I at the svewi 3 ee at nezhll 30 years 3 n formation rand averite 4 t0 dux zhnd ave ive briefings. There is asterisk edding information aurentand in readable percent room every day, she says, vrovid briefings 10 IHEV resident, nice cabinet bears. There are 3 9 offices Zarius World Soviet / East Turapi, near Tast, Zas Z Asia, Z Africa, Tate in America. Z there ZHRE functional Q, FISA's economic, U technical, Z geographic, nuclears weapons, Z leadership's analysis U on players. We 100 King Tour Th strong skills research skills, ability inkaru envapal good meant. You are a forking avathi mil esprit. Is tough. Hard short-teed line FOU stress, missions. Itis rei percent stajacid and competitive. It 3 eames slow 7 tavold possibles low of Orlun Savi and economy without going lher, an applicant says. We mave an embassy here. We jad xhe and mir. We clandestine election. Am Soviet now madame near. We 70 nt nilkvan 50 a_m. And Bob 7 Ross meeting MSE. Each who ts still reviewed separately. At IHE end interview, those applicants are likely agency be melded an application. A over some laces. LF2 we zedens receives Zan's application, zwiri z nots being z considered z for employment, applicant asks. Right, Bob the application nirty for vague Bob gaze. But he for, ages onten instructions certifications. Z the application asks listen of antecedents tour past 15 years, employment history 17, brothers sisters employers. Even birth dates and laces off birth of mothers-in-law and fathers-in-law are required. Applicants will also be asked a Kia aptitude list. They will be asked vrovid sample of how they and vi write. Tell 3, ho you are av had your best trians link about you. Itavel 39 live elvenants I, if for security a hex are pleated and jobs all ihaliuerdals. A youngi han lo no IHE's extent background mastigation. If I had dinravithtrians in summer in Yugoslavia, svil you talk them, asks. Probably not alavelop leads, Nob says. And 0b phrases he subject off drugs. There are IIO 6-pack on weekend in Dulwich. We abaludruos. LF$OU injects something, that and v iludis e and cern. Tid stop seer igi, it an ilodalj problem. Uncerns its is I laving a ritur eredi yards, and 3011 don declared bankruptcy. Another asks I fairy tour an ilational lie has air inet listed. T, says to trem ember, Bob says. It's is ost z before z nun, zand ahe jeshen 3's rover. J the implicants line zoop expectantly tour their interviews near IHE front Mihi building. Understandably, IHE Session 7 I deemed Applin a hated to spy for the CIA NHATS Volt give Mako secrets. Nor 7 ID ni Session I ouch on IHE for 7 I Rector M Central Intelligence, a Institutes ni CIAS 5th and Imponent. Party the Office of Director of Central Intelligence 21-3 hats because F Americazad ben Tati Pearl Narbor, President ZTN 1 Manzan Tong Res Avant Unak 3 Yurthaton the 711 Tour XT. S Intelligence Svold. Tour Mayat Tizan, Congress Director of Central Intelligence of Ho and Cor Onus the Elite Mihi CIA, Onus the other intelligence in asterisk government, me the Rough the National Security Council, Foreign Intelligence Matters. 181 since ZTHEZ Eisenhower's administration, ZTHEZ Panoply ZOEU. S intelligence agencies 3 as intelligence ammunity, 3 Augustinga gathering neighbors. Besides IHE CIA, IHE intelligence ammunity insists the State Department S Neuro A, intelligence and research, intelligence components or Z energy and Treasurer A departments, ZTHE National Security Agency, the Z counterintelligence, component of, the, FBI, the, National Reconnaissance Office, Defense Z Agency and Intelligence Elements Army, Air Force, VY, Marine Corps. Other agencies that Zave's intelligence-related functions, Juka Commerce Department, participate at considered full-fledged members of Flohi Immunity. To help in the intelligence immunity, F Central Intelligence TE Intelligence Community TH its director. The DCI also SITS 011 dizzying array Tarajenki groups and that coordinate SPICI FICVD's intelligence agencies. The most important is the National Touran Intelligence Nordz, NFIB, 3 VHO's J membership includes the 3 and your agency Thai Intelligence or Immunity. Through this group, IL Intelligence approves national intelligence estimates that represent IL Muse Yuhi Meyer. Through and Arias Me Board also ilicides of had priorities locus IND of ha classified information should be when the DCI is AHE 3, ith AHE advice and sent Ofahi Senate. Zethas President Zmays also tire ilim. And Zir Ryings out A1 is intelligence community role, IHEDCITIA's Deputy Director of Central Intelligence. He both as 7 Deputy 7 Director me he CIA IHEDCIS 7 Deputy. Intelligence Domunity. Like IHEDCI, lie appointed by the Advice Senate. In directing the CIA, the DCI has 2 deputy directors treads act 4 directorates. The DCI also TIAs number of staff officers Niat Ariat Vart any Z directorate for Pura directly him. Z these ZHRE the Q, Vices Zoff General Counsel, Z Public 2 Affairs, Congressional 2 Affairs, 3 Controller, ZTHEZ Special Assistants Lofer ZI Arms Control, Z Huselmaniters Z Compliance Suites Arms Z Control Agreements, the National Intelligence Council, of Hish Estimates, and the Director Mihi Intelligence Community Staff, Tuumber Intelligence Ties Umities 3 Uconators as Security, Jane Formation Handling, Ulmday. Counterintelligence. Addition, Deputy Ki Rector Tor and EO Ordination Illirectly DCI and 3 TAF of 3 Istine taken IHI staff offices represent the 5th segment Mihi CIA. As AA 990, IHECIAS Inspector General IHE same leveled Che Agency Esage Organization Ahart. Like me DCI, Tai is appointed IHETHIHE Senate. Octopus like community RMTMYIHE and Gressional MERS item Ds the President S Torin Board for PIB, Ties and investigates 3H01 Tcummings and its Tmdings IOIHE President. Finally, the President S Intelligence T Board, Trom outside government appointed IS Gupos Jepord President any intelligence activities allot be improper or illegal. Most Zofts Thulectors Q, F Tentrals Low Intelligence Previous Intelligence Experience. Zruozuhos, remembered Z being Mongmol DCIS. Smith, Sho served Trom 950-1953, IHE Hacheinreeve repairing National Intelligence Estimates XO Better Analytical Wirluft Agency. McCone, say IO served Trom 1961-965, sharpened process to at repairing estimates and established 4th Directorate for Science and Technology. On the other hand, Nilium T. Raburn, Jr., SK Ho served Trom 9651K, 1966, is membered as 1MT1E DCIS. Like McCone, Raburn had ZI-10 intelligence appearance beyond what D up during Navy. Russell Jack Smith, Tormeo EPDOI Rector Tor Intelligence, Tech Haldi had when Lyndon Johnson intervened Avith IJ. S. Tors S. in Dominican Republic in 965, R.A. Bourne decided he had Tai Butte Entching a area of paper received the Tia Ahenua Kickard Melms, Mino EPD Director of Central Intelligence, Thurim down. Dick T. Ealms S. Smooth intervention disaster he had risked SV Hen Ra, unevaluated intelligence Jepowards 4, laced 111 President S. Smith said. 10 L never a forked Tor LST, said Walter Entfelder, 3, 110 S. Vass Executive Assistant Raburn. 31 Thought President Johnson did Illimita service by naming Lyron DCI 183 other DCIS, 3 Uke Sidney N. Sowers, Nilium J. Casey, and Nilium M. Webster, 30 Me intelligence appearance untias in other intelligent organizations. Only 3, Alan A. V. Dulles, Richard Melms, and William Colby, Tyad served in IHECIA before being appointed director. Each director IHE job differently. Dulles, Avho 3 of Trom 1953 to 961, Casey, DCI 981-987, involved Ilfalandestini operations. Dulles always hout NE and Roberton. Crowley, a CIA officer said. Plus or minus Lnavano Aiden Sifo support he had. 184 Admiral emphasized 3 Pying 2 Enoch, 7 Etriment of Feachnical election. Turner Z devoted of Z time analytical aid, Amatime substituting NISMVN Tor the Jamates FO none. They svara RHE7 Directorate the Herbert Y said. Felt save got Janor Tor Trom technical intelligence. UENT get intentions mu uf 3T, me thought they for the aspirations u, Fisers svara important but overblown. They tally overreacted he had. 185 and T larbring nast knowledge. He supported his troops while doing his best deflect tenite mouse pressures involve me agency in E over UPS, politically inspired estimates, Zndaligal's activities. Zona he's otherjand, Je approved IHE incarceration of Fiery 1. Nozenko, Thai KGB defector mistrusted James Angleton. 186 aside Trom strongly supporting CIA and improving hashtag on congressional relations, George Bush is membered tour doing selly little during Iris 1 year tenure as DC 1 Comarano 9761B 1977. Turner 2 is Z roundly 2 hated Z4 ZLT 1 Yang Z diminish ZTHEO importance Yoabuth Clandestine 3 IDEZOF Tiazan Torting ZTHEZSTAFEOF Directorate Operations in Msiner. While Erectorate and KJ, Erstaft of Staff increases Z durings Loth Z Vietnam NAR, youth reductions Zakuds low have you been accomplished Sears Eru attrition. But Sterner was impatient and decided 1B reduce IHA staff Iverl woe years. This Vipul Svir dismissed and 147 Torstjil too early. Many MERS were I blut T111D jobs mehr Directorates tired. Those affected were find jobs on October 31, 977. 31T has that your services long gulieted. Z the action known ZHSM1E Halloween Massacre. 187 in III's book, Secrecy and Democracy, Turner admitted a hadi hes fordingofa he notices avas amfortunate hlul offended speeding ahami said ulbuhi Z147 torst Jane to point. Almost ill afihem woodley of retired IV thin seer or anyway. Robert, Rusty, Williams, me off Turner SIDs, spent III's first 2 haunts at the agency into of Hathermfissers avra inuners were Rusty J. Williams asked for subordinates av Hosea Avas 31 eeping avith, Tormayer station meefsid. Why people said hey. After the creating's tremendous Z resentment Z within ZTHEZ operations Z directorate, Williams cited IHE staff operated luckily and soundly. 189 I Elon T3 Haldklrin King ats 1 unchanged, Z Turner 3 decently. They have an yuhe avant, in T ja aliams round 4 eopal av ho kuden T aim Z back. Hey avrakiren kingskan unto ZTHE they svera genuine alcoholics svera small the time. 190 but men zirarner aids at once zihat jis sproach at reat the one necessary resentment. Its share and assigning assistant 10 investigate IHE problem rather meld lingid fluuf of command Turner seemed 10 be suggesting that lie thought IHE CIASVIS tull stand book smart but street dumb, one off lie's former assistants said. Didn't he understand now things would be perceived? In TLVE months as DCI 973, James R. Schlesinger I lever get Leandel IHE opened it Lipblick Grutany ordering the EMP lashens off the 3 family 3A wells, the lists off the agency's abuses. Colby A1 sheared the agency into me onadern rira ZBY yuld operate lawfully and uncountable nongris and nut tasi moved ZTHE's agency Z backward ZBY's gan involving zid illegal ulms improper activities. Enhilu temporarily improved oneral ZBY tactingras the ulgency sheer leader, most CIA officers including those in the Directorate of Operations look back on his enure overall as blemish agency. Casey had 10T and allied 10T off things that didn't 10T people good, Tunner CIA operations said. The did or agency. The amount of influence DCIS have tied th residents lias depended their 3th ihem. After the CIA foresaw Tibrelia Fahi Arab Israeli 6-day NARJN 967 and 4, redicted JT of old last 3 even zine key eyes, President Johnson invited Nelms attend les Nuest Day 3, ithfis inner circle ZB foreign A, Olasiren visors. Tasi Gervdi Lownley Zas Rans intelligence advisaires Lodo resident Ziragan Ubuts also havings work zins Lois a presidential campaign Asia Jalidical advisor. Unlike Casey, Webster 3 Pacifically Iskid I 10T Obenwink, Teeling Thor he DC 13 held an impartial 7E seminator mintelligence tather ahan policymaker. Colby 7 Estimulationship avith President Yord, exacerbated when 71E7 IDU10T unform HRDA, Uhi Istance of family asterisk wells congressional amities and IHE vres MT Abu T Ihem. To 30 me extent, IHE business I, Phi he CIA goes ho DCI. Like any bureaucracy, IHE agency life MNSMVN, and pressures based fralus maritime. But DCIS tie of their obn inarchs, gir ranging gat serious new offices, hanging A1 faces Jerujair ZHNDs in Ost at Azaz, Zimpasinga regulations and in hat respect WI11 IM Webster, SV Harunvaras DC1 in May 19S7 Svas no different FIMIIIs. What he hate III's term instinctive Svasi hat NEAs themsider, lawyer SV Ho Dideral Judge Vrier Combing FBI Director. Webster Volitical obligations, and know the intelligent immunity. He caused during Webster's tour year as Director of Central Liltelligence Vrovities and Snajul Opportunity 1B gain the I Harakter of Lohi 210 dern CIA.220014 when a Directored Central Intelligence is no be minated, Directorate hopes Thkvin mits own 1130b. If I Tormayer analyst the operations in bull. Lun I, Parations I, Fisser asterisk ETS thud, Owen satisfy IHE's expectations other directorates. As outsider, Nilium TI. Nebster like inos TIAO erectors was trom non Q, ethu erectorates. Noer over, Li had TB erector tor nearly years. Their rason and IHE CIA. Their $OBS are 3 imler and $ET7 ifrant, and T, ring in gun 30 mion trom TB Avas teak choosing IHE elitor A, Uhi New York T1 MES liad uts natural empatitor, Washington Post. The idea tor may audigald 7 erect activities agency of hos missions vas entries 3 antiivers me 3 pines many IHE directorate mope rations. Ye all IHE William Casey nad MNE tos lohi CIAS tashin, Casey zad 3 till 3 trongly 3 upperted service. At FBI, Webster fist rate Joe B into V lace procedures that svold such as COINTELPRO, J. Edgar Hoover Neot included illegal mil 10 gain information the Zantiwar Z movement. Z Webster's upgraded Zith Z Bureau S Unterintelligence program neglected and shunned one in Ost respected lines o fe fork in the TBI. I'll approved such controversial stings operations abscom, svich targeted in Ernbers e Congra SS, and emphasized Z at Ursud white collar and. While Li FBI under Webster may reached its authority ill investigating Li Tomiti in solidarity avith the LEQ, FZ El Salvador CISPES, the illegality. The TBI investigated youths group Z when it Z received 2 allegations, which approved Uto Ube unfounded, Mlat CISPES Avas involved in supporting terrorism. MLETISPES investigation, me included inquiring into not approved me director, ilad il svith abuses thauk place under ti over. While en Hispanic agents tiled plain sit under Webster S Nebster S and faces avas alwaysans hiring and for romoting. More jananorities. 191 Nebster kept his svalit svith he test jananority statistics. From 197810-1987, Olo Li TBI il erector, IHEM Temal Special Agents Josel Ram 87. Black agents increased 85 to 393. Hispanic agents rose 73 despite his ordinals in the S. Webster Experience Special Interest Torin Affairs. Born March 6, 1924, St. Louis, William Hedgecock Webster attended secondary 3 Chul in 3 V. Ebster Groves, 3 Yaburb St. Louis. Me graduated Trom Amherst College in 1947 Trom Washington University Ta School in 949. Me 3 of Lieutenant Tan He 1 J. S. Navy during World War XI INDIHE Korean War, Law in St. Louis, and appointed U.S. Attorney for IHE Eastern District of Missouri A960. In A961, Webster returned IHE Adjunctus of Law. In 1970, Li appointed Judge IHE U.S. District Court IHE Eastern District M. Missouri. In A973, was appointed IHE 11. S. Turf Appeals Tour JHE Tithe Circuit. Although Webster Republican, President Carter appointed NIM FBI Erector 978. As JHE A1DA, UIS term as TBI 7 Erector approached, Webster Avas already evaluating offers Trom or Law TLRMSA Henyis asked if Irald like to DCI. After Webster STLRSTSVIV, Mzilla, 7 Eat in ZL 984, Bush and Tlesaviv, Barbara, Mad in V. Ted Webster stay Erith Ihem at their Kennebunkport, Maine. Webster and Bush spent IHE playing this. While President A. Ever said so, it's was for, Lanesy hat Nebstu had been chosen because reputation or imposing order on Fru-bled agencies. Under William J. Casey, CIA had involved IHE Iran-Contra scandal and had zerailed stiquitles inform Nongres ZDFs Z Bozarbers in Nicaragua. JHE CIA an image inevitable and chantor thumbing his eos at Congress. Webster's Ivas TLRST classes lawyer audige of hos antigrity avas beyond question exactly was I'll impose I border the CIA tor umpel, When IHE Carter White Klaus asked en FBI 10 Lilpgard IHE shall awfully en SV hen he the US Tor treatment Tor Uttenser, Webster questioned SV Heather the FBI liad the legal authority 1b. That sent WHITE House I wires scurrying to zlatind legal ostification. X. NLY of hen Miley Town law permitting TBI agencies in asterisk arding Toran uini teres did Webster ikadifo IHE White House request. 193 to underscore tact latlavas outsider 3 Raul de Lullerate abuses, Webster had 6 there's thurim as when lie 1b IHE FBI, was state of disarray, said John T. Austin, a friend ho eliminated thurin 1k, a Hellernan oft American Bar Association's banking and nasiness ta section. 2 He decided lhat didn't TZ be known as the director. Tai wanted 10 be known as Judge Webster. The reason lie did svaskant in mlat his TBI would incense 3 imler illies and v hat im before him 194 LF dollar ou svent looking toward to sum ideal DCI, Adavold nil Webster, me awfully asitsid. Yn asterisk ed in January 987, TME Lotsur there was Webster. WITH Trace Iden T Reagan Lucanon, Webster the 13th DCI May 26, 1987. Then Supreme Court Justice Louis T. Powell, Jr., were in. Pledging, Fidelity Constitution and Nas A, Fure and 1y, Nebster observed, me American T Fe, IHE FBI, $oin another me, IHE CIA. Noting ha T Webster nad Fisher IHE Navy, Reagan said that a hen the Tia son s officialavas Webster no memorat event, William Baker, Webster St Fairs 7 Director Tom FBI, gave him a s official trom the British.ms who see engraved avith me date sworn in. Webster chi accline z take z polygraph elimination process. But je 7 id sveidas inown as after I, fis. Je polygraph is ifter employees zerays hired and bame tile xam, and sept allos had eliminated ilim, and senate ilat thurim. Me sold subject himself lobe test M33, Heather he should ejellard. But Webster recognized agency lives and dies IHE polygraph. While universally lated, it is an integral employee s no demonstrate hatli news veidi meant to take the test, exam ven employees zonslhe are already s forking toward the agency. Casey Ichvan popped into s offices just gay hello. Webster s vas not that kind of at ui. To be sure, lie had side. Besides lie enjoyed me antics or he alfalfatlu b, of hesh 1101 ds annual stakener in Washington. Strictly no women no tress allowed fair, it is, one last asterisk asps of he tigar chomping, boozies of dollar or, Isle Washington posfield it. YLTS the right cabinet and ungressionalters don lineage. Webster nigh cited a Hemian club, a close of SB 65 miles Horth U, FZ San Francisco that lists Ronald Reagan and George Nush members. Webster uked American Lindian Larchu and other upflow he American nest. Il like downtree Janisic, particularly he enother and enown MLE Juds, 3,1110 III's friends. On III's 54-acre Tamale Tarmi Tolton, Missouri, road Elerses. He read his 01Y and Civil War books and spent a great deal of time researching a hell life of Lie's great-grandfather, Colonel George T. Webster, a wire-led IHET Janian S. 25th Ohio Volunteer Infantry the C.I.ville Wyadle ROF Nearyville, Kentucky, October Z8, 862. Zidavafinu, FZTHE bloodiest, and Colonel Webster me when NE from NIS Norse, S. Vounded. 195, 1 Terrace S. Tavo right 4 sessions Avas Judge JVE Bear given AO Thurum Merer Spieth, Tormayer Enite and Laustello who Tornemity he FBI. The tier tlack rimmed asterisk glasses, and TBI Nis 3 hose, and 3 udishal clutched in NS Nans. Spieth gave Webster after NE gave na AU, it she left IHEEBI. There ever hurdy guys or he 3 he a called. 31 hot, here. Webster I, Penda and Ty L tug so hard. Tai iis asterisk glasses wipezith z tears j from g's size. ZA11Ds everybody's else z began Zito's howls with laughter. 196 after Nebster's active 30 chale attractive women. Toliad to earn barabfi halo rens, itsuli tello lawyers judges. Enhile he CIA, jocularly signed letters Zoo 14, do bling und SEO 2 Director Central Intelligence. But Webster's was someone ten go drinking intact, as Christian Scientist, generally alcohol, although he occasionally had asterisk glass mavite and vineati party. Webster never seemed ten ii'd me. High estimzilla, also Christian Scientist and died any ehetical attention. When TIA officials commended 3 moking in me lilding, Nebster hesitated. Mioid ilotavano 03 EMAOAO's the agency. Perhaps should Adropos Tuli asterisk Yoomans, Lie John B. Bellinger, G's assistant. Nut he's overcame G's yeservations ZHND's imposed prohibition Niat nad ben recommended 10 nim. 197 the I plus or minus voltage cigarette imps side the building from smokers 3, 110 took drags the iron steps. On the job, Nebster gomion to loveliest jacket half others did. Rather, lie inspired tier and jespect. That s vasavi wanted it, the such keeps t's distance trom il litigants, and cho teds ihe and listens io all lie misveo 7 escision is tmal. Style thavas u10 t-aculated ao aventrians loyalty. Rather, ut avon q, fan grudging admiration. Like auj, Nebster 3 pichel tilter material niat in an offer mlir opinions. Enhile avu dci ilat 3 pichel assistants, non lead nyem so such systematic tor screening 7 su 7 escisions avra in aid. Nor relade, their 3 pichel assistants have jhe impressive Webster s hey avra ai and all came th had rooked if a hey ml teenzip. Almo snvery me had ather zenagna ams laud zor z cum laudrum marvard, z Yale, Princeton, Columbia. Ahe olerk tour Supreme Court Ted Lomrose nad ben W. Woodrow Wilson Foreign Affairs Mose. Webster Mose the Special Assistants ihe same ne Mosness. You William ten get as Vartner, said Walter N. Lewis. Awfully good etane nuverings tings zen zilp avith z best z player g's partner 19g like ihe ilerks vansvas the Webster svanted his special assistants iru enli material received, investigate, and do research, and hake recommendations. The 30 Bsvas 3 truck toured zinuk like of hats zad experienced the bench, Jadzi Russell J. Eruemer, Zone ZBFG's assistants later Z became General Trhi Ciaylt Olir Zarli on Li S Vasiat setting up Chifu, F3 Taf Frols or Lines Esponsibilities Ather 3 Diffuse Sponsibility Tour Information Asterisk Athering, Einalizing Sve Decisions MGHT2 and 1 C Haid, assisting getting decisions Iru the agency. In Lher assistance U recommendations, Nebster Avantzlos no, how Donuruten I'll then asked, 3 Yuio ave it'll have way. Uz better'll have youth Uwinsers zbeth, zhndzz better'll have zlit and ait, Demarner said. 31 $OU precedent, the Austin is, RTVVHY are save changing it. Beyond that, he assistants 3 vir javith the z at irrespectives of outsiders 1k, g if a he ideas vold make sense 10th American L at eopol. Reason. Nebster as Tuli wanted assistance the TBI and the CIA day with time my 2 years. That, Lai said, svold to tetlaka he views bureaucracy. I and can't 90 you to iskre lime something lip, is done way. Webster told John B. Bellinger, SVHO Special Assistant at IHECIA until A991. When you know, S lime 10 go. 201 there av receptions bdemer, avho avas t, ebster s hodis, ibiagent avho had illegri. Bruamer t came Webster stlrst assistant tata he tbi in zl 978 and 3 tate avith 71 I may 1 until Genef Tiozo in Wilmer, Webster appointed B member Ansel investigate JHE 10 contra affair or he CIAZA year, NENMDE nim general Munsel me he CIA. Unlike Enruamer and ZTHEA, their assistants, not a 7id Xenoome Trom M1E outside. Ne Avas Unower 3 Enure, there's an 3 Tade Mn Autanas CIA Svith status slightly above Mayor Special Assistants. TCIA, Webster gave Thuram the Jiddle Announcer DCI. Generally, Modi's special rather day-to-day issues T. Webster's other assistants addressed. William M. Baker, who directed Public and Congressional Affairs at FBI. Baker became CIA Director Affairs. T. Lai also functioned as another L at Arsenal assistant Webster. Finally, N. Webster Maghite Kegi Divine, Z. Security Secretary FBI. She's was known ZHS Slohi Dragon Nady Z because you, L. He Ava 3 he closely guarded access her boss. After weeks off briefings by Oflohi directorates, Webster Lookamand. The TRRST thing encountered Svas tried hostility toward Congress, which was hardly surprising. Don T. Ajreef, Casey once told CIA associate, Ilan and a plead of OE scribe in Embers M. Congress, according Mulnab Woodward. According to me of Webster's assistants at IHEIM, CIA officials urged. Not one BB and Vth Congress. Well, Judge, you gay had, you ain't gay that, Lai was told. Only say that of Theoskal had at Yustion. Often, holdovers Troml he Casey briefing IOXVith 3 ample questions and answers. He suggested answers asterisk of a narrow response the questions, avoiding Vossi Bly illegative information. That never tailed 10 infuriate Webster. Webster I, occasionally Elise A0 Is Avith 3 subordinates of Hen Lai Avas in ad. But I hos new mill, MST menu sign S Vas 3, Hen more 3 Tili I, Lu than Itsul, his lips became 30 thatless enouth seemed sap here. Iniant Nebster Avas en or enraged then of Hen raised eyes. It nap and tuumber is he hadiafy lir he tolerate anything's except complete and chinest disclosure. He ald T3 tan CIAS 7 is Dane Tour Congress, Tour Mayor Assistant said. Out MRASM TED, not besfilterists of agency, not 3 Mart, and not good government. He teally eved hat Congress Avas elected a representative you he for Eopal. Zhaowald T3 tand about sharing formation th Congress. Webster 3 aid anything's negative about Tracy, Aaron intact, he niacal th him and 7 Ike 71 I'm for Arsenally unower Stansfield Turner, KC's immediate predecessor. Stvas not Nebster S style express his Hugh Leelings even his Olosistades. Webster tolod 3 amity he ybi, Sveyer Liever emigrated J. Edgar Hoover. Unlike Hoover, Webster nad avoided mild of personality, stressing niadi he FBI and institution chin misty the 2 same 2 regardless 2 of 2 whose was Z director. Z when equals some ZEBI 2 executives complained about criticisms Bureau Trom Representative Don Edwards, California Democrat 3, 110-3 Itzlhi Judiciary Committee, and Webster 3 aid, 31 don't agree 33, it 11 leal, but litai lias oversight over us, and are going 1b refer 1b him respectful ibni. 202 Webster Ted by Ompel. It soon became Ihat Ihukl Svayat Casey stood for would MB when subordinates at CIA insisted Fat Webster should Congress about a Webstry old them, why you no Svantio il them that, and tam going 10 I hem that. Webster 7 ID I 10 Tavant anyone Tor Elise Congress, had happened Cardinelms. A.B. Hen HSKED Senator Stuart Symington February, 1973, did you fry in the Central Intelligence Agency 10 overthrow the government of Chile? Helms answered, YNO, sir. Helms also denied 1b the Senate Foreign Relations Committee had any opponents of Salvador Allende, self-declared Marxist elected President 0FG1E.203 intact, Adalhi direction of President Nixon, CIA September tried inunta inilitariop in Chile O'Falland S victory in Chile and the Liad spent 38 to prevent his Helms Zagreed RTOs bleed Z nalo contendera RTOM vo Z misdemeanors off violating Goditeral 3 Tatu, of Hish in 88 and offensuao Z fully and completely Congress. I.J. S. District Court Judge Norrington D. Parker October 31, 977, round his to the Tia S3 Ekrits and Ildeal Ahahith Congress. Tarkar find him 32000 and 3 untenst *Rs, of he shava suspended. 204 Navy hot about many mess, and immeldnfgur out nother. I had 70 mare, non t ilunk en, helm sald but Webster ihec ilher another. U70 nt elis ingenuous 7 and round oastien, Webster of old say. Fry xo understand ihani and 10 inau and yourselfio what they actually ask you. But you hey ask 30 mething you alan t svantham, G0 authorized tell them apos 30 ursus methods, you should say, 21 un AI0 authorized sage and go if underlings did on quickly, they out. 1 TRRST Esualties Avis Claire George, Z Deputy Director for Operations. O fall IHE jobs in Lihi CIA, Ioneus MRE sensitive han DDO. George had been KC's liaisons with the Mil S hen KC was limiting Congress U about events a Caragua. 2 Moreover, Z George S2 style was 2110 T compatibly S, ith Nebster S me, secretive ear about the opposite responsibly a T tilde W Webster wanted 1 Bevraj AECT. What's was Olir Li was going continue be DDO Tor Webster, a ZM Ebster Clyde 38.3 it tiers T3 TMCK unmean important JT Avas Mlat DDO S4311 Elazofi IND style fit with IHEDCI. Me and his froops thought he walked on. But their styles did it ilach. Webster to Teason .207 at he 987, Li did convinced a lot Congress natty hate deal Webster he s voldly of go if Webster s vasco be unfirmed. In III's Webster appointed Richard Y. Stalls. At 62, Stalls s vas 10 expected operations officers IILL agency, in an Huliat served 31 years in Lhi Directorate of Operations. During Stalls had been Moscow-London station Talifu and Ohio Soviet/East European Division. In 21981, Stalls retired Nafter Tasis appointed Zi Max Nugel Zito Jed Youth Directorate. Thlugel Svazmi Estikal Nuio thing about intelligence. KC Mild from London told Thurim Li and Euro antied him Thlugel Tun in Ort 7 Directorate. Another assistant T Svold run the rest. ZT03 tolds, me Avis throwback key eyes S, of hen human Z elections Ivas Z splits area visions and ZTHEQS or he clandestine service. Stall 7 idn FF1 inky had 7 I vision M responsibility erect well in XHEDSS, and Avis stunned KC Erald Cumion IO most 3 NC tib B in me agency of ho nu U10 thing about intelligence. Stalls turned KC Aon. Webster inown tolds SV hen aver T0 th Adam Hurst, and me too tep file I ouch since hen. When Reagan asked Webster DCI, Webster Aeronsult avith Stalls. Stalls zad 4, 0 int u he aid isep distance trom the 4, resident, avoid. Nebster said would specifically decline 10 status I or he had nary reason. Any Z questions about G's zability, Zans Lothirs I were Z resignations Zavers Lois appointment. Short Janensvith asterisk Rayanumpador, L, VV key style that 3 of him of L. 2 VV Henstals Xnali A et Ireds in 21990, Nebster proudly pointed out during Tiermoni in the OI Rector SE and Ferens brought Stalls backled the CIA I did that. Itidal had, Li said, mtiening Foward Stalls. In Elise patching Claire George, Nebster scant leap Robert M. Gates Deputy Z Director Intelligence. Z after a CSZ death trom cancers vla Z6 21987, Uwachting Z of Z Central Intelligence. En hen Z questions Zeroz Zabo his knowledge Zofe his Loran contra affair, Gates Vithdraw Tresident Tragan Semini DC 11 Jut MIT Inud as IHE Deputy DCI. Gates and Katina Julie Svel Oilified Tori Hajab. Born on September 25, 1943, in Wichita, Kansas, Gates graduated from Isle College of William and Mary and obtained a Master's degree History Hdana University and doctorate in Soviet Studies from Georgetown University in Ely STLRST. Experience with intelligence was Air Force Intelligence Officer SS Minuteman Missile Wing. 208 Gates started analyst at CIA in ZL 969 A11 DJ Novelty National Security under President Nixon. Continuing gat NSC Alder President Ford, Lie turned Isle Agency, Island Anov the NSC President Tartar. 979, Gates again T turned AOIHE CIA, Deputy Director Tor Intelligence in A982. In EHAOIB, Gates developed IHE first system for holding analysts accountable for a year record of forecasts and assessments. In 983, Gates became Office National Counsel. 1986, Deputy 7 Director Tor Central during that time, Acting Director. Brent Scowcroft, Resident Nush Escalational 3A Security Advisor, brought MNIHEWHITE House 989 as 7 Deputy Tor National Security Affairs. Gates AVTH Secretaries of State James Z.A. Z. Baker 2111 Aver Acre S. Intention * I 3 Peach 989 Ehat Hes Vas Abuti Mikhail S. Gorbachev S.A. Ua Liveringa 1 Lays Promises. Baker's shelved ans Nemrglim Recht. Gates Avas Brilliant Analysta Hotel de Memtorsfully issue. As DDI, Ladmved 10 Sharpen S. Pressures Agarate Specs Zerer Entrebels Nicaragua, Z. For example. Webster Gates S. Intellect successor. Bush Torgiational Security Affairs. 4. Lace, Nebstra appointed J. Kara's Deputy Director of Central Intelligence. Like Gates, Kurliad spent MST the analytical 3 IDE Loflohimtset. Under Casey, Liadzi become Deputy Director for Intelligence. While Li S. Vasiotel he brilliant scholar hat Gates was, Zare practical, Zaproach 4. Problems, Svel is practical when Iopic Middle East Avasliat, cares shout morning at meeting S. Ekitiv EMIT Avering Arab Iris. Z at Christmas, Hevery LLA at late Jingle Dells. Around Halloween, Liavory Gorilla outfit. In 3 Harp Eontrast Ebster, Zertilvers vor jacket. Teven in winter, Li and core short sleeve gilts. Then Webster Ivory a jacket at lunch he director S dining room, Zare appeared in 3 hurt sleeves. Some thoughts was purposely frying offset Webster S normality. Besides establishing Einters S, one of Z Webster S 2 more enduring 2 changes to systematize 2 approvals 2 for undertaking EOVEFLSction. And the omiti yield the covered Z action review Z group a carg, had been zitst oxar 9 ZHNDs prov ZHNYE overt action. Trauver, the tunctioned largely is Tubber stamp, informally signing phone hand carried from Facilo office. Webster aid and can't to IND no tio so if Lee Eyelid wanted to. Generally, IHE originated 3th National Security Council since AHITIA only implements, IDLEADS no of hat the isage for it does that includes oastgen whether emder take avert action and of haterm 73 held MEZ the NIT want make sure regal and NMDE sense. Just as Ufjavr 7 determining Ufani his audicial decisions complied aeth MV and precedent, Webster svanted NMKE Surikat Eve 1 wise a covered Zokstions ad Ubenzits Teds against Ziazit Zofzund mying questions, does USMV? What Nappen became initially, Nebster assigned John Modies and Nancy D. McGregor, Sids Lohi Carg Almighty as G's Representative. Nike Modies, left IHE agency. Other aides sat on a head airy in the DFSA, FZTHE a Director in Congressional Affairs LTHE 7th more original need quarters building. To some of Webster's aides, it seemed stead oflofold boys getting lojither. Once at me CARG, they longer at Yustchen though they questioned Liao do this liney vart, McGregor said. Plus or minus 111 general, fried have little more analysis done. We go to, the CARG, was pat, and vith not enough discussion and iridical. The question Svariat asked. W.E. Svanted Ihem asked. Webster svanted it's in sure they have raced. Ahe avra annoyed about that. 209 as alto he oaschening Webster s, 30 me 3 rare modified, to lime it their scope or dubious aspects. Once they were approved carg, lhasvents back to privily the 3 vite mouse. Then, they lb on congressional oversight why Webster svanted overt action proposals tvued 3 year they svold in sense zimmer icon io hasvergevield, McGregor said. Zield sounds simplistic, Butaf dollaro u linka buddy, mlees approach places good on trolls over. JHE agency t lie the solage coast tendency 10 *edoo to the n lose Webster so svra, would svhy and svizavold miley gay this is crazy, ildikris, how our government be doing something like I lie mde in action adroposals say, we aren't going jib do it, ijtult. You are going to approach he's courting 10 different procedures. Orja of old 3 and unora fork of hen t satisfied now they mkedb member said. 211 Webster assistance for, repard listing alert action programs avith analysis of here enclosed ins black, myri ring binder, me material 3 memorized A1ch3 valve at any given time WITH TiVo M7 ascription. Enhi idea avas *ive Webster handy efrance that jazi could z keep jizafus and z refer of hen questions arose, as he invariably aid. The ideas provoked z dutrage avith in directorate operations, of hish thought somehow leaks. But ms ihe vut kogather and v laced on Webster esisk, seemed everyone's vaunted dvn iopi salidate ii's status. Only directors, General Munsell and IHE Inspector General received one. Particularly Invasion tzby Nebster illustrated that the Directorate of Operations, battered both IHE Church Committee Illiarings and the Entra affair, become ushis vast up it should have integrate agents. The best example was IIL Iraq, where the CIA had practically agents of and Ali reporting on Saddam Hussein. There is scientifics evaluates how 3-vel intelligence agency is doing in Ukratingsgens. ZLN Ahes Saddam Hussein, XIA Avas hampered Nitakta Saddam Hussein mode tamely inembers those had Ajin Abil 10 the Iraqi leader since childhood to his inner Webster Ilad motivantia officers tisks in 3 UK country. But Webster ijliavd here ill little ground, me illo the spies regressive boys. In case with Directorate of Operations Thai Medlia disapproved a overt action proposal or intelligence operation. I and Euro and Vipul do are Sklakers, lot tisk seekers, Webster said at Richard Stahl's retirement Vardy 1990. Particularly after Suwait, a Webster like electors before Tor more Torin language arining. Arinings generally, je promote avho clit 3 tinsus tia teachers. And in our reporting on economic issues. Webster svanted in our accountability in Li and in our in its reports. Il med ind li med real. People mild Teliev or state occlud, Webster intense CI employees. EYWRN, think. Webster et al. MOT 310 TZ when TIA officials bemitted for, apers him without attributing Gavair Ahe gotten Ahe information. Answer AO 30 me questions, Avas tiended 7 ID not 3 IA ho tiat av written them av ho had 3 of my did ahem. MMT li tceived carry author, Mluudor SA, FIS, Anlis and Lafone extension. Webster S. Vas enst mring FBI as NIS security guards. At the CIA, guards Sveritram office ihe svir anything but for, airsenable. MLE ung Janan assigned Yagard Nebsters seemed think they svra *Estapo. J. Amrod Stiv, they afanyon there at attended Webster, Nai Ihe looking like MTA cops grade MV. 1s weekend, William Baker S. Robin, E-sided 10 surprise Baker SV Hen her band and ZS Webster New Jersey attend Ven Malcolm Torbase. Originally Trom New Jersey, Z Robin Naker drove Trom her parents MNE the airport, Labrador Iliash. Here, GHE ga Webster S3 Acurity Svith Squiggly Avirs sprouting Trommel here ears. He plainly had not yet arrived. When GHE approached Husband Webster, She did not svent ib alarm IHE guards, so she introduced lie herself. Hello, TM Mrs. Baker. TM inarid 10 Bill Baker, Svojtlying Svith Director, she said dog svag de lees 31 just avanted uio and now TM here greet he band so 9011 no Tim. 212 The guard did I guess T11 go and find somebody's lows she said. The han inyardlier. Several minutes guards asked for identification. Then they emanded she svas inarid en acre. Having just gotten inarid, she trad true bleetilding yudi lie early and bag with lius band esip. The guards acted as if they just udit liar breaking into bank, and she livid. Baker I lever Webster incident, T Webster ill himself at unhappy svith asterisk yards 3 tile. Nith Webster s approval, naker inet the head oflo he security detail. We to school together, said. Me then the guards. Look, 7-11 is 3s of Hada has directors expects, je 3 aid. TLN's dishon 70 professionalism su have, he's expects mre hand that. Baker's aid 7 id not ihem light. He gave ihem supply business samards. LF $OU retunction th and someone if $OU re CIA, and ONT quite rami had, nand ihem my mrd, Baker said. Why say, FLF $OU have any questions, mil I he's gentleman. 213 Webster round ajan a, uhitia savas takt hat directorate is zeprat t1 fdom, thihe directorate mope rations entually most z dominant. To the zidoz tended zito zb suspicious zof to the z directorate zof intelligence, svhish in turn iazented frusted. Jer and vir misstand complaints from zbeth z sides. Znien while, sz others two z directorates resented being looked down upon. 214 Webster MRESS pollination, and began vipul so they I or erectorates during a year at CIA, stay zhre zekings 3v and z dominion, tunner 2v Webster assistant said. TLT is get at piso loyalties airy within directorate. Your career niat division. Hake or break asterisk are ear based lbialty 10 specific boss, not the need open agency the head different division. Turner had encountered the same problem. I think IHE biggest problem coordination among IHE and Arias Lai said. 215 Thus Titadavas z different from that Q, Fe he TBI, Avairl he TBI directors and youth z specials a genuine a charge zo each field's office were youth unquestioned bosses. Like the FBI, IHE CIA semi-military organization a had obeyed orders. Beauty he at IHE CIA IHE Tiad SMN division the head oflo he agency. The ISULT IHE directorates svara eager share information each mayor. While some secrecy necessary, Webster and NIS assistants found its was often used enhance people's AVN importance, hampering everyone's work. Despite nitak that trator virtually airy for gyrogram, the assistants were sometimes ted trauma knowing telil hay needed to know. Very 2 CIA now lead 4 picture Yuri 2 are moded, McGregor 3 aid. If the tasif had me at 30 difficulo get IHE and chol this litakuhates onary 2 teal loyalty 10 IHE agency. Rather, toil ties ire to IHE of ahir divisions or ahir directorates. 216 These tudes the agency's involvement in IL 10 Contra affair. Agency Z people Z. ZZs from ZTHE Z directors and Z down, Zoktiv Lyshund information, Rebel Ziates, mean 7 Deputy 7 Director Tor Tentrals Low Intelligence, later fold IHE Senate Select Committee Intelligence. Why we 7 idn't know how me entras avri and grunded z ave acti veli 7 iscouraged trom tel enus ings 217 Webster 7 e cited e hat the CIA's Mispector General s vas not mug a10 ug 70 the 30 b ni agency, tact underscored sv had liapend Iran Contras affair. Historically, Zlohis Bfasavas z domain so fameable CIA officers at and did both. If a CIA ill-erector inspector s iridicisms, him. Back in 960, after Amro Flohi Office of Security, the Inspector General recommended a lot IHE repair story agency SE opening programs of ever uncovered. He reportaned Ananchen zoeth tactile he program illegal. Accordings Tom Gilligan, Tunner CIA's operations officer, Top Rations Offic ERS 3 Eldom 3 Ufford 4, Erminent Erir Tor Incompetence, of Hensjens Avers killed net of Hen Gilligan appealed decision at Valiask Station sound his performance Avas Z downrated Z because refute. Me Z felt rekud problem IOIHE Ittenchen CIAS Inspector General Ijkos me he General SI Akuf Independence. Enhadas heated, Gilligan 3 aid, is Inspectors General 3 come from outside the organization. 218 before Congress Mfas Inspector General, Webster importance du 30b. Il appointed Nilium T. Donnelly, respected advisors, zlo the same time, Webster did 110 T. Taver en l'approach Congress. In response the Jean Contras fair, the Z oversights a committees Z decided Inspector General 3 howld be pointed the 3, ith the Information Senate. Then only President Ealdras him. Tong res avant zuk s Inspector General s of hish n ally me oi rector me affected Z departments y thinzith tia. Z evens thof Z 19's other Z federal agencies independent ovicdogs tong res, Nebster 3 the proposal is tefliction on own misvas IHE erector off Central Intelligence, and laevas 3, ith inaking 3 your CIA the laws. Question accountability. If I tailed, lie should be replaced. But he insisted IHE General howld answer MN, not low Congress IHE President. What inashura bled Representative Dave McCurdy, an Oklahoma Democrat of KL the tight tour IHE Avas Congress S lack max S I ports me Inspector General. Laurentid TMD out now air, MV supporfly nad, said NC Curdy, avho later a hairman of SNUS Terminant Select Committee. Zy the anari ego tanto it, I answered. Der Svetor Tinde 1T. Jepoerts. No anis handled whole situation, McCurdy said. Said Neve save I lave jai wo si General Volasi and Liao Soviet I vision is aoing. Tai said you are io it, lindmerding ekitiv privilege. Jhet's an s vas micromanagement. He didn't he want us made III's Z secutive new F219 Webster's list youth battle, Zan C. Ongris yo past AZ law independence inspector ZHT the CIA tred Eric Ennitz, ZH lawyer former CIA officer Svaz Nebster S.O. Hoyce, the job and Tulufasain November 1990. Besides investigating allegations Zofav wrongdoing Zornitz continued the Momining Station VE ears determined JF's Thays Arakio in a here. Hat entails Ulm traffic AO3 EEIIOW agents of Hather good is exercised in recruiting agents, IND resources are being ilst. The complaints examined by the office ranged from allegations of defalcations 1K, the hatters myast. Over as Inspector General, the of trace Jessive Doom plain some ternal employees that the unisex barbershop he old build an orivited eopis zoff, Laboy Yenthouse tour customers read Jave Heil evading. Without suing tormal tuling, the Zoffis quietly zl matters EBY telling youth Z barbers slotos drops loaths fending magazines. If J. Webster lost the Ajadal Air Independent Inspector General, and con most issues Z requiring a congressional's approval. While G's abilities and cooperative approach tend that record, its was also result of good staff work. In that arena, Webster had special assistants. 23 The Munchkins it was assistants themselves, to tin 3 imilarly oilified Adrillian Uwiers them after their year 3 tints Avaria 1p.30s in July Z 986, Maured 23 V Gutmans and Nilium JT Hostler, Ihan Webster S assistants TBI, Ligan Myling Trians IND adage restigious law firms 1B find good did it replace Gutman. Like IHE test of Webster S assistants, MH in an arim to sums. Gutman, for example, graduated 5th of 650 from Columbia University. He had graduated M.Hud from Harvard Law School. He avas of High Eta Kappa. 7 A Supreme Court Totter Stewart. I later, Annie Williams Connolly, Aranchuli Vartner. The Atwo's assistants Znuzithat Z Webster Z favored ZLVY Liga graduates, particularly Trom Marvard Yale. Z after intensive inquiries, Gutman Errold Nancy D. McGregor, 7 Avho graduated Trom Barnard College and Harvard Law School. Then at Steptoe Johnson, McGregor S. Vas Minary good lawyer extremely versatile and attractive. With Green and Brown Mr. She direct approach he had allowed Nario say exactly she bad tealings. She mild in for Yuschning, set JV hen 3 he decided 30 mething, 3 he at and outrageously. Yet she could be born Cheatsburg, McGregor daughter of Jack McGregor, lawyer, and Tunner Pennsylvania state senator. Mayor Lather Tiad treated liar like Triand and Eo League, Z keeping Jeter informed of Hatsavas Uyoings insking her advice. Z when Z McGregor Avas Ja, Aller Z became average of hen couldn't ttmd me afternoon. Moder I earned outs Heliad ben Owen vassing the street, asking Illingbers 1b no tour her mire. McGregor Eugene and corking tour Steptoe Johnson tour 2 airs, white collars a criminals a cases, Z when ZAZ partner ZTHETLR Mjadzayudman approached Alim Ulsking Z40 recommendations Zonza candidates tour J Webster S special assistant. Within Washington legal IHE job. Notenly did it *I Vlal Vires access *Overnment mluing hest levels, it avas also s tepping stone me he fop MVFRMS. We cited ave svold like the partner said. Everything she's at Gir Jane at IT 30 UND nary z desirable a chance 10 in investigation tather defense crimes, see lot miss secret information nary 2G, 10 svork for SV hat she felt s vast great institution s vithment. Yet GHES vold not leaving IHE frac. McGregor 3 8 z she's wood Ike ZB's a considered. You besides Tudmans and Hostler, John Modi's, Nebster S. Ahired 3 Peschel's assistant Z Huj stayed ZBN ZNS super clerk, interviewed Tier TBI. 3 later, Gutman Tier to say the see her Idreakfast. McGregor TBIS executive Thuraning J. O'Mealers after Z she learned 3 he Avis Q, regnant Avith Jeter MNEs off 3 V Webster S assistants had her 3 he Avis me imber maternies considered for Z he and Z Webster 3 Tilslow interview. She Udia Webster the spot. Webster a plane 4, Erpus 3 Peschel assistants. Ahei Avra outsiders SV ho of old Tresh look or he bureau s activities a 3 ETIs dollar ajows the standards blick and IHE immunity. As lawyers, Webster errant come against guidelines and statutes. Public to see if a hinks made sense. I am decision. ID like and me. McGregor 4, Lond inform Nebster she's was pregnant offered ler 3 BB. Now he had hes vas longer possible, she svanted tell before she's accepted. Webster so could too quietly withdraw the 2 offer, 2 if 2 he's a chose 2 to z do 2 so, without embarrassment. She aware Webster employed assistants, and she were eternity leave, if branded. Not only svold the first and Euro the JK, B, but McGregor Vregnant in C Minaco FBI agents. Both Gutman and Hostler Svere at IHE breakfast, and McGregor said she have FO think about it. Webster Avis Turius Avi his assistants. Me I let understood me or hey would I bring Thurim my 3,11 tenths vaunted. Me after ZTHE ya breakfast, Jes raked a them zaver you the coals ya for zenudoing other homework. 2:20 when she got back 1b her office, McGregor old Gutman. There's something Nave 1b discuss versin ally with IHE Jilge, she said. Well, something versatile, she said, airinging. Webster Lieutenant Atlanta. When ties ald back, McGregor in meeting S, orking dideral eriminal utset. They allied her application 1b the FBI. Nancy, the director FBI secretary announced. The others at IHE Fable looked shocked. McGregor Lee herself and 100 kml in office. She the IND Webster Rookit stride. Hole to lie 38.31 Avas afraid 3011 Avra asterisk oing ine myat dollaro you were MG addict. That's voldly of adroblum. At the FBI, McGregor from Ijing lawyer SV ho kept up papers na 7 sk io someone av ho ipsafe. She nisi ted ahe tbis 3 hooting range Quantico, Virginia, and told th the director inferences. She arald svander into executive 7 inning jaum and munch superbohakalate MP Mokis Ray, IHE when she found ZTHE aligning UUM 3 of Z and Webster QPGGS Zankelzebekan AR3 Osage every morning, she got IHE nary IHE such as newt and cereal. McGregor ze reviewed Zhuka gensitive zenitors zas ze requests z for a very taps zin counterintelligence and for, proposals arrest spies. Nebster svanted airy question gign 3 uk inaters, j fall inaterial had ghe tour anari fork. Fsamething went chi s vas ihe first tell Webster. Her was 30 u tbi equatives 3, ked mlad if Hawaii svanteds break qny news ihe director, they esvold do it either iruher or th her vresent. On dl iliand, and fa Websterl rod you been using them everses ins likame nbi, z season tbi oastjand Webster s ils uppfassistance. En Haliad spent fair u 3 years melding enough frust so allowed see the anos sensitive secrets the asterisk government. Now young lawyers with experience in FBI work were being 10g even MRE than they svra. Philip Archer, ZTHEZ Deputy's Assistant TZIF by Z Director Tours Operations UN Youth Counterintelligence Division, Mimihi FBI Ecotivs FO the Assistants Munchkins. ZLTs was Z nots Thor has questioned theirs loyalties or trustworthiness, it's vas lie round tie inexperienced unnerving. On James Y. Nolan, AAO preceded Tarker in the same job, saw ilo problem s with them. It asterisk ave hern sounding board 3v henthofunabi the irir people were stacking IHE deck 1 to 111. He old get some bodies lows 1b 100k edit, Nolan said. When avibstiunov metia, vl Gregorovan taviths him. Niahen, Hosler Liat Mark Y. Matthews, Laud asterisk graduate of Marvard College. McGregor's son, Den, just the acquired CIA Liad quarters. Since she avas 3 till the lime, she liad leave the baby teladi ve lived ilir so she mulled race back lime io him. McGregor ihe CIA nealthy skepticism. In because offlower battles, NBI agents often alerted ZTHET as in a, rivet. J they oastjans its competence its adherence IOIHE ta. She mne IOIHE avith similar questions. In Z turn, Tia's officials streeted 2 McGregors and ZTHEZ others assistants Z with suspicion. She avas me avaman among JHETA, officials and aides av ho aintivith Webster eri nuestday interning. Early M, on a, Uhi Tuesday anitings, Bill Baker turned Gerand Iraq, why you old answer oflohus why what s wrong ye's picture? Shows. Those assistants z dids hots no z difference z between zan 2 agent zan zhn officer. Yet in some it gamed officers assistants felt they knew MRE did for assistance, information like Volinga eth. When save fist IOIHE agency, it's the save and vold nave tied for yukald. 2s0 unwilling 10 share informations with anyone other en lil erector, and tm liat sure beginning ihe were always svilling share thil erector. They are so umpartmenting. We often got lie impression Niat Save had asked the tight oastjan the information s, air 100 king 4. Nut they svr zi10t asterisk oing help t111d the fright zone. Had 30 redantitude makes uncertain uli of zever gotten the sto. John Ellinger, avho McGregor as istant the CIA, 3 enst alarm z bells z goings off every redime gerild 30 meons in he directorate zbf operations. T. J. Shuley, Ilir level MN ejak 3, ith IHE. His question, father than IHE versen he had the town ihe 10 tlght get varkanoir and 10 be allowed 1 b zayden en lecative dining room, site. The Tude S. Vas prepared graduates Culinary Institute of America. When in Embers Congress Lads Intelligence Services 10 dine, Webster joked that Tia's I in declining Zyum. He theft served salmon tillets with béarnaise sauce indsta chipples ind ingel hair for just S4 IBS 5.50. To Mund Webster, it eamed liat gene tossed into CKC New York its nary li CIA seemed less elon TBI, which asterisk arnflus agents. McGregor town CIA ioage more intellectual, MRE smart han FBI agents, SV ho tended 10 down to earth, naffected I round ZTHET azirida sentandeo dreasyz socialize avith, McGregor mid UNP. That saueio their fraining gond ihe nature me he spitacinus. My guess ars extremely unpopular, ming in as savade svith ihe7 irector and immediately naving access to an unformation athers asterisk ars acquire. Nver backwards in, though, not fr, niderjectmertize. When Webster tearswimi CIA, nisi tet agencies in me intelligence immunity. Often, McGregor along. During the defense's low intelligence Z agency, Onans looked Ajver looked Webster and said, "You got a real Freddy one here." Webster stared back at him and said icily, "Ness, and she s smart as a." McGregor mild zell Webster annoyed. McGregor s vas impressed by ihe way Webster at McGregor s his Zion set lip system so a lot nl 10 Webster s, as written tormatavith s, hitchly was fordable. 3 eamed her that the oality internal as lished as nlat of the FBI. While the CIA did magnificent job at Tafratina ports land estimates tore the policy makers, the agency svas nota one set av writing papers and reports logically and clearly tore internal use. Moreover, everything svas in jargon and the 3 pishal not one gurnyem out. As lawyer, Webster and canted in mlirant, and mhesive way. McGregor sending vapors to quests tor MRE information, more, IND acronyms. At TLRST, round somewhat said Druamer ben Ebster SIHETBI and Latioe came his the CIA why there are Nurnberg Millings T agency officers, operations officers, view as 2 second nature living, cover, compartmentation, the inscrutability. Z the Zoff ZI10 TI reporters ZHND avondring avhi reporters quote things a lot give the Soviets up. Despite il he blams, svas a1 comfortable avith only action ajroposal before IHECARG amiti. It seemed fo he had the proposed action and katitel iski. New titippered IHECIA adhering strictly to the Constitution and the LHW. As John Modi's, Webster S. superclerk, 3 Rauld observe, in any decisions at il CIA to kired tathari han lawyer, and chen maim to il at Yustjan machinations. Assassinations liad long agene mind, liot avi orani sure. 12 Never ZWHYZ bombings innocent Z peoples is zmar immorally permissible assassination of a 3 Engel Anna. 3 8 J. Thomas Nolger, former CIA station MEF, ting such situations as IHE Bing Mel Rak. But a Hatafa Group 3 uppered at me CIA 7 E-sides assassinate 30 Mion? Does IHE CIA violated ni if 30, the CIA old probably a draw its support from 70s and m asterisk ropes around ni aeroworld. At Nebster S Justice Departmentsud 7 Eagle Ajbanion Mayat 3 aid that Lilder Eisting Ekotib Mers, IHE CIA is Ayat Trom Gupperting people Agaj in Seolans Mlat and ads Lillingi, Utoran and Ader. Go long as IHE CIA mess not supporti he and is aware of floem. In Veractus, the CIA such groups done assassination and TMF support MNE occurs. Still, cause my impartmentation, McGregor Teal Leandel on SV hat the entire agency was doing. Y Van Truff 3 he svas olerd tor nearly every lop secret program in IHE agency, getting information OU officials remained extremely difficult. He ava so zinuk the higher level officials, 3/110 understood information. Rather, it tended be IHE tower level officers who gave nard lime. The Directorate operations is like svilt animal in svoods, senior lawyer in the agency fold John Bellinger. You have 3 tan 3 talk still and let them 3 nif 91s al air come except 90 you, lie slowly, IHE do fo akepti he assistance. I lound ilomil doing here to long, said Claire George, and Cho and cast Deputy OI Rector Tour Operations Svan Webster. 31 Mlinello Haiti did MLE if operations taciturn, Also did Liati understand need tor taking disciplinary action against Mlos had sealated tust IHE agency placed in Lhern. After Webster disciplined tor the Iryuth the Inspector General and IHE Tower Commission about IHE agency's involvement IH the Iran-Contra Candle, IDIO Claire George Nye cited McGregor Liar Office at a, Uhiki Rector Est Sutafifices Zond 7th floor Uhi Old Building. The aide sat down on McGregor's and asterisk ave her stricken took. This in li is Tori me he do Directorate of Operations, the Ihan said. McGregor Ava's ill sympathetic. 3 eamed liar mlinking was. As saw it, Itavas mprij tor the DCI to Ayak against Zidavas 7 emeralizing Gons 7 avastat in Oorups clandestine service. LMNTCI he's affecting the do, she mid nukat how some mihi actions mihi do name affected the mage mihi agency. The agency is 7 ragged IHE Congress and media and the administration. It msing the tor IHE fiasco. To QV1C Gregor, ZTHE's encounters illustrated ZTHE's extenuos which 30 media officials telt loyalty tor most their DVVN erectorate J the Ihan IHE agency McGregor also not understand IHE mycism she sometimes liared IHE building a hate Webster s vas anxious 10 Congress and the blick. That 3 exactly ava should 3 him loved. To the agency responsive 10 Congress sacrificing its McGregor z did she's old to find to the information she ild me way another. Only yetterly did she bother Webster with me o flyer own problems. He nad do, she felt. Often vipul to Jersvith problems zip 3 he of old z vas along to the director. Seldom did go. Webster Iris assistants 10 BIIs and UUS, as Itavas her anything GHE was however, zip 3 he telled Zoom plain Ava's legitimate, 3 he at asked zids longslow Webster z gates, then kia pitai ki rector tentral constant z balancing zoktu between zokting gos zau facilitators and dacting zas zan independent analyst. McGregor Island in resurrecting in Orabund Lild ki center tour o fajanki employees. The ideal yet originated Th Tlani E. Fitzwater, a deputy director to administration Linder Casey. Moreover, without some Vordi had it vas important one be the director, IHEV lands had been pushed aside. McGregor mug heidet with Webster at me of one IIS breakfast heatings SVITHE Lee's assistants. Me said ahead. The Zangli Children's Center opened in its own building of 1989, 04s enrolled. 1U, F and 1C Gregor S Unor Z fascinating A, Raj X Yitting Z top secret reports Q, US's the Tia Ulm TBI Zad Zbins involved ZHND Zad screwed Tor Umpel, Ahe Tia had A, Rovok Tidward Lee Mowards into spying for Thesoviets tiring Lim Lupad. Hen the TBI tumbled ZBY Letin 01 I'm 31 IP Bureau agents Avicinoim in Santa Te, New Mexico. Reading the reports, McGregor saw how agency feed its MVN actions. Webster 7 ID an open door, 2 Yofayanades and officials could avik in Adavil the Relaputai 7 Director A, F Tentrals Low Intelligence, 7 Deputy Directors Tor and Intelligence, Aunsel, 7 Director Public Affairs, ZI Webster S Assistants, Zan ZI Webster S Secretary Dash. D the Z Deputy Director more open 7 directly into Webster S Office. Webster S Vas MT used to 7 Ealing TH7 Deputy 31110 NAD as Thori Tai IHE 7 Deputy Mess the CIA. He T somewhat S with the ability me he DDCI low avik in at any moment. Buletin never bothered Lim enough do anything about N Webster left 6 Svuden II's Ilisk the Ired Enza it. Each larked S with Ted V lastic label. 1 S Vas N larked juridical action matters that required immediate attention. On IOP folder Niat Meltain Versinal such as Vardi Tashins. He Jesiv Tivo to Irami he CIAI. Another S Vas M2 signature / approval tour letters and formal endlings or frul changes thoquired Olis Sprivel. Z another 3831, CI reading tour miscellaneous articles and FRIP reports. Webster Zad Zererth Z box tours inaterial yelating Ahazin engagements and coordinations Bfahis intelligence zorn munity. Zatlfth Antons briefing papers biographical 3 catches Zivold 3 eing zhti 0111ing meetings. The 6th box Zonta and intelligence estimates and other lemos from the Directorate o Intelligence. In all, 30 me 103 helmdred these documents from the DISAC despite all IHE McGregor IHE assistance 30 me times left 70 documents equiring Gomdiat M Tapester S7 esk, chair, 3 year ligo them immediately. Tach least imean 50 items attention. Because Nebster realized his attorney assistance of old Tammy liar with Svork CIA they svr th the TBIS, Nebster appointed intelligence analyst his jad all the inatirial and track o fit. If Webster 1b no IHE status o fan issue, li turn 1b assistant Paul Pillar for IHE answer. The istance liaticus enitling on Webster S7 esk mild sit almost any heating. They knew as hutch going on IHE agency as anyone. Occasionally, in atters the Tavra extremely 3 sensitive, the DDO into Webster S and lold him development. Adather il DDO iskid il assistance 10 leave io heating so Webster alone. The assistance on a me paper. Even though they've reviewed ACH Webster unsisted goinger meme. The assistants SVR always amazed at now Webster zoomed questions they had AOD addressed. 3 eamed 3 Ikes 3 and store 7 detecting areas MMT frublisum. Just as every IHE, terite viewing he assistance, Webster 3 pent iglu hours aowing IHE me he stamps IHE office AQ retie. This IAS is important every employee in agency it gives clearer Z picture Z of what is expected of to us, BS statement distributed internally. 3 Public service is special JT is itis without miptations. In the conversation, those assistants 2 found 2 that if 2 they Z mentioned Z another document, Webster svold invariably ASVHY liliat I had seen it. J learned not 1b other vapors mess he had submitted them 1b him first. When assistants made mistakes, Webster become just as them as CIA law officials. During Lil ran contra ilia rings, 1 prepared fat, because ting, gentins that's was incorrect. Nebster TLXED his 3 Tili the Janan. Me hill works hot acceptable. ZTHET zerned embarrassing the han beyond necessary. As me, Webster didiot socialize with IHE assistants. They ain't be invited 4% annual Christmas party 8 is home, LL Imlam social tunction Miley Ilad been invited anyway, asterisk and ally them separate from III social life. Assistance percent UNDE had Webster formal and business like at the office but s vas and expansive at MNE. Onieningatin, Bellinger decided he nave 1b Webster at Nome with Nellying Avas Arnazd Svarmly Nebster asterisk return. Apologetically, a planed IIE'd at hour. Webster at Voint IOEL Bellinger had done IHE in May 988, roughly 2 years lifter she had begun working for Webster, McGregor Lefohentia Innovexes, Avair Lier Lausband, Neil Mann, former UFF 3 TAF Senator Arlen Specter, had 3 oind mustin law till m despite te il IHE trust rations 3 heliatelt, McGregor may th tespector the CIA its. They an important ulition, ihe incredibly longly hours, and ihe smart and highly impetent. 222 after leaving the agency, McGregor the New York Times clear doors TEP. It was then he had the realization hit her. This it, McGregor Mugdioyno more President S Daily Brief. No MRE pending Ferraristuriats. There no judge article Hugh not. This all TM going no. 24x rated Cobder after George Z. Dush Zeta came en restant and asked Nebs to continue ZHS Director of Central Intelligence, Enrumers Ijgan appear IHE hat Webster was placed. The Jepowert said Nush svanted interim DCI until mild asterisk etli is oni han. Sometimes, the e-ports to indifferent Svork TS. Later in II's tour year term, I'll address Tepowerts to his inexperience in Torantak that Liavas Ofnish S policy making MM7 Uringi he Persian Gulf War. Usually, IHE ports aver attributed unnamed CIA officials, 30 good attending MT3 Ekrits on entries, Verlearned source me he teeks Webster office. While 30 me en item officials aver 7 satisfied aeth Webster, and osten the olamsnd appeared in IHES vir myths. After Omengio Washington, Webster oracally grasped IHE tactihat Washington error can social life enra intertwined. JHE svays avoid MERS s power keep alive profile on the social onnes merds. En lave J Nortrians zit actale Webster was Hinkton Post. Etelt SMCH 10 get 10 inauvable tennis 223 Webster v Lade Wallace, Merv Griffin, Sasa Gabor, Jack Nelson, Lhe Nashington Bureau Los Euforngeles Times, William Trench Smith S., Hensva's attorney *General, Carl Rowan, Senator Lloyd Benson, and Bush SV Henley 3 SAS Chic while TBI, Nebster typically tennis tour hour times we Lund Saturday innings, usually at St. Albans Genis Club in Washington 1 Tavas less time lhan people spend going Geelth before iftar a fork. At the TIA, Nebster AOA 1T Backhouse Saturday and occasionally Wednesday morning * games. Typically, lie at the White House 3/9 1 Luhi evening, lie social functions the Tavaramton the agency. Tie on Saturdays IND kept IHU, Uk from Lyome, where Je Alat 3 of Jo Jezireds classified Z reports. Z I Peggy Z Divine, Webster S. Executive Secretary, Entually A Hen Webster Aid. Each year, she vud IH tour tourly 100 hours of fiver time the equivalent of a whore than 2 extra I haunts T3 cork. Intact, Webster S were not a hatferent from Casey S spill, Casey and Ka there by 7:45 am, and S vold leave between 6 and 7:30 then 2 Ilings in the evening, and Reds in bed tour zones hours, 3/8 Olas tour may or 3 Peschel assistant. They'll her 6 and Saturday mil tunch. Then he *Olf. 224 Supreme Art J. Eltstis John Paul Stevens T. Tennis 310 Tour Limes A. Avik, and planed. Likewise, Independent Tonsil Lawrence T. Walsh, me 3 Peschel, Tearly the office before ein yet nothing appeared IH the aboutlius hours. In Ahe inconsistent aeratement arose trom the inherin fly imperfect ava the operates. St. Liahedia lips leaks tour stories. If no me is issue, 3 tourer may never appear. On other hand, mtical story and peer simply ticos tep order nap and loa 30 me own 3 rotel to hat my teak making 7 isperging emark in Webster s ahim plain sahalai avas an absentee 7 irector mode from Webster s style, s vas low 7 decisions mrfuli and bli, obtain and census avathin cia. Sometimes, ooluim of exenanth sign a, fajn impatient board in ats oastjans father was asleep at switch, particularly at CIA he is sort m at Erson 10 gay, 31 ve ben Nietzsching you from afar, and have Tony 7 zings z4 z z du, and Ruamer z said. 2 kcz dids that. Webster s approach svasvate and anakgur lie understood ihe first. He is tlnd way tlnd 301 yushin that then guport and defend in and ke hat ihakes z variona say, linderstand, although Lena Eliot agree. Tai does his decision a hacking base the principles. It's judicial style. Z gather information. Z keep zhns benzalind. Z thinks butat. Z identify zh framework lurry hacking decision. Then decide, Drew Ammer said. 225 After II's wife died IH 1984, Webster of a Hoorninglet affected NIS 3 Cork. But during I host Offlius Enure, with him limited, involved a forkaholic, but someone so devoted hutch I hor than IHE normal 40 hours week 1b the job. The Tzvik Zoe October 228, 1990 chosen Zaterandum was utypicals off Webster S schedule CIAAM and Euro Eakly 3 scheduled special briefings, Cremonies, public relations events, and 30 Chales events. Monday, October 29, A. Webster arrived at Siagaven Rorty 5s and received briefing on IHE ich suevelopments Iraq. Liliad breakfasts with Tormayer DCI Stanstwill Turner. Kid Iline 15M_, talked with Dean Sho were agency as CIAS 10 expand its Tolegef recruiting program. Z at NM, his weekly meeting th Richard T. Stalls, IHE7 Deputy 7 Director Tor NIS 55-year-old Deputy, Thomas A. Twetton, Tater Rook Stalls Essage Lace. At relevant 20m _ Zeem tapester units with Ahatia S Rihai of 3 Tashans in Bangkok and Eli Ski Vision Uasiv Tanzilpdate Ans in me area. Appointments Your Chief Wo Stations or TOS Zaray Zaprov du Betty Youth Z Director. Whenever is Zappointed leaves her ZM Eebster would N1 Eterithnim. At Errol 10 Webster Inet Aeth Richard Kerr, Me 7 Deputy 7 Director Tor Central Intelligence. At FR Rolf Thilty, Thai had lunch th allege 7 eans and it's through _m_, Webster met th Theodore Price, Ihan Mefafai he Counterintelligence Center. After Z Redding's briefing a papers, ZWBS Tur addressed Zvidings a cartography professors ATT1 VE 30 NM. At Tivter 19, Avi Th Kerr, Ihan left for reception given Nahed Kandemir, IHE Turkish ambassador, Kebrade Turkish National Day. Like Ans Webster alite, had. Turkey strong gup order IJ. Move Iraq from Kuwait, and both IHE CIA and IHE Tehri lad extensive dealings the Turkish government. Sveeks, Nebster S Voldsasit Jurki as well, Mying in Air Y or C-141 Starlifta Yergo A1T fitted Svith Special Communications the I-Horn and after reception, Webster Ehet and Vieth Bushakite AM. At White Mouse Slow asterisk Ivizakite 40m, arrived at the CIA Watas Inaunda his staff an eating held a airy Tuesday Svithli Deputy Directors Oflohi Agency, Ihir Assistants, Heads A, F Trace, and ZS Webster S in ill. Because Zoff the Jed Tour compartmentation, Zhotting 3 substantive avas Ozili discussed. Instead, embassy on the agenda. On Neste, October 31st, Webster at the White Mouse 15 a.m., briefed National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft and III's then Deputy, Rebelt Gates. Webster briefed NIAJ resident and arrived at TLLE CIA 10, of Henley Met 3, ith to Representatives Eastern Intelligence Services. That's evening, attended U8Z Georgetown Catherine Z. Graham, Q, FZ Washington Nastio. Zonner Nayerjalan Hammer, Avho Avas Z retiring ZHSVE's officer. BZ Volvo Gothenburg F Sweden. The Ilext day, Nebster has at Sewell of weekly luncheon and eating with 2 secretaries Zoe's Tate Z James Z.A. Ubaker 3111 Zandjis Z Deputy, Norrance Eagleburger. At Tour M, staff, meeting Litayat Ari Thursday afternoon. This followed by a heating with Scowcroft and Gates. On Friday, November 2nd, Nebster Lady Lees at Sewell of weekly 50 ZA Anthony and 11 Iuputies. At 11:20, Nebster received Lees Rothcoming Hungary Mare East European Munt Rise. The following Monday, November, Webster arrived Zalrahi CIA at 3:50 at mine, 71E71 ACL Tegular Monday morning and eating Gavith 7 IIS assistants. By men, Webster at 7 cited RO Lenermphus. His own Avrin and Arusted agency more. Nhen John Hodis retired, Webster replaced that left Linley A1A West assistant, John B. Bellinger. Having started special assistant in 988, Bellinger swas the work solely at CIA. Because IOXO long IHE intricacies CIA, Webster kept him years BVO. Like Mayor assistants, Bellinger SVITH impressive credentials. He nad graduated law at Trent Seton University and become Woodrow Wilson Tello the University Miliad then graduated from Marvard Law School, Sveir Avas Edi Torafai Arvard International Law 70 Ernal. Besides attending heatings with the director, Bellinger worked on such items as covert action 2 proposals, significant intelligence operations, defectors, Inspector General ZIE ports recommendations, significant legal Z decisions, security ICE approvals, testimony IND letters. Tach year, GOM 20, including Dolaron tractors, FIDE is BLE security SKSIHE intelligence appealed MLIR ILAS missiles me DCI. 1 ZBRTIA Avra Z dismissed Tor 3 AQ retai year. Bellinger reviewed these ij for W. Webster signed 6 on them. Webster's schedules was asterisk ruling, and led in social life's vel. After IHE death STLRST SVIV 1984, Webster dating Sally Tompkins, a National Park Service architectural historian. Tompkins had been several FBI exceptions, and Webster a Lotus liar. She tamely friend off Roger Young, Ziv Hoavas then in a harj zhnd congressional affairs tour he FBI. Young suggested Webster as tennis partner. The Ewo dated Neil Tompkins died at a hedge off T56 n November 27, 989.227 Linda Jo Klugston v Ladeness T Arist Veli Hangom of Webster's other Webster first a head liar in December 984, it I function for singles at the National Symphony Orchestra. 228 Klugston is an extremely attractive, Lu complexion. The tuneral homo erector, 3 he had me CIA mouth problem. She a 1-tiered hotel 3 ales into undercover of work, and s liao zi got into 7 I hotels, 3 he avold 3 I and 7 I erector or he Willard Hotel Nashington. X a tur, 3 he ava 7 I erector u, f3 ales and unarketing at ZTHE Watergate Hotel. A 2 of weeks after me Janet, Nebster mild Klugston hour a, fis or he Willard ode 1 rose near out. They e out avas in 30 me FBI avas miling, Klugston said. Neas ni and any secretary IHE door saying, PYBIGM 11 ing. What nave 90 uaon. Wachtmeister, IHE Swedish ambassador in Washington, and Lissola. After that, they began seeing Zach Otherm fand on. Dating DCI avas z difficult. Slugs ton zematensebsters occasionally duren out of town she town the security detail ians ist every 3 he entered g's zodal froom even tour 30 mething zhs zinnocentas meeting liar and tour breakfast alarms there was guy sitting for un time uventen and beep, and vapel s voldmneing, she said. Wenslow Hasvera in Noston, oft Lugston s of some New England alarn o howder a txhe doorstep s vast staying as she was drive CIA 3 a curity asterisk yards their tier questioned about aisle 3 he left. Nafor a hey asterisk ave at JV Ebster, the asterisk yards x-rated. At times, the GECU righty Leandi. Nabs, Webster s inound habi t off running out the door of 3 Webster s Bethesda Svayanever IHE 7001 asterisk was. The CIA hen o dabs and brought their earn back on side. The tact that IHE CIA usually drove Webster's vas a blessing as svel. When Webster drove his own BMW, it often s-vound up body shop by 1990, Klugston Lyadinov Boston 10 JK, B with Seasons Hotel. Nut the Z-lationship unternud Z Webster S.I. cited Klugston in Noston. Webster aced liar Eomi back Nashington, they realized my at marriage was likely. Webster Z told ZIIIS Z children William, Z Drusilla, Zand Catherine. On October 20, A990, Ehase Verm ride the Eisenhower Chapel of the National Presbyterian Center. Roberta Peters, friend Mihi MDES, Sanji Yuhiveting. Atlteception afterward un Ahazir Riverview Z rooms Fahi Nadergate Motel Rover looking M1E Potomac River, she sang Yaewais, Mpula. The 70 guests avr limai ted Ihe Aupel and siddered NSE friends ar tamely, including TBIL erector Z William Z.S. Sessions and ZTHE Senators Tromk Vlisaury, John T. Danforth and Christopher Nond. Z work-related A1S avr Richard Stahls, Kleeptykler Rector Tour, Richard Kerr, 7 Deputy 7 I Rector M Tentral Intelligence, JV 111 IM Acre, Avho had 7 I Rector Blick, Roger Young, Tour Mayor TBI Public Affairs Director, Robert Gates, Ahen in JHENHITE and Laos, and Russell Bruamer, me former Webster Special Assistant and CIA General Munsell. Klugston, S. Vass 34, Webster S. Vass 66. Even after temarrying, Webster lepta vihoto itzviv, Drusilla, in at the CIA 10 AAEs after President Bush and Liz Neef, Barbara, attended dinner in Lionel M. Webster S. E. Harrage 10 C. Lugston. Lit given Georgetown by Betty Deal, 2 Tormayer Gossip, and Hurley Band, George Greber. The Zbther guests Z Dinner Revere Supreme Tour Tosta Sandra Day O'Connor and Tirley Band, John, Anthony A. Sealand, the British Ambassador, his Sviv, Jennifer, James 3 v Symington, Tunner Ali Suri 3, 110 was ZIJ.SZHND Alice Aviv, Sylvia, ZHND Avi Iliam Tafreets, ZH Washington Teal Developer, and his SVIV, Buffy. Bail Tyat urged Webster FO Ilani Linda. Watar Utor. You're at Oingtos, she say .229 despite te the tia S3 uxesu uring the Tulfavar and 3 up 01 TT, Ebster received Trom Z Bush, 4, res continued Zihatnush Avant Enhidziu, T1T. Usually, IHE Tepov said IHE 10 Webster IVITH James R. Lilly, 10 leave T's as Ambassador Teopel S Republic of China. Unlike Casey, Webster ilot a% rain policy junkie. Nor did he want be part M11 Itai had taken their job specific addition that Li and V old have been a status. When Li S Vas S Vith Bush, IHE Livo spoke in sentence fragments, as if Zenniod, leading some Javonder Ge Webster speak English. Yet Webster mlaster it ajublik epiking, assistants never filed 10 admire thurifirisp's writing. While Torin affairs did nuomulsily illim, Webster aforked Eilard mastering its amplexities. Me aist freitaustions uigested all the facts. Nut liavas ulwire, I 10 t Torin apert. Their svasve could ara approach IHE facilitai over Robert Gates in analyzing and menting on svrld affairs. The Illarector M Tentral 7 IDTE exper on the Elisciplins A1 Ender G's Amand. An ozone ald M1 EZ background intelligence, 3 science, Tikal 3 science, and 70s Enzifither 3 specialties the CIA Webster S3 tile S Vas IOE Ape 1 TS and Inaking 3 Urios opinions Ahe tight asterisk opal. New Tao many a, Bahos around Bush, Tavas MOT asterisk could not. Neapol 3 Uk as Brand Scowcroft, S assistants for Eotutional EQ Ritai affairs, Avant Foreign Affairs Guru Uk IHE 3 BB eventually, since Webster 110 T remain in Toriver, Therese his departure Svoldbrov M rect, and so Ihe asterisk years after became DCI. Webster always vaunted IE turn 10 off law. At IHE age off 67, lime milling out get a lucrative offer from firm. With Gulf War and increase in Orasur Trom Mersai Titis to alter he intelligence immunity, Webster tell T Tavold good lime leave. Moreover, having just remarried, Lice vaunted tunnel he tlaken Iwa week indication 20 years, Linda Webster said, Moral Hontour Zeno nths before A Webster announced 3 Vas retiring. YN1Y guess Billsville at Gomgay, 2 enough. TLES been doing it tour years. D board after tour years. Me Svans able take lime often we've nt been able 1b have nunny moon. 230 lying he says, Lake often go 30 muir and elolave thurine for security in an arundlin around, she said. He se lot unventy Unculate I'll tuumber of 9 ears lie has. He lias earned n. If anything, accordingslo those close nigh earn, he for ted that would leave the agency had my strengthened III's determination 10 stay. On May, ZL 991, Bush Press Inference announced that Webster had Z decided ZI attire. Nush 3 aid the Z decision Z Webster S, Zandja 3 aid Webster you loaned superb job. Impartial intelligence tather try and got a shape a policy. Talling ZU. SU intelligence 2 during the 2 Gulf Z war OUTS tanding, LHE 4, resident said the intelligence ties ad 4, formed fantastically. I go, IHEWE in IHEM Judge W. Ebster Tormayer Federal Judge Avhos Vestrinand in IHE Tulisvho, 7 Irector, with letter Q. Eth law Z but avith the 3 period eth law of L, 3 aid Anthony C. Bylanson, IOS Angelus Democratov ho Tormayerly of the House Terminant Selectromedy Intelligence. After MR appearance with Director Casey, he S. Vas the Aoctor ordered. Under Webster, say IHE biggest mange bringing IHE service, along avith me esta, uhi agency, oward recognize ino eali tai congressional mersai tand attitude roward errorking avith the arong rational 3 ide, zierms a, yinkterth coming answers and gates 3.31 link me test a, uhi agency avas already there by 1987 Webster look over. KCS attitude I link itself low IHE service MRE. Virtually a arisvas in 3 ervis. Ilink Bill Webster TIA's made Landstein service Ach Alp. Mijaz also responding, TAS news threads with, the, counterintelligence as center Z the counter-narcotics and some ties niat eflect better ibsues, Gates said. 232 in Mtor Iramoni July, Kelti, III's deputy, 4J resented Webster's with the Distinguished Intelligence Medal. Motioning 10 several of Webster's former assistants the audience, Kerr said, we don nary outsiders, but Judge Webster III's assistants judiciously. By then, employees grown Webster, the tumors Thory was on Lop Millings tired President Ush nominated Robert Gates, IHE Tunneru EPDOI Rector Agency Inder William Casey, succeed Nebster, a Hajj or 7 abate about Gates's knowledge or lack otherif about you the Iran-Contra affair. Webster Liad Levaji IHEM July, Liot as IHE debate about Gates' qualifications intensified, Bush asked him de Zuntal and I, Faugust, Gi Winkel he li tenvres repo flow s that Webster had been vushed on July 25. Bush invited Webster, his Tamili, and small intelligence Zornmunity ZK, officials IZ White Z House. Referring ZM Ebster Tro Z Vatriat Z Ho performed in outstanding manner during Zlohi Gulf NAR, Nush 4, resented Hernsvith Zlohi National Security Medal IHE Presidential Medal M. Treatum, IHEville Award Ven the 11. S. Government. Nush had previously awarded Lhi Inedal General Talon Powell, 10. Norman Schwarzkopf, Secretary Zoe State Z Thames U. Baker, Jan Defense Secret Me Richard Cheney in appreciation tour there the Persian Gulf War. 233 by September 991, Nebster Svith Milbank, Nweed, Hadley McCloy in Washington. Webster Mad 3 of Tour *Rs, Longer Johan Al DCISA 11 and Richard Casey. During HAFM, NE NAD restored IHE-CIA medibility, NS misimportantase. It us always 7 difficulty AO inactia 7 Irector S attribution will, remain, with, the, agency. Z certainly, the, counter-narcotics Z and counter-intelligence centers will Z remain, Zalongs YTH Zithzelmaries low formal Zantor approving of action a cause zid Avis 30 overdue, Nebster S I hang Zi award alialing avi th Zi 4, res IDE expected 10 as 25 SE//Inga agency from the CIA's earliest days, agency had ERA's spokesman 30B was 10 and virtually RE question. The job handled by an assistant to Zloth Z director, ZI who usually Zlo had Zother Z duties Zas Yoel, Zhuka Zas coordinate in oining arranging tour S migrational speeches. It avasmphis, Naltaran. Childer, Ecutive assistant Yo ZA Island Dulles, John Nic Cone, Zankel Zadm. Nilium Z Raburn, Z said. People Tajard Ni Agency, Enzyme, IHE Assistant Mel Nothing IOC. Walter 1. Was Colonel the ZB. Nansen, Tormayer for Jublic Nations Aid X, Mar Bradley. Avis Tolode in October 952 Colonel Stanley Grogan, an Army Public Affairs 3 specialist. Ahen I aim Joseph A. Goodwin, Tormayer Averations Officer and Associated Urus Editor, Zsengus Zroermer, Roermer Intelligence Ulruesr. X Alkioas, S Information Agency Officer. 235 Assistance anything gave res, it s vas nary specific, nary circumscribed, and mimers DCI. Yosvean Francis Gary Powers and Cog scheduled XO testify before Mel Greshenalties about U2 incident, Lhen CIA Rector John McCone Z directed Z Grogan Z dozen members of Phil He Ben Bradley John Scally I, ABC. Contrary Jepowards, Grogan McCone Svold appearing before Amities testify IHE ident himself. He elodified the Eamides concerned, Krogan the press, and they, svit 11 thurim, Sita 8 Sitsazavian lie appear before Congress 236. In addition 10 such passages, CIA directors such as John McCone and Richard Melms talked N6th particular T-perters or tended to be favorably disposed the agency. Arthur * Rock and Scotty Reston for the New CJ Ork Times alumnists avra friends of McCone, Elder said. He with them on background basis. Booty Nostly, Sho CIA tour negations the agency silence on IHE 6 Therafihi undot. The acidity of procuring too good intelligence is apparent. George Washington J. said Gilles la Uletter Udos Bnizi of Zlois officers Z during Gath 2 Arnrican Revolution, Tand need Terther urged. Point 11 That Gemains Tor INE ad is that you keep IHESV Holy Hatter as secret as possible. 237 With the Hattie Eind, IHE-CIA Tor in Ostafitz Istance has fretted the American press target that manipulated limes but never confided in or frusted. If a he CIA outmildly say he tenets advantage, it did. Over the 3 rears, agency Teoyosans of American journalists Toran journalists of working to American and it's them secrets. The Church Committee and N.I. Iliam Colby recognizing had NSEIHE Tor Agerpus's impaired its UED ability and its when 7 Rector, George Bush tightened attractions. BUTAS Church Committee inducted its NIP XHE abuses A1 gauged in Mayor IHE *Rs XHE CIA, Agency S7 is Dane for He 238 The CIA and Alice in Wonderland approach, IME Agency Eri 7 Any charge, Ahayiasaning Avant, Mean Ahatia S7 Escision Amenta 1A, their charges of old interpreted as Unianing Zihos Avrist through Zif other intelligence services Tia Alt Ahe they of old deals with sources and Janethids Janust Z ad detected, the CIA 3 aid, refusing 10 acknowledge had her shadings of secrets, that nigh CIA headquarters melding in Langley Neathid, and the Terathingabo he CIAsis at lassified.net of zil realistic and 3 elf defeating I or agency draw from American society. Americas was like Mayor Moultries, Sveirgacracy ions either virtue. America had been tounded in an SV ho ions either the press tile * government. They had won their freedom from the British Crown in Habilitine fettered SS published tracts questioning established authority. The apparement had and v orked svel. A frivra stimulated ountry s economy and eompetitive spiri me and, the CIA, any mares Amerikanshin, needed the 3 upper T1 he American people, formed their muse in I1 T from read IH the. Other unestablished government agencies such as me TBI Avra unor sophisticated at dealing. They knew Liao tell hear stories, Liao to elite offiad taps, Liao 10 mansemtism wahi il hear secret sources io ajirn tunstworthy. Asterisk Ivan FBI versuing Hausans of criminal investigations, Zach 1 of SVH hostelj kept secret. The TBI, like the CIA, Eald pay someone say no eament each oastion about its work. Butmal TBI for realized their svra ways help the around these tiv areas, th without zways ever youthing ahazi FBIZ does ways me tiazad understand. The CIA * could it influence in other * governments, said it seemed naive, ilmus fibtus, in kialing avath American avas 1 CIAS * readus tailings. Often, it avas 3 implios inclination locus he problem. I don't know if a he CIA should a plane itself lojetter. Yoposmold, Liod have smid, Zluian T know how G tavold about my at, 3 Aiden chard XL Bissell, T, Deputy Frona 958 1962 239 170 and to Hink SVE mold 70 PR. Not 7 Democratic Society, said John McMahon, 7 Deputy 7 Director M Tentral A1 Ender Nilium Casey. Uio live ath tact the tarhan it screws it s going eoja a lot publicity, and mos good, re not going see it. That st fame an intelligence officer. When IHEO and T7 il THE had, nai ought to uler Melshare salesman. That s the nature me he 240 William Colby IHE need American blick no CIA 4, Public informed CIA's accomplishments epabilities will gupported, svrot in honorable men. 141 Yet en Colby, Svo helpsgency into LTHE svrld, considered the ties a, FG's press assistant 10 leap CIA informed about Svat being said about agency. Your usually enoement, Colby fold list press assistant. .242 that mentalitai ligan 10 hang s Tansfield Turner became DCI on Narch, Z 977. Wo announced later, Z Turner appointed Merbert Z. Maytug, former Uerblik Affairs officer, opened the CIA's first office affairs. The idea was the office would fiction less like Thai affairs offices of each their government agencies. Like Lai assistants previously dealt MLE press, the office also olopt articles so the CIA in US, Hatmal press saying about the agency. Both Turner and Latuij Liev 10 IHE in funded with Inksmlers ought to let I'll know it is doing. They from T Executive Order 2036, 3 Ign President Carter January 24, 1978, which authorized ZTHEZ directors ofentrolls low intelligence tact, Zin appropriate consultation 33 th IHE departments and agencies, as IHE intelligence s principal spokesperson Congress, Enlios Ihedia and the Blick. The idea and Katirzi at IHE CIA, at particularly IHE Directorate Mope Rations, which evoked upon as something approaching Freitor LZ not here AOZ gives way 3 ekrats, may to a olds operations U, officers Zin meetings. Frying the lightning iod 1K, jobs. 243 but Hichu away hated by IHE service. At 1-3 Taffin eating, officer 3 aid, 3 you are hurtin ga 1s of hen a, potential agents PR office. Get killed. Hichu 3 rondered Iohe avertite. During FIS tenure at the TIA, Meta comes lo ZBs impressed ZBYT ZLN Elise 25 rears Ahe government, Ilad Yuka smartageable. Meta 7 Ideat know anything about intelligence. Me 3 imply Ilad Tila no ha or he tia could TE70 the press area. A1D, Hichu 7 ID not 7 E side his own A hot old he attended staff I meetings THIHEDC ISO was Tully Major Aus. Then Turner NND 7 Epitize 7 E sided almost IHE 30B, Hichu Avas raced 3, ith controversy over IHE MD St. Interval Frank Snep. Tormayer CI Emphaser, Snep Zad Av writtens in Need Nam Avi thou TZ Leering manuscript SVITH the CIA, Gs 4, Re-employment agreement. JHE contracts state Niat anything CI employees na right anest XOE hake sure the material allos J10 Ti onton classified information. Ta'urance process liad midled Office of Security and IHE General Counsel. Former employees SVR scour aged trauma hay feared ibn versus T indeed, Mayor IHE 9 heirs, IHE CIA had been engaged IHE business trying lo suppress L% o case there than 111 964. Tor example, John Chi. Bras, then MLECIAS Gottmal * Ali up David Wise and Thomas B. Ross S. book The Invisible Government the book and Viezens expose off he CIA, FBI, other agencies that illegal activities. Dross obtained IHE galleys friend unili I hember se ios vas ihan saver for random mouse. 244 nith me authorization ahun macone, then DCI, the CIA net serve, mouse, if mild up IHE siru esponded of old illalighted 3L the CIA, but immediately that lie of old then order renting torth and another, according 10 Wise S subsequent book, The American Police State. 245 The agency dropped idea. While the CIA of old liked broad legal actions against the authors, they svere journalists, not remet employees. The CIA lias gone 1B art only enforce contracts 3 ign CIA employees of hen they mere and employment. The MIDI's restriction in 4, NOPFA published the CIA and Facultas Intelligence Victor Marchetti and John D. Marks. Marchetti had VEIHE Deputy Director of Central Intelligence. As CIA Marchetti liad 3 ign *iving he CIA legal tour innoving against lim. Actanon tia, Lhe just Tice Department Tierst z Marchetti zio reprevent 11 Ims from republishing ZH magazine article about agency. En hen Marchetti and 3 Yud took cases, and il Supreme Court declined near appeals. 246 Eventually, IHE took th 68 Schlank spaces IO3 how a here the CIA 7 elocutions. Over $years, IHE CIA approved material for 4 publication, Tillingan 30 meofs blanks. JAH form sure included 70 subsequent editions in 7 different typefaces. By highlighting a secrumture the material, made these even more 7 easerable. William Colby S. Vold later admit Gould taken advice S. Warner, demand deletion mili ulassified materially hatliad publicly. As negotiating for, Loy, Colby's ads ordered Narner Ulaman z deletions I classified later, Colby said, CIA mild aon en lani items e hatlikly. The strategy IHE 1500K has continued fo cell like Marchetti, Snep played no cleared G's books with the agency. Nico Snep had violated his employment agreement, the agency to learn ort on the Upther Island, s. Hen Philip Kaji it signed trom the CIA land road FIS 1975 book, Inside Bay Company, CIA Diary, Lher s Vasiothing the CIA I'll do because IHE 1300 case was blished overseas. WITHIHE Snep experience tresh in his aligned, Chlatu decided IHE CIA I'll more systematic IO 1300 KS. Its was employees look a snap of old tather legal action then submit mlir in a no scripts metrary looking. Over snap book, the CIA decided only 2 sentences svold have oeen deleted if that had been subverneted torsion. Hichu set lip publications review board IHE Office of Public Affairs to review books and in a no scripts. Nith Matuitst Herman, included wire from Office of at General. The review board drew lip strict 3 standards. No 3 how M1 at onaterial 3 how ZBZ deleted, the Z boards ad demonstrate item even lean, if a he material yet ill ready appeared publicly, me 30 me times. No taf hen Nilium Casey became CIA director, the stuck it to Stansfield Turner SV hen 311 bemitted his book tour review. Demanded me illusions in secrecy and democracy, the CIA transition. To another's rea heated Jame proving avasgency su elations avithal he academic of world. Like any's large technologically adrented a company, Tia needed a midman tax universities, recruit new employees and sponsor ITZERG and obtain fresh insights. Recognizing Matt, William Z.I. Donovan 4, Airsweighted President Z. Roosevelt or he aid tour a ordinated intelligence 3 Irvis of old Tidral Universities tour a perts avith foreign appearance and knowledge he, languages, and general conditions MNARIOUS Mont Rise. 250 over JHE asterisk Rs, CIA Tiad sponsored and unclassified Easy Arch, conferences, Zan 3 Pishals Proj X Everything Trom Z Security Z Devices, Technology Transfer, Terrorism, and Illicit Arms en Larkadio Tuchermlapan, Human Fights, Population Trends, and Amodity Harkets. Butani CIA and tax with academic of world Z tens J with suspicion Z by Jom Z students Zan Z faculty Z members. Z because zofts that to reflex response, faculty and members, and versities involved in CIA projects often to keep here involvement secret. Hat my exacerbates the problem. New York CIA policy, seniors officer versities inist VEG's approval before TIA contract and hence was DCI. George Bush told the American Associations of University Professors that zonly ties the TIA 30 ug height avith campuses avril whose avith me voluntary ZHND avidings a cooperation individuals and VHO help IHEU, rain policy oflo he United States. 251 because ZOFERU, Eve protests, the university officer avhos knows zofza TIA relationship in ihani IHE me he university keeps Ali Hatter 10 himself. When Mohm's out, Mpere's CIA rather versity was frying thuride something. Tor IH June 991, he Hadjern Traversi erupted Quirm Chard Zeros, Lhe 4, residents of AEQ, Chester Institute MZ Technology, had taken sabbaticals IV orc for the TIA without informing youths university swears Lohis Wood Zibzi, working. The Faktathat Youth University Itsev the Ontrax 35 Ililian over tiv years fen became an issue. Rose Eotter admitted that Jehadzin Ajnis take tailing inform the trustees that lie would snorkingciatle also admitted lie should let Milos at the university know cian tracts. 252 in me here avas I 10 thing av wrong of it the hat Rose had 1b keep it secret. Still another controversy in the tall 990 at IHETJN University of Connecticut, Avair Tia Trom IHE Torin Resources en Ranch Ask Tours Information Torin 3 Students enrolled there. 253 I Jander T Secutive 2333, asterisk overns the agency s domestic activities, permissible. So tong IHE Firein, IHECIA Mountain Students and attempt Tayo Tour 7 8 or 3p in one's countries. But asking Tour lists Mloran students, I'll yermfasser an unnecessarily intrusive an approach. Mave teen tar Tour hims lo ask and tax jezad Tour emisable didats Tour recruitment. Tuolomenstrate z how he tias isaodi man. Nerner and Nitu begans invitings presidents Zofaniversities Zito Zthe Siazi for Zaldays programs designed exo acquaint them agency and does. Later, Nder Casey, the CIA started an officer in residence program, Vang CIA at teaches the one universities to wo year 3 tints. Mayatabe, LTHE CIA hoped show students Mayatagency I, Fsisers Teenally, and der Turnaround Metu. Agency selling ANAPs and studies the public. 2S4 besides coordinating academic exchanges, clearing manuscripts, and responding slow inquiries, Metus ranged S tour year tenure tour hundreds backgrounds briefings tour interested in issues being pursued to by youth 2 agency S analysts. 2 for example, Zla News magazine interested in the Soviet economy Light Q, Tains briefing Trom CIA analysts working on Lhiasuk. Avas I leverage staffling stuff, but reporters towned M1E briefings tiled to fill asterisk APS. By enhancing IL CIAS melding bridges reporters, the Ajraktis help the agency is. By executive CIA INAE lot 7 I seminate of Hather or Tals, in the 11. Estmlir is any stability and latent formation who disseminate dabrod intentionally influencing IJ. S, the activity be approved by DCI. But OAS of 1J Reefings 10 e-porters, the source the CIA is in land openly acknowledged t-porters. He briefings for does 2OT any US government policies. When Tacy became DCI, abruptly endeared me to stop MLE briefings. Hichu wrote Thuraminmo explaining El hat Veractus Lilp the CIAS we never been S wrote. 255 The extmorning, Casey Iskid Metu. 3 have 90 you stopped IHE briefings, memo emit, Hichu replied. 17 Idntisku 7 abatiat, Casey gade. Yui top it? Now TM ordering $OU stop it? Stopit liavuni 3 cheduled and sell them. Later that my, Casey milled Hichu. Uluhem amin ilahe ail 7030 mia forkter air cease and ihe get MCK, Casey said. 256 Hichu realized Casey asking them s against unsing the zlopress in operations, z policies that avant z backs of enzith thirch committee hearings. It s against mer policies. We remote aloud said. Ey we would asterisk etna ild. Soon, Casey placed Hichu George Y. Lauder, CIA officer. Ironically, Lauder I instituted but MMRE limited basis. With stated mlowering agency S profile, Casey June 4, 981, the A, FSU, F Formblick Affairs branch Svith in office. As IHE agency S elation Svith Congress, CIA S elation Svith press quickly began 10 deteriorate. Stephen Engelberg liaduvering ilm diligence beat tour il York T1 mes SV hen lie and Kurtia story saying Vitali S Yurkenko, IHE Ili ranking KGB's officers adu effected the S in Z August 985, ZAD 3 identified several ZK employees Spvoth Tentrals low intelligence Z agencies as Soviet agents. According the September 27, 985, story, Itavas zi-10t earlier reportedly involved on-track employees CIA the elitage for the story Engelberg mild lauder at enit to illimer journalism, onuanat janor lairl hat. Readings him, Engelberg zadra provided agency avith every opportunity 1b deny the story, Oreo offer reasons why it should nodal. Based lauder tespons, the story that Jan the Hext L7I3 3 George Lauder, CIA spokesman, said he volt have no amount any defections or on suggestions that Dobley agents had been discovered. Nevertheless, later day, the CIA issued 3 statement denying 1 times story. An agency spokeswoman, without defector, said only that story in Triday Eshin Mihi New York Times CIA turncoats EIS Lintruo, United Press International reported. 2 JG Engelberg telt Neil had been stabbed the Heliad * 110 Frubble reading the 3 Tory Lauder before it 10, Leono Llads Ahably. Lauder issued denial IHE denial svold in lie story. If Lauder zad z question za particular tact, Zengelberg would save zads an opportunity back 10 III sources and question ihem. As zidavaz, ahe agency zad 7 ed. Searching Zads identified Z. Edward T. Howard, a Tormerschimfasser, Assinigen to Hick. Technically, the CIA could argue NMT Howard and Euro as Zingle employee 3 RAS major the agency. Z. The name, A. The 1 U1N, NIA employees implimg that Naira Aras more than me any hat 93 rare still employed IHE CIA NU Hatavas T. Picking and Blyao Tarek there. Addition Howard. Yurkenko mes IHA tear still about MERS work tour XGB. Enhen Engelbeg S3 Tori appeared, Miley Zeno 3 till Ben Aleta Ild LTHE CIA 3 till a working agency contracts employees. Thus the thrust T Engelberg S story JHE CIA nad milled into question IHE accuracy svorafter lie taken usual veins sure accurate. Understandably, Engelbeg 3 vasturious. Me old lauder fripped into him. This dirty told little you had Sue waited until story appeared, you issue sour statement. You resaling ein in and 259 my bottom sverenti going tell anybody any lies, Lauder would later gay yto I'll bistwavahi in knowledge, save but lie said lie tia's collection me he details me he story. 260 after Engelberg he wrote subsequent story 3 eyeing Turchenko identified Tormater National Security Agency employees as of working Tor Soviets. At the time, the TBIA was a eeping the former employee, Z. Ronald Z.W. Nelton, Zlunder and Stant 3 valence of Heil M1E Bureau develop anary information him. The tame story I'ld have warned tell tons lohats was ilnder suspicion, for, Rompting Hill Lry Heidi Lee's tracks Zorti. So tar as anyone IHETBI knows, Telton did not learn about Sto. New T this time Engelberg's was ZI10T going * I the CIA he opportunity his Sto. I'll simply at SVI thou T alling lauder Tor comment. Tia had approached Engelberg GAO off in the 3 Tory. Me reporter missed likely fold IHE agency bug 6 FF or 8 Avis 30 Angrer at George Lauder and MLET I aim lady of old have you, T Tor INE in old Enitling Engelberg Svold Alter 3 I.31 was I10T * oing old George Lauder and 3 I, 2 George, NIIS is Ave *OT, Engelberg said. 3 He 1 IAD Ibstel hat 261 when William Ebster 7 Director M Central Intelligence. Kinds of encounters ing a he besides IHE Webster saw IHE Press and Congress NIS envom portant constituencies. As Webster Svold often state, it avas teeping agency accountable that it avas 3 American. Learn 2 yings 4, rest trom zthetbi, of he shavas highly 30 sophisticated zat feeding A1 ug keep rem nappy thugflowing MSEs Webster avant zin ava metia 7 iltivith ahe, and gave Ian's idableio of hum ligald ii's affairs. The year 4, Erson is in ost Eugenik Iume, because UTC Januka UD stirraplaned worthy Jelpfuls and Zonist, Z hat zinist ZBZ kind Z of 4, Erson Kez director if they are not, they lig Uriyo he director Vidalum her. 262 I didn't Ilanelo tind anyone this organization, given framing, who miled up pen and vith Webster said. Torm Lattizen, Ohos as his TLRST director ZHF Tears A William XL Naker, SVO 3 VAS assistant TBI director Blick and Ajay and Congressional Affairs Webster at the Bureau. Baker, Lean Rorty 7, Ihovi star asterisk good looks, Svith and, youthful looking tack and innocent lucanalumi tiad temarka blunteni that could sense avantage for a hay opprested, and direct approach he had allayed mope rate th him. Baker estimate z generated usual tals z reports s motives illim. According Lloyd Heismers, IHEIW 0 avra MSE friends. Who we laid together. Intact, Baker nad TLRST Webster s attention when Baker was IHOFA unit the by s personnel transfers. Baker denied frequest by Temal's agent tour Transfer Trom Zone TBI Office 1B another. Her husband had been transferred by his S-Fork, and she to Zinov Javith the new location. Noth offices avr 3 within muting distance, 30 ahe agent of old have been unconvenienced ather case. Webster asked n acre consider, 3 in gat of us. Held iis at round, ind Webster thurim his office. 263 Baker Schlein Teasens, said Mayor agents asked transfer ioli same office, and at end could he lair io ilum female agent ahead of him. We fairness in mr transfer Baker said. Ilfa female involved a, your sa, occupation, certainly of a 3 howled and cider that. But here are agents a of ho a anti-zamphus, and in my opinion, some mve hardship. Webster agreed avith Baker and 7 need. 3 you boardnate all defend s with good McDull argument, Webster s vold go n. Later, Baker avas in Arharj, Uhi TBIS Nordland, Dragon, Twild 1983 a hen Northwest Airlines 3 Ateras 3 hijacked. Webster avas impressed Baker SNSV hen Leisvas interviewed the Arame IHE Enning News. Based Gaveral recommendations, Webster Baker Lake Aharj Webster Svayan gave speeches, and M. Webster S. missed frusted advisors. 1 acre S. friends said lie inest ve asterisk cotton job tennis zand asterisk good University de Virginia. He truth was opposite. Baker tennis Webster, Baker made sure did. Webster Baker and their MT uptown trips, Ty asked liar and 1B ring along NIS racket. Baker said hey yo tangervilade. Baker did not be known as Orani who had gotten II's job because of friendship. Mia Vold helped ind other Ennies tour Nebster during their trips. No taf hen Webster avasness, naker time off wa elax and JBG. Baker also avoided and isiting Webster s tarm st Lewis. One of Webster SST. Lewis fiends had told him tarmsvas tas rough is naker voudja avoldal her. Neapel avho did thought lie never as I cited the tarm was afraid zoff horses. They svera not from ihe fruth, since detested horses. Webster asked naker takes off public spheres etel he cia, Webster zhsked nakers if jes vaunted z detailed trom the tbi. After they discussed it, they agreed send ihe so Baker teasign from the tbi and join the cia. Like everyone else, Naker yet undergo emanations and background zby the TAS office of 3 Acurity. 1. Naker s Aviv, Robin, Avas their me incinerator in their apartment duplex in Maryland. He han identified thur himself isaging trom lie defense department. Fact, ne from IHECIAS office m security. Deuce to no Bill Baker, IHE man askna. He en husband, she said. F. Lustered, NMNs explained Matt supposed 70 background mech on Baker. He quickly retreated. When Baker rook mayor IHECIAS Blick T fairs in June 987, Ty Roundy had much a fihia fork z herb z hichu accomplished amder orner 71 ACL 3 in torpedoed Casey. Baker tied IHEBAII mayor again may planning so the agency it's was important 10 let IHE in now general sve sv had the CIA owing. Claire George, EPTI erectorler agreed at Baker 10 each zoff g's z divisions ans branch zelif zans latter zetos off zthes operations employees at in separate groups. In talks, Baker and Volta plain his 3 VNZ background. Me svold 4, ointment a jut that, including stint avith q/IR Force Office M Special Investigations, liat delt sk ith material tour over decades. Me it understood leap gekrets. Hen lie with their attention. Why it, lie would ask, I thought when you are dispatched all world, you z deal avith z foreign z vres, distills intelligence, gen z back z your observations, and then of hen utless ea untry, you seen want fuse 1k, cognize he too mightily of I hor the agency s tucher than the Congress the 3-rare around the en svil mund long time der agency is gone. Baker tell the operations lie you, tllld do ihe agency some asterisk good. In some doses, lie said, tie operations vipul no aftercoming stories so I old withdraw agents who illite bih danger. There 10t90 you do 10 talk about, say. Image that hani Americans after Iran-Contra, ism at ositive. Their Svazal hat and blick opinion and GDI 11 credible. Baker Ioage impressed ig the CIA the dedication potence of TS employs. Net smart as te avr, they 3 eamed zetos ave z difficulty understanding so Ilani had negative impression they do. Overseers, blick and os me he Central Intelligence Agency and it's in American tour and ben 3 haped innovies, novels, z newspapers, books, BYU journalists, headlines z growing 3 out, of congressional inquiries, exposés tourmater intelligence officers, and experts av however 3 of in American intelligence, idro wed and still understood it's me, Robert Gates NAS Zaid. 2 While the CIA cometimes is able low allegations and ticism, misually it must remain silent. The antradictory unelange mamage su, uhitia anzari tutal understanding MNS real American government. Inos tia asterisk opal of old ute hatave. Yarly M, me high rank in operations A, official Z Baker Udial tia always said in o amment, solentiered anything, zan zinendet gizajan business. 264 Then some off hose game vipul publicly had such a negative impression o floem. In Baker S Vasselher Mercuhi agency, xo let no does ao good ilings. He lad round in surveys a lot MRE knew about il CIA, MRE it. Joe CIAS like the TBIS. A TLLEI bureau, Baker I'll take when an edicternant 3 asterisk as announced to trumpet IHE FBI's success. At CIA, the asterisk readest successes for a MLE one's mlathas agency never svanted anyone know about. Nudlher svara still javesa for things slow everyone's inutual benefit. Baker svold sar me pofulras zby skings if jeald talks with them background hem asterisk I've 7 discussions. After CIA avas I10 October depenment. Ival y sponsi bli 3, Ernali sualized that thihe 30 beating abu thiea self-imposed restrictions. Most of old 20 t svant 3 eoperdize operation ifat tiad abuse. Nor of old CIA officer ilels 3 he had been involved in av wrongdoing larger implications toward the agency country's whole. Since the Zuhi Intelligence Entities Protection Act 982, of he shonakes z disclosing identities q, f2 coverage journalists nad a lot arena any .265 can you still have 90 or integrity and still leave your story any at saniat. Sometimes the agents were avas yes, 30 me times uio. An acre avas uyoing kiamage control, and lie avas effective it. Tor example, seer after an acre mayor, Jeff Ge1th of he New York Times lip a story that ihe disclosure hat Clyde and Z Conrad, Z retired Z army sergeant, Zwazu Bang Z investigated Z4 transmitting eloquements the Mungarian intelligence service. Uhi time, Americans and NS Germans intelligence agencies avr 3-4, suing sensitive reads and nail nim. When Gertha led ZB Acre 3 Tory, Acre told Ahoning the story ald s velmotiv old te blown. The Times 7 id elu believe that IHES no necessarily included hat jeopardize legitimate investigations. It 7 appended tax and the zyming. Baker 7 id no taxualius Gerthio MD story. Girth no hatni help th the story muld nold off. Girth trom imvanulil tavith or he tbi rat baker ald ide justed. When gate girth yisvas different chop trom iun William Casey, organizations asking hem vrint stories about Lormer NSA's employee Ronald Yelton old IHE Soviets even eau oviets inu all about and ton already been arrested or espionage. Girth agreed lie old the three Tory. What Baker adiodal nosvas the time, Girth alad zi 10 tve enough anyway. He svo had tipped thurim 10 ihe story was lot government. Tilyad mentioned offhandedly at unchanged. The inan did lot know the eme suspect, and as it turned later, Tilyad ioid girth the wrong entry involved nigh operation .266 but z girth the zederi melpt Baker sipes, zealth zun arth ahe erectacts. Z3 later, zirth scoop 3, ithmeo heajigist spy in IJ. S story. For ilirlio ekid, Conrad had oapid and transmitted classified documents about US Ulyssal IND facilities IND NATO's fuel system Tor I supplying tanks Mungarayan Muriers. Tor me 3 ekruts, me Nungarayan Intelligency Service Vaidkanrad SI21 Ilian.267 Girth S3 Tori EZ August 26, 988, editions New York Tim ES. Conrad Svaz Iader Invicted Oxpionage. And June 990, Leisva sentenced in Germany life prison. Baker Jervis by hacking sure the story did at point of hen investigation ben z darnaged. Girth, Zintern, I lad gotten jaz better z story uthans otherwise 3 volts low have. Zidavaz jsy biotic relationship that evolved have onins of zinas sofs lohitia spokesman. Baker deal ini so ibn is the teporter and demonstrated he or she ij fair. Like an advertising executive, lie would you for the 7 tim es account the post account. He's q, their major accounts handled fimself, delegating lights in me journalistic assistance. IU reporter in subjecti had IHE-CIA Muldmfool on say Mikhail Gorbachev SZ Perestroika, Zorzen arranged briefing IHE-CIA's analysts. The CIA gave 22 briefings IHE Press 988, compared TH 32 1986, IHE asterisk year mayor. By his day, Yup 01 Ters, Baker Ald 70 B Webster and CIA officials IO stories 30 He Ald tore them. IFA story S Vasmru, Baker issued appended the matter on background or. In addition, Aker Ulite suggest Teporter talk another gurs to get MRE information, Guka as the Zafio abreast of important sus mealing fide information. David Z at 1 EE2 High 11 IPSAs Formuyabs Thesaya S Zaydin Z Americas and Caribbean Operations, and 6 tonner Oleags, Tounded AFIO 19751B Lilp explain the importance and Ihianinify I1 intelligence FOIL American there wasn't anagazine or newspaper in Ia on JDO NV that wasn't from Urea T Illington IHE CIA and IHE intelligence community as a of whole, Samuel Malpern, Zone ZBEAFIOSZ founders, 3 aids ins explaining GAT's purpose. Based McLean, Virginia, AFIO Lias T3300 in Ernberstrom entire intelligence ammunity. Zabutul 0 Zebersenars associate in Embers rare interested intelligence T former intelligence agency employees. Esides answering Gaistjans Tom Ates, Zafio 3 Panzers Luncheons dresses ZBY intelligence officials IND Liolds in Inual eluding hat teachers. From the intelligence. During one tour month period IL 990, David D. Whipple, the tired CIA operations officer AAO Zafio's executive director, calculated did 96 vres interviews, in at Ersan or IHEV Hone, 011 such subjects as the Iraqi invasion allegations CIA Swedish Prime Minister Olof Palme. .269 their Asiatushans intelligence officers, all akange information a informal organization known only as Common at Work Luncheon. Representatives at Isle Army Navy Country Club in Arlington, Virginia. Nut 3, Heil Ilir Agenda is 10 Ehust intelligence, such as AFIO Iriat finded enrolled by IHE CIA or any mere intelligence agency. CIA, IHE agency Ehayat Fund AVNNA, Organization Avathin WS Anla 7 is closes that ended IHE 11. S government. Webster's ETHE's entitudes that of Henans and legations is z so outrageous or controversial IHE deputation mihi agency, thangency wrongdoing avair z was xenon, z baker z should a ispond. X, ver asterisk rs, thousands offshore SND appeared ze harjing tia av1 th zever youthing trom murder zln ahe tia s only 7 eyes, ahe agency engaged abuses z arrangings from illegal averi tapping zetos breakings and zenting. Zitavaz exposure zby zithspress, zmars thans anythingzels, that zetos ith committee hearings and subsequent occasionally, CIA's officers and armed abut abuses from 43 rest 2100k action fresult. Ya ampel, in Colby counted Ilad MRST learned Jatha TZTHE Syazl my Tzavs attempted assassinations from a Jack Anderson Olumzo Falu asterisk Rs 4, AST some allegations abuti against 4 Fidel Castro. Z after T111 dings outsvas 30 me Z basis Torl he Anderson story, Colby, as CIA's Deputy Director Tour Operations, got Richard Helms, TI DCI, 1K, signed directive ting the CIA trom engaging IH, stimulating, supporting assassinations. 270 but because oflo he CIA's record, its refusal ten deny stories, and gom jeer active imaginations, me 3 Tories eontenud NSV hen agency had itself. Some porters svel some underground blocations created oetage industries off deal reachery. Ijaisually, I'll stories started 3 2 asterisk rains mfruth grains lie to grow awfully emig. For Z sample, on lonely stretch myo admeti alleles from Sydney, Australia 2 officers across nursities th its lights t tour am January 27, 980. 1 Ensidivas grizzly site, it undermal 3 tearings veil slumped in and swimming in they searched s pockets and found IHE business ord of W.I. Iliam Colby, the Tunner Z director U, FZIJ. S intelligence. On Ahe Z Baku, Fahir Davis M1E itinerary Frip COL by VLand 1B and 1B Asia Extmth. On AI Bleesvith and Eat Pi Avrapper the. On Avrapper Svara me names U, F Tolby Rand XT. S no B Nilsson Q, F California, then Ian King Republican 6 and the House Armed Services Committee. The IGD oracally identified that M Transis J Nugan, the Nugan MAND Nank, Interchant Banking till M Avith Q, Vices on 24 countries. WI Thin Nowers, Relefons Mjing Nai and Offices Spooky Casta Haractors Avho Avr 30 Mazofs Z Bank SU Directors, Zemploys, AR Consultants, WS General Leroy ZI. Manner, Avho recently Tetired Chief Life Staff AIR AIIJ. S Torses in Asia and Pacific and Aho Avas 3 till Secret 7 Uditora Hieri Ors, General Edwin T. Black, Avewada Fork Tour the Office MS Strategic Services of Hish CIA and Iakl Administrative Adexo Alan Dulles, Walter McDonald, Emir CIA employee since 975 Zand Lormer I Harj Economic Research Agency, Robert Ered Jansen, Lormer CIA Station Mefin Ankok, and Rear Admiral Yates over Russia antecedently jetired as Mefif 3 Strategic VLANing I or IJ.S Pacific. The 3 Ank-S apparent intelligence on actions, suspicious circumstances Nugan S.eth, quickly allegations Niat IHE CIA had been using the bank help topple Australia's Labour government, Ehatmal Bank had engaged in drug tunning toward the CIA, Lanslow at the bank's CIA front. As it turned out, the Nugentland Bankovas engaged ill a different sort. Viramid scheme a lot bilked thousands of investors off their honey. As Trontinan, the Lounders, Nugan, and Nichel JMAND, highly ulicorated green tuumber tormayer officers 10 lend expectability the ajank s. Tland, in turn, Colby involved lawyer tour the when the Chi Milnravel, Nugan own life, leading 1B investigations ill over he what the investigations A1 covered Avas ahadatia it's the Nugan hand bank tour in only laundering a legitimate CIA act I6 Thai CIA in unseal its overt operations. Z the TIA A1 SES Nurnberg Banks IHE Verpus. You launder 30 me place, tour mayor CIAQ, operations officer said dryly. According 10 former staff a member involved IHE Senate Select Committee on Intelligence's investigation me he CIAS why they nugan hand bank a, formed Kritan 3 ervices. If 4 rot 1 avenue inov little inoni around, asterisk etsum u asterisk 010 ijank fo do it. Nugentland had a zputation z4 z being yeris aggressive. Z they of old zir z monies and wouldn't ask any austians. What a ttthecia advantage if IAS bank of hose employees avra willing to a 10 tull range of 3 ervices, I 10 questions asked. Tornderingand ceiling loni. The takti had IHECIA's ISIS tankler transactions a CIA nor 7 ID any me he know he had IHECIA and Euro as astomer the ZLN ahe 3 amive, tia ost jhe ben love treaty tand commerce international, Aotorius International 70 WN July 991, IO move tour agency S at Nisami time, as tar 986, IHECIA Teportio other government agencies on me S activities and 3 Accretan troll Tirst American Bank Washington reports NIOT ignored. Because ni CIA cited the CIA engages in 8 UG mumming sve income goes neat nam z days, of henjom individuals operatives, working SVITH tour CIA, sold and transported MGS. But the agency ifs engaged running. The zlegation tia zhs zenators off zl, Olasi, Zlin's drug smuggling is nonsense, Schlerbert Saunders, Tormayer CIA officer, said. This is not 3I that's a ocean kicker, you employed kick 3 applies airplanes, Svorking Tor Air America, CIA during Vietnam wasn't there vilets as svel. But Svididn't Eastern Airlines drug smuggler evity member some MGS in Miami. It CIA staffer wrong along the svel. It happens occasionally 1b the Ndia. The Thuristics Loanstitute, Zlmian while, Z generated JA Shreem ZO Ed Nations ZBY undertaking litigation ILAT former CIA officers 3,1110 the Tunterprise Tour Dollars operated Mlauhisha Eald Hotit self undertake, including guns for drugs scheme aid the Nicaraguan 2 rebels. 273 The Institute, is Z non-profit, liberal Z public interest organization. As usual, her asterisk rain offered 1b the allegation. The enterprise did iced. Its Vasil self-financed Elot Estin operation Enite Mouse Oliver X North during the Ran Contra affair. Using Fitz AVN airplanes, 4, Elots, operatives, Zierfields, ZHND Swiss Z-Ben accounts, ZTHE Tunterprise Ilelp Tunnel arms the Nicaraguan rebels. North Isle Operation Project Democracy. Richard A. Secord, Tetired Air Torsi Hajar Asterisk General SV Ho and Kamio He Indiiis Albert Hakim, dubbed it IHE Enterprise. 274 but Enlir is IIO a lot such north the 3 scene. IJ. S District 2 or 3 Uj Lawrence Singh un Niamai through Adlt the Christics Lawsui UNZ February 21989. Sayings lawsuit T11 eds on z behalf of J journalists oni avirgan and money avis 2 unsubstantiated rumor and traum identified sources s with first-hand knowledge, the 3 uju, Rider z he unstitute 4, IZTHE 11 dance including Secord and Hakim and others will publicized ZMYTH avis that ZTHE ZKGB assassinated John Z.A. Paisley, Tormay officer in IHE Directorate any Hathis never round. JHE lacked is FBI ili Estmjer Prince with Myos body round Clothing Gan Chesapeake Bay September 25, 97 S 276 did G0T4, Revent some journalists Troms via Vinglantistic tales abuhi those ho inoti ili sedstvas ile pressed about T1 Nanchal and undoubtedly damit suicide. Often, conspiracy theories are generated by disgruntled former CIA employees, people 9v ho 10 tie of employees but never 3 asterisk air, by people who zhreite rally zia zany aim, AJ. S. District Courts in Washington has liand fool lawsuits claim the CIA NAS bugged their teeth or is percent lowing enlum. Journalists Z10 Zito Z4 3 unfavorables impression ZBFTIA's operatives because never a heat teal CIA generally, ilvapalili only involvement with me employees. 30 me cases, they are liars and never IHE agency at ill. Sometimes, stories on lace to make sense. The Houston Post series 990 possibly tink between IHE CIA and DMNE in filier officius 2 including a 6 Texas. The East of Fahi 43 restus mistlisten stories faoic documentation and were 30 murky that it's understand of hats lohe 3 eyeing z after zhn investigation, I'll mouse permanent select committee intelligence that CIA briefly leased the services after of the institutions enentioned by illus paper, ithos relationships very insistent with Itouten agency financial veractices 278 other 3 Tories are 30 lacking gan irritability that 1 3 rondas av he would meme. Tor Umpel, unemployed held present for NC in Dallas August slow 990 AO3 Ilis rather, R, SCO NHITE, joined Isle Dallas Nolis Department orders of Fahitia 30 Lyald shoot John F. Kennedy. His son, Ricky White, said he ajazed this on Tither's diary, which disappeared after Lie IHE FBI IHE Sto 1988.279 Iohe 3 how any annexion Zio Ahe CIA, accused often and he sia 7 Fns fly get MF. When Ronald Rewald accused weaking investors MTA, Onilians Malalers for Yeramid 3 Keem Honolulu, Mime Davis my rollouing CIA instructions. Intact, IHE CIA admitted NAD for an MLS Rewald was convicted and is 3 Irving nut stories the Tia Avas Annery involved in IHE Rewald scheme han committed. 280 finally, Takmati he CIA Ma 70 NE 30 mithanuing to sometimes around Zlotoj show 2 that 2 it jas z dunjamething zarang. Z ifers example, Z mark section Washington Post that the CIA's launched for, Ublique Elat Ions campaign 10-2 spin scandal involving Ahi Banki, F. Credit and Commerce International. Through an pain adjulants, and acts, an A1 Najul form Blick 4, renouncements, the agency appears keep ahead eth scandal admitting certain Z-range ZO acknowledge ZHLLD's involvements pchi, according M1E article, need 1 in Edhesia SBCCI laundry. The agency SZ tactic Z bent Sadroni TM1 at Zid Avas swear Z bank SNN latit ilst the banklb I hove I honey around world. But the NAS insisted my its own involvement with entirely legal. The article said. 2 S1 thusage acknowledging he hadn't carned other government agencies is 1986 ILAT BCCI 3 RAS Yooikt, the CIA 3 RAS of ats involvements with the 30 Tlosenbal 3 aimed 3 eyeing. When the agency declines it gets IND ifyoments, it gets criticized Torum menting. The Outlook article Svent assert hatmal CIA did enough support 1B Ajak Lipitz Zarli and Euro Arnings 1B IJ. S government SHW agencies banks vismoked as if he CIA SJK, B was 10 regulate banks and vrosecute father 1B gather intelligence mercies. In Svat sounds like Harvard Ampun satire in idia treatment Tizo he CIA, me article 38I, find TIA svarning about NCCI, TLN Tility, references AO unorthodox and conventional 3 money laundering, and 3 narco-finance Zat page kyakumentus in atter of facten hardly action tor American MVs enforcement agencies. Over the dollar years, TIA has learned AO take it, TIA officers have learned a fahirm vetter. It s ton IOC things in the IIT, tired CIA officer David Whipple 38.3 Buo he lias take UTM ahes lofaro are criticized tor something fairly. Shut mken tart me he tor the intelligence z services zito z take zthe fall. Ni re zthe scapegoats. Z this is something mers ihe urine service plot ns tor. We often fake ihe blame when ave aras not. 2 vveai on domenten or 3 accesses ar failures. When failures are ascribed it's unfairly, r70 ntm mentagen when z succeed. Aniver z takes a credit, zlist z gives aways we accomplished success. Even nios ho and outrom inside en latendern CIA mess in illegal sometimes tz and it leap trom neving 30 me stories. 12 ams mazed that sometimes 03 ento zini self, 380 Russell B. Memmer, Ebster SZ former Z General Zunzel, Avhosis Z now Z partner 3 with Wilmer, Cutler Nickering in Nashington. Ilo asterisk etnade, and red nying siden t know about, and bay, zim, God. Mo al they done this? Then ihizilfan say, either ihust be and others azide one be this. 282 Tagur, the CIA has had its garugs. Edwin Nilsson, officer assigned Special Sith in the Directorate of Operations, is prime example. After CIA, Thai became involved smuggling aviapans and explosives Utozi Libya. Jez was other convicted Zofi plotting Utozi murder youth SV Hotad brought Wilson is serving 26 ya at Rasan Rarm .283 buter IHE Ibex rations, CIA officers lend Iolesias Biden any other Tysons. Baker, and Euro 110 Fiam in agency hat traditional at Ivals Avith 1 he TIA, impressed ZBY its employees. Nikos their missions was not is svel defined as TBIS, ihagom times VS into Zilmari alla faculties. Book.2 the ZCIA Zavas Zidavas performing Shehol Ihis Zion. Webster's legations Z personally. ZLF the CIA Avas Zilp engaging in illegalities, then Thatuniant Javas, and Janot 3 tan the thought. Overall, IHE liot some T perters simply svaluo tir. He particularly resented the two items about the agency that appeared in news magazine asterisk Ossipit 3 aimed FIM and large, they avra pure fiction. It avas nebster suil avth the fair 3 Tories issues eden isles ave irreversibly, zanzing q, their q, resenta he taxes on background tasis. Only MCE7 ID CIA official ask Baker IO issue 7 and IL NMT was ueceptive. Naker effused, a planing rat u he office pended maintaining NIS metability. Early Web ter ask tor ofcha IOC agency MLNE cord M7 elinks SVITH Grilluenker said 30 me Ataries CIA agent. Based IHE appens, Baker out 7 and IL had IHE had RR CIA agent. But later, another index Avas and Webster found mtsthar he anan 3 how zilp tia tiles not x and t as someone sv holad dealings IHE agency. Webster s vasturius. Even how denial technically accurate, did not be in vosition a folaking blick statement and ihan to acted because lad been a prize texts. It understand s lappen, said. Both Nebster Baker Svera used TBIS system, Sveir Janatter's disparate litter trom the an investigation into ill-appeared TBIS tiles linder individual s name. Because oflo he need compartment ill formation, the CIA has ihani indexes. Webster issued orders in Zinaries extensive thecking before such statements Svera innate in the Tucher. Me svantid slow fright the TLRST time. As Baker later drak, ye want one be have toll information so that when I say row comment, authority. Ironically, 3, Heil KCIHE CIMFAS and ye fulminated Zabuda supposed leaks ubeti congressional committees, z most reporters of ho intelligence found the tiv MNCH asterisk readus source zofa leaks. Zlondeed, zita was ZKCS zireckless ye boasting Zabu vital Yurchenko s trom USSR that spawned go in any stories about his case, Vart Yurchenko s decision 1b and 2 defect. Islway's allegation the mill leaks was lot awful shit, secrets ilat the mill is told about, and U10010T that asterisk ETS into print which is sen, los loing su have eomi the conclusion a hotending out intelligence 3 ekrits is 3 impel oling M1 e head oflo hemdeligence amites and tour I unchanged. According J.O. Tringelberg, a CIND Lasadesmton leaked uniterial about Central Americam lear tour of hat ever miley aver pushing .2s4 even stories il ready un is IHE tacti hat Edward Lee Moward had a forking tour oviates the Congressional Committee's men said. UDMO he amiti IHE hill IHE next my the 3 tourer 10, and 7 IE of old 3 I, the Tavas good 3 Tory. Tringelberg said. MNs to me Engelberg ask. Well, ZIMNT3 I anything, bu of ear dollar OU, ZI rolled going. D really keep on going. The tie from administration, said. Plus or minus booty don't RJ Nani Svith, in the bench that someone 3 it's down and says, 3 we re-going ve New York Times via Fultelligence information. S inik anari likely oas that any given ili, you have a 1 btt feporters s forking tired. They 11 near something from someone doesn't understand it is a that is only comprehensibly a one understand the business. You around, checkmut 28 John Nic Mahone, the Tormeo Deputy Directors of and Entrals Low Intelligence under Casey, said, Yeatnest leaks ninged the Elon out of Congress. Ilelt Congress 3 as always fairly responsible. The only I'm in experience of hen leaks was of hen the Nicaragua came so McMahon said. Night rally would give Shintong res, eal derivas the conference avair tavas being tf had ave javara doing 286 Baker Mayatov Hilavas affairs, IIOXT. S reporter Ulabal Crosschnees quoted him. Often, towned, it's was the CIA's own Javith information that the stories'll had CIA 30 detested. Or administration's ad leak 213 Tory unzorder uts MVN agenda. Baker's approach 10 out front me he 10 no IHET perters, to zave 30 me udiero fave othe avra king on, zhnd ilelpful of hen possible, in Gelbergoffe he New York Times said. EYC, and several occasions, he said we rather you thoughtly ard before 9011 that. It was nary different kind KCS blick affairs mfis. As in Gelberg 3 aid, Etheriveristori's ave ni tiley more ihan merwise nave svith sv hat weensidered ioi senable injections. A old nave ro3 I mat ticos we were more eucli give them ihet me he bt 287 eventually, nbil erector of Ilium zs. Sessions offered Naker ZTHE 30B assistant YB 17 I erector torm minal investigations. Yeah an FBI agent, he's a Ross like offering supreme lawyer. Baker left IHECIA and rejoined the YB 1UMA on 989. Replaced Baker James W. Greenleaf, another FBI executive. Been assistant spy Z director tours training, of Hish Z mean T Jeded TBIS training at Quantico, Virginia. Before NIOT, Laboratory Division. Like Baker, Greenleaf had hard adjusting 10 special OFTIA. Yakal year, the agency holds September 8 Z. Founding agency, Zeus bands, wives, children 1 BC where here variants or spouses svork. Greenleaf asterisk OT the idea IHE agencies old 4 JAS MTCIAT shirts, 31,101%, and zaps. At Quantico, anyone real Z by TB 13 Hz, 3 Horts, roar uning Z but fits. Z but facizo security nitod IHE idea. It end ka IHE same LD vro blemi hattater led 10 Ebster S rejection CIA employee S to sell CIA MGS. What if children's over and employees attentions low there aren't swearing I'll unlike Baker, Greenleaf late Olms about 3, if the boss. After 2 Websters you first 3 and 2 George 2 Bush 2 invited him to G's Kennebunkport home, Greenleaf Ivant alone and played doubles th the then vice president, Webster, and Illingber. Was one oflo he I host I he's understood agencies IHE government. When Z Greenleaf eved in nay 990 TBISU associate Deputy Director Tor Webster tells with CIA it's a Jeplero asterisk Ive IHE job FOCIA 6 officer. Il chose Joseph R. Detrani, NAD headed CIA's office service, the Elitiata the 3 Pitade. Detranis was smart, avidi, and direct. Naforu left, Nakerlned recommended Thuram as III's replacement. They'll seem 10 Rihi same style, smooth IHE added sense me he quick-wit, able Jakia 3 ab and Russell Bruamer 3 aid Webster S Moises as affairs erectors. Detrani into IHE job 30 King elations S Vith and CIA is oxymoron. Afchu dollar ear, Avas 3 eyeing e hate tie nads wrong, me depm publicade not the CIA's mission. Today, Haiti, Fase, F New Blick Affairs has 28 employees, including secretaries. Besides Envo Midal Media and Tourmers Clip Formpers ZHND Jelps in ZTHEs Indiasria, Xi3 TAF includes Z Members Publications Review Board, which 2 reviews manuscripts, the directors speechwriters, and an academic. Some CRI takes too that's in emphasizing public z relations, z Webster's was EQ, ens agency. It short-sighted mu. JHE truth ise had one land other. That is like three eyeing inanly interested Zenaki no Engelberg of the York T1 mess observed why that s fru, but doing had, hay make the economy better. Mink Webster and Ka terrified Niat something the agency allos is going Lhetron T4, H Zofst new es Washington Post. Tyward 100 ki idiot, him, and Feputation be enteened. That s lime. So. Those other sides svs myat zby zinary aven svith lhz Webster svs taking iisk. What if Leas Jack fired? What if he agency little teporter who s wrote story he had damaged an operation? What if he agency lilrand against him, and ihe became displeased him? It end ka 30 inik and say for you, ak, in the old 7 eyes, say 3110. Comment. But 1k, Webster, mles s vas only way an intelligence agency functions effective lie a democracy. As a lay wire and tormayer judge, Webster felt just as strongly about IHEIIE an aggressive off generally unzel as he did about an active resagefus. He wanted first-rate legal department, me advice s vold be veli sought by CIAZ security vs. But 1 be hani, and of at general seemed zeven mre out at IHECIA than in office affairs. 26 The lawyers forn jchof CIAS existence, office at general counsel cupid tenuous adjosition 3, it 11 in the CIA, avith asterisk teason. The CIAS job to break was, tolo ihem. While the MVSE had he CIA of others untries, zits was z torzith who distinction z between z foreign's laws z and American uas u, Saint in Isle Agency, Congress 3 eamed lend support IOIHE Ocean Islat Isle CIAMO itself outlining my skimpiest 7a tale of had it avis supposed RO 70. Beyond neutralizing hemliction intelligence, Tavas Zloadvisu National Security Council intelligence unitors, for Retek intelligence 30 years and unethids, Ever airsize police AR internal 3 AQ functions, and perform 3 UQ, their functions and duties low intelligence affecting IHE national security as IHE NSC may from 7 IREC 2 GG by T viewing 7 Legislative History 947 Act, Amy Ald 7 I Vinaha Congress also intended CIA exos engage in overseas. But nowhere in Svas avert action ancient, Zande Omer restrictions svr vilas finel he new agencies ties. 290 Lawrence R. Ediston, Agency S draft establishing IHE agency. According laws agency engages in T such as other Z functions ZAS ZTHEZNSCZ directed low referred zonly Zito intelligence election, overtiction AII asterisk graduate of the Harvard College IHE University of Virginia School MIA, Tristan was IHE TLRST 10 admit that, later acing he justify overt action, thus agency 3 vas probably stretching the original intent. All Z during this drafting 20th Yowikt, Zal 2 during youth presentations Udo congressional ZHLLD's debates, ZHND Zal Z during Meason's iterations in Congress, Lher no ehension of Fiovelt action, Houston said. YLT's entirely intelligence. The CIA's functions was to 70 IHE lies collection of intelligence information and to produce intelligence assessments and estimates. That's was to be IHE solely Euroduct. 291 It was only 3 after this was passed, 2 at ZTHEZ direction ZF Truman administration officials, he had T. Iaston in saying that could ZBR read ZTHETA of the directive and of Congress gave it IHE mnei 10 igit. I.e. lot particularly nappy about illies, but you tie of 10 to member great pressure 1b do something TIHE immunist ehenis, Houston said. WITH2's their legal Z strictions ZHLL details oversight, the TIA Avis plotting assassination and even violating existing laws the asterisk rounds the national security ties acquired it. DNLY furly oidl he CIA the asterisk general council's on activities later Z determined ZBYZTHE thirch Tommy TZTHE Rockefeller Commission abuses. Tor Umpel, asterisk knew nothing of he CIA's assassinate title Castro. Mlos 2 instances when asterisk General informed, IHE wires and IHE were stopped. In Insford IO identify narcotics UO figures, IHE CIA in Isle Phil 973 intercepting Elephone Mills 911. Latin America. John S. Warner, Mustin S. Alepitai, Forointed Otis the TZ was again Suhi Naslo eavesdrop American AI Tizans, and M1 ETA 3 top Z earlier, Warner's objected of Anges learns that Z Richard Nelms sad approved ZTHE imprisonment Muri 1. Nozenko, Nike GB Njor SV Ho 7 affected IHEIJ. S in 964. Because ma objections from Warner and Mers, Helms mirrored review off he MSE. Eventually, the CIA released Nozenko.292 in Sue Ansel S3 tattoos, UT Avasiat surprise and hate JH Emphas was zo on siderd Z backwater. 2 VV Heils its ads lured Jom Ziguds Lawiers from respected Law 3 e cause interesting Svork, Mers 3 V hos for a sharp tar Z but numbered l them. Others Lawiers av ho a fields Vitzai office lounded io sleepy, church committee earrings. William Massey symbolically a graded IHE office a and further by from IHE CIAS pound 10 rented buildings McLean. That began 10 Linder William Ebster. As wire and Tormayer judge, Web Saint and anti-department. His 1B government emphasized adherence constitution, and svas notioing 1010 larate any winking at EU. Webster S 987 appointing Russell J. Brewermer, III's 35-year-old Rumor's special assistant at the FBI, as special counsel investigate agency SIHE Iran-Contra affair. Bdemerwad left the TBI's low 30 in Tutlernikering. T. Ebster admired S. Sham legal in Ind, ABI lighty absorb Nasta entities information IND hake sense of fit, INDII's Toki approach. 6 feet Ewo inches tall, 3th Mr Inastache, Ndemerliad asterisk Roan and share his lather avis Tmanchal administrator. Me asterisk graduated laude from IHE University of Michigan Ta School and Liad Ben Ilifo Flohi University DJ Michigan Journal o Geo Reform. Became close to Webster when Webster first moved to Washington become TBI director. Webster Trustavif, Diensela, Tiat 3 Tade behind so daughter I old Tynish the school seer high schul. After Webster the FBI, Brewermer inantain social relationship Th Webster. Many outle he to liat tither son relationship. At Isle CIA, S job tind Isle employees Ilad been in the 10 contra U1 fair INDO disciplinary actions if avaranted. Zethal ran contra 3 candles brokes in November 986 avith disclosures T Ahakl administration Ilad 3 Eckertly 301 Ds low rans in exchange tor ilelp in IF1J. S in T ban on the 3 AMA 1 said Trom ZTHE 3 ALS 4, I tor averts military assistance IHE Nicaraguan thras. Webster mulled knave swept the CIA's IHE tug saying as tallest thief Daryl Y Gates 3 a day, he beating ma blacklu Uadarisu Los Angeles abuses mu occurred 7 urin ohays low ran contra affair and aberration. Every year, the CIA quietly terminated Z5 to 10 employees for security questions. Bulletin T the for iOS judgment, Taylor Tolo 110 Ti, ing with appropriate authorities alien. Yahos CIA employees and VHO administered LSD-10 in suspecting Americans and by INOS CIA the most unforgivable fence in IHE CIASII's Tory only letter ju eperman trom alendolas. Zethas letters avre 10T4, Lace Zaire personnel files. .293 Webster S. life tia of old bentar easier if jetor gotten about zlo ran contra. Ibuta adavaz Z Webster S. AV. Me I hos z battles carefully. .110 Wing Z CIA Janug sold the Zigency S Employee Activity Association lot an issue and V ordal alienating over. Misusing IHE CIA in was. As slow result ZBF Z Brewermer S's investigation, Z Webster Z dismissed Tia EMP Lois SV Ho I-10T avith me Inspector Asterisk General. They I-10T lied, Uhiliad I old Isle story. The CIA issued letters of reprimand to others, and employee demoted. 294 Demertown D had several Itherlame officials Thomas A. Twetton, then Assistant 7 Deputy Director Tor and 20 Bert Gates, the NOF Central Intelligence had VEDTS and VIES information about Iran-Contra, did I hot I lies at time Watavas Lyapaning. 011 The Otherly and, Twetton, Bulleter Uzuk Seed Z Richard 2 ST01 Z UAS Z Deputy Director for Operations, Tip 3 Teps at Retect Agency, Je 3. Varndaha Manikar Gorbanafar, Ibni Luhil Little Men Ilil 311 Ibnt Uryarms should be frusted. Tai advised White Clousiat Oliver 1. North the Tite and Euro as not ideas lo ruse long government for, Eopol ZIIIS operation. While Twetton became involved overseeing IHE distribution of tons tor some operation, I'll in 8 sure lie 7 ID 3 RAS authorized Svithin me law. Moreover, Z varia geni tiad ben I counted for. It's Visndemer I lat si I emphasers Ijeen influenced KCS attitude. KC didn't he like Mel Gretional Merzait. Me 3 RAS what jejed, Z giving answers that Z were Z technically zorekt Z but Z factually misleading. Tavas Memmer Lilder 7 Irector wound annulating him. As Tor KCS involvement, B Memmer may as every roan else. NN Onazand, Zthir Avas AFX, Liver North, Avhozad directed IHE shipment Iran and IHE 7 Iverzion Masis from some AFIHE arms 3 ales AOJHEA Entretavels tiding JHE Sandinista Tajame Nicaragua's known Z Boland Amendment. North said Casey in a stir-minded aspiration. On their hand, CIA officials ni hum Bruamer frusted and some involvement in the matter insisted he had North KCS role. S vast that Casey fried insulate IHE CIAS employees from NIS activities, a lipofel had Casey it not be zassy involve IHE CIA illegal activities. In Ajnli FTI employees for around aleta ild knowledge ZOE specs U, FZTHE fair. 295 ones offs them, Alan D. Tiers, Jr., and Viho directed the CIASE overt operations in Central Z America Trom 984 Zlo 986, later guilty Jnies demeanor ounce Zofsvith holding information Trom Congress. ZLNU Yoing 30, Je 38 in Federal Z Washington that Claire Z. George, then Deputy Director Tor Operations, Zuthersh's superiors told him not tell Congress about the CIAS knowledge version F tons from the sale o farms Iran FO support the Nicaraguan rebels. 296 After Lemmer Tinisht Repulfin Iran Contra, Nebsters ist Iliman 1988 become agency S General Munsel. When 10 IHE agency as 3 Peschel Ouncil in 987, Ndemer Ladu Yaun on Yondishan, en Latlas office of old in Melding, Eloden Identid Meldings in McLean. As result, Z Bruamers ad ZHNU, Fis Z. The Moor. Zlofu Z Doors from Webster Spfis, Zidavas the Jamis Alway ZHS MU, Vice's Deputy Director Operations and IL Deputy Director Intelligence. When Webster asked Hill 10 become general year later, Brewer jokingly laid Ulons I Luundishan, Lhad Hevold have ZI 10 things with Freedom Act equests. Intact, Tunction was MLE Office Minformation Technology Thin Isle Directorate of Administration. But when light equests generated lawsuits, *General involved. As far as my cerned, middling late equests 30b, me that only the Thai Ofajank employees tour giving out information and the mequesters Isle Ilways look 30 long, go I hutch oflohi ul forme shorfius LJ lacked out. At ahe arouncil s avas 3 till a, fwampus. Bruamer continued Sverluulet quarters deals staffen of new both W. Webster and Bruamer svanted and grade them portans mihi office. Itavasmton effective mihi 7 decision making and Euroermton consulted tur IHE tact. In Hadaras miha slowness office. CI emphasers frustrated Ticos at 100k 30 Tong Tor IHE General Munsel S Office Rami Hayade Ask NS the General Attitude 40 Uhi General Ansel S Vase Take Long Me saying it, a Lormer Operations Officer on IHE Mayor A1D, and Twire sometimes for I consulted disinclination Z takes their advice. ZLT Svas Aota 1 until John N. C. Mahone, then Deputy M Central Intelligence, I earned Abu Tie CIA's involvement the effort trade arms to a stages Sloran T. Stanley Sporkin, CIAS General Ia Unsel Casey, bout issue. Sporkin gave that one Bindinu, residential finding should be issued. But ILO 1 asked IHE General Zounsel's office about diverting Inoni torn the arms sales the support the Ientras IH Nicaragua, the answer s volt have been hadi would illegal. 29, what's set out 10 do was asterisk etli lawyers involved IHE decision making process Demer said. No dia 1 n 1 e7 decisions ajwang out legal MP to address enlum. Overmayor we Webster said mli svel thor he 40 boer is not 1b say but 10 say budend nelp do within the structure of fihita. 298 Brewermer sitting in IHE Tuesday T Nebsteri Hodsvith 8q, at his 3 and year 3 taf. Z then Demer became regular Z Wednesday morning in eatings held Thai intelligence th the agency S7 deputy directors. Me also sat in tri-day morning anmeetings and the deputy directors. Brewermer served task force that developed ILO structure 10 improve the operations of he inspector asterisk general's office, another led enforcement of he monter narcotics. Later, en Ruamer Z became involved in Z decisions in ad ZBY avibster AO withhold trom MTRTS information Joseph T. Ternandez, 22 year 3 iteran of he agency avho avas tia station tosta trom 984 986. Mayat Toll, Ternandez North Zin Jacretly Z resupplying ZTH Zakantras Zat Z time Swen Tong Res Zad prohibited AIIXT. S Zinaliterer Zaid Zitozith Z Nicaraguan Z Rebels. Z and Z April 21989, Fernandez Avas undicted Tor Janaking Tals 3 statements about III's involvement on the Zloran Contras and Fair Aotia Inspector Asterisk Narel and Yuri Residential Review Board headed by Hemi Senator John G. Tower. Fernanja Ulamed Inatirial Avith held IHETIA of old 3 how that TIA officials Trnue, F1 IIS activities and Ahaya here for ILO A1 EEDAO lie about them. Z Attorney General Z Richard J. Thornburg Z backed Ebster SZ decision AO withhold A accuments, saying NSEI classified in trials vold cause plus or minus serious damage the national security. The X classified's loan formation and procedures Z Act Z of 21980s provides AVIS Z4 classified information orts without janaking it for, public. Ya example, if Durai classified information seen judge, Ilfans, and Z4, Rosicussion, on formation at Industrial 3 Umri form. Zofi Arning Aia Untri, IHE summary in Frefer it is 3 Latin American Untri. Nanu he information Webster to SK ith hold torn public disclosure was uil levi lost zofzit sads already appeared in the Zevres. Nut Webster accepted the position Q, Eastals, Lhan the Z deputy Z director tours operations, ZHLLD others, that Tor il CIA 1B Judge S. Zarnbers that en Bani Avas ils CIA Trant, Mlatia Untri ilelp me CIA, of old breach eth RTMST thaw others replaces in Ahe's agencies and of old Zembaras Ahe countries involved. Both Demer Webster tell to hadi he I kind information withheld in Ahe Ternandez OA save a similar AOIHE information avithheld IHETIA Webster S direction Thelry all north. In North Utse, U.S. District Court Judge Gerhard A. Gazelle in Washington nad allowed Friel 1K, however, I.J.'s District Court Judge Claude A1. Highton Alexandria threw MT the against Fernandez, saying the percent remeter CIA officer I old receive fares without me's ability 1 he Z documents. Zwebstrand and Ruamer believed had been I'll judge M the Zace, IHE Friel would been allowed 1 B Demer and it drop in RE7 I Webster I'll deputy directors. They 3 reras, lice vaunted them teal He established relationship avith stalls, avho fim more mre tour even in operation 3 ras GRCs, their sverlins oastians. Tor umpel, I on my tall 30 where avert action and an intelligence should tong res nda 1 ender zthe laws that you acquires z notification of avert actions. Much agency S7I today activity avas governed executive order 2333, Aaron IHE wires infusing. Meanwhile, in RHE Tal 988, Bruamer zettled lawsuit tiled CIAZBY of Hosad am knowingly z subj ectids low unend control testing Dr. X. ZU and Tamarin Allen Memorial ZLN Institut University Montreal. ZTR Weiselter Zaman Z behavior, Cameron BJ ected patients 3V hosicums him Z4 gelp 3 with problems XSD, electroshock zyreatment 3 eventi 5 Z times level, ZHND Klrug induced sleep a lot isted I or S weeks all thereafter learning CIA iron provide tunding tor Dr. Cameron in a change tor access while B memorm lufts lohi government T svold svun elesided bad publicity Tom Friel and Euro old MB Wordlet. Under IHE settlement, the 7 Brewermer left in ZL 990 G's partnership ZHTZ Wilmer, Cutler Pickering. Z Place and Ruamer, A. Webster appointed Elizabeth Reinskopf. Former ELT Council he National Security U /Genki 3V Hosad Z previously worked ZHS Zasivi Yites Lawier, Z Reinskopihad Z Del Th2 Webster Z, and Blemmer Nariety 6 Fiases at NSA. Reinskopfliad ties IHE Mindependent Munsel Lawrence. Walsh because he she fused Thuram S with NSA information relating 10 the 10 Contra affair. The other hand, av hi le zathunsa, 3 he had 3 ided avith agencies employs av hosad zad z difficulties e get engahir tor publication. Often, it 100k years learance, and Reinskop Flobach the NSA offices that resisted hangs she wanted speed the review versus. Today's office MZ Generals a council alas 2,125 employees, including lawyers, with 14 lawyers before IHE Church Committee hearings. The office details attorneys 10 I host off directorates, Directorate of Operations. There, 8 lawyers sit in anital he in meetings held MLE agency SA ops by something that of old benterly gesisted in earlier years. Point 27 The future ASD ended U newspapers KNDU magazines Z carried, stories questioning ilmi oft hishia. Now hadi he Sovietariat amanisht, and ka it televant? Should the agency turn its eye or should it emphasize analysis Zmars than Zaman 3 pying? Should ZITs emphasize Zaman spying in or ahan echnical 3 surveillance? Should its 3 taffy? Should fit abolished? As aeth almost Z verithing cerning CIA, gap tetween the blick n. Even or he liate told NAR, CIA ilid allocated anari 24, sent a, futs Z budgeyo 3 pying ZTHE Soviets, including Z technical election 3 istems. Nith me exception Great Britain, Canada, and Australia, ni CIA nad always spied eve 1 entry in a world. The ifesan avas emomi inu of hen entry such as Zlorak, of Hish xt. SNMD 3 upperted alluring guts avar avith Zloran, unite decide 10 iriat and US mderists. Well the anadai oastjaning jagan, CIA started shifting its resource Soviets avers longer ZTHEZ first priority Z target 3 tashins around the counter-terrorism, munter narcotics, nuclear proliferation, and economic issues assumes greater importance. Z when ZTHE Nersian Gulf, Vivar began, CIA I honey from I Visions 10, Near East Division I Ope S, ith as the Soviets released their asterisk rip Eastern Europe, XHE CIA deal whittle friendly asterisk overman smear. In year alone, 1,000 publications sprang in Tastern Turapi, each had 1 BB Mawed as well. Covered action nad already been out by lo ihor enlan 2 dozen programs year, a jame paired with hundreds IHE 1950s and 960s. Meanwhile, the TIA began 4, Lanning Productions in 3 TAF. Torl he years, IHE CIAS staffliat increase invoy in average VE li 100 asterisk year. Buover IHX 39 rears, Tong res zad z mandated 315 personnel. Within IL Directorate of Operations, Ilis Voldihian reduction of 890 23 rears ago, Savovich me Soviet I Janian, Nilium Nebster 38 Jasu, Ifor li tired in 1991 MT Entral Intelligence. 3 We listened for hiccups. Today, an A1 tirely. The Over Eastern Europe *1. Wheelie countries seeking relationships us. Any have the Soviet Union turmoil. Illifferent land of instability. The end Q, eth told Svar also locked AOTZOE old frivolries zitrids. Yugoslavia is breaking zoop. You have regional and flicks everywhere. Any Svara not voiced kindnflict. 301 to deal IHE Tucher, Webster Abakis La Tournai CIAS Executive Director, Airgli Urlevant inst sign off in financial used it in il till 99,010 new Thai Director Tor V Landing and Coordination. NETLRSTQ, official in $B Avas Gary T. Toster, Tor Mayor Director Office of Medical Service within the CIA. Unlike IHE other directors, Foster Directorate Inder with offices IHE 7th floor Mihi CIAS Foster Liad Staff Office 20. Itntalist to bring together CIA officers from Ofhi Erectorates MP Marty he Agency S Filcher. A short manzalt and pepper beard, Oster set 24 MMS officers Troms Lohi U Eleventual Erectorates Slows Luke unto Z range Osus, Trom counterintelligence, Zeconomics, Zanzai weapons proliferation Zetos training, ZTHE agency S of workers, and CIA 7 EELS with its assets agents. Each the IHE CIA into IHE. The key is mexibility, Yoster of old 3I. Why each anus TE evaluated every asterisk year. Meanwhile, ZTHE CIAs was Z buffeted ZBYZA Z range ZO criticism, zo fat uninformed. Some 3 the agency tailed predict the invasion Kuwait, Elot Frua, or filed Liardliners Niald IHE Gorbachev, did David X Oklahoma Democrat I read at Senate Select Committee Intelligence, said Zook-tailed, several months ago, the President and IHOs of ZIS in 2 congressionals leadership Zave 2 Benu told l'intelligence community Liad 1B ineri, stel why seriously IHE possibility kind of coup. The Tysism Linder scored need Eontanus by the Tunner Soviet Union IHE in 1991. Tor regardless Mahether IHE Tor Mayer Soviets friends, US needs know of had this zapning gave I think government to hate and trolls thousands of clear obviapens. Tor it's me RGB Untanud 3 pi the US ulfter the Rkoonuk ZHS itselways en lad. NS invasion Q. F. Suwait demonstrated and V high CIA is needed regardless of Favather the Soviets threat. Nevertheless, some members of Congress yield Tory free organization amal intelligence amernunity. Saying alunan al zi10 do both ubs, Senior Arlen Specter, Z Republican Trom Pennsylvania, introduced 11 of old away the role TTHE CIA Director is overseer he intelligence immunity. Instead, official of old that tunction. This Avis 3 TEP from Congress S originals and that of old centralize all intelligence such as the one at Erlklerber. Senator Daniel Natrick-Nwanihan, he New York Democrat, introduced that of old's abolish the TIA and transfer JTSZ duties the State Department. According to Moynihan, this of old Z purge the 3 estages Q, Ethies 3 Tmgla for the Cold War and Arald Rhe Hadi he executive tranche may mt reseruo illegal means mational eq rightai, as at 7 id in 10 contrafair. Meanwhile, Senate and Laos intelligence emities ul rafting legislation hat streamline IHE mihi immunity. As for, artafs the TVU, aomities and sittering gabathers lo anak public isle intelligence immunity at about tunnelsam lime, IHE Senate Intelligence Committee Gates, the Tunner Kleepitik Rector Ajf and Entrals Low Intelligence Elder Y, Ebster, through a grueling confirmations process Zito Juk Seed Z Webster's Ass ZDCI. 2 former SIA employees Veosus Zat GOT accepted Gates, Svost Vold I Lave Dun NIS Iferently Ifil Hay Ladit, Forward 10 Testify Gates Lad Politicized Analytical Versus. Intact. Gates Tiad frequently analyzes and estimates correctly of foul ZBF's 4301 ICSA, FZTHE administration. ZW11 ILE Zidavaz Z difficult to accept Gates S Janu nothing he diversion fluns trom the sale the Eontra rebels in Nicaragua, did enow the diversion. NV Heil Jeerings disclosed Lunisiv's renounce Q, fanformation about Lhitia S Directorate Intelligence, tact they produced little that would mighten ihe way CIA Svorksvades despite t, Ebster S3 Eskferts, the Office 3's 3 till the Dark Ages, still io error lukigal thuristes ind in ifevi handed tashin. While effector handlino as improved, the TIA still has institutional bias against effectors, misiderangihem difficult io deal mitris 10 FBI, agents become friends with IHEM, ni CIA between defectors and ihirli handlers, isingaliuses sure defectors never zebether CIA officers zatzheit. These jagati ves tatuts become fool fi eiling, say io sense they percent okade lapon as difficulticum difficult. In the CIASE old approach led the 985 Zedfection TKGBU, Fisser Vitaly Yurchenko. The agency as still has difficulty separating legitimately be kept secret and be disclosed damage. Articles Trom times are fied all the time, Tunner operations officer said. YLTS the individual still fen ten ihir own sometimes ind still tend be ihir mpluk. We institutional agiases attacked as ongild meant, Thomas Polgar, former CIA station MEF, said. Say there no more iriat from Eastern Turapi, a Hajanians 30 Mabadi s held gyos asterisk oinge reduced. Self-interest enters into and the CIA still reflexively inks mihi media as the A1 Amy. It for the TIA 70 ESN tamderstand Congress as well as it 3 howled, 70 ESNT understand IHE 3 rule as enshud, Russell B. Memmer, IHE CIAS General Counsel Emdern Tabster, 38.2 These Aruhi constituent agencies. Ziraunani People Agency, AN 10 Miss Nurnigers, NIRAILS, not something VE unpacked. Jitgo Saluzi Hatchflektov Hatvapulbi and Newisness Hfilmakrisi SND Sverld, Bruamer said. 3 The People Svo readed the A11 tour, Dick Melms's A, F's the Sverld, Me People Tour Svhumstva struggle and that kept lum IHE game, a lot kept them vilaying. 302 To race IHE CIA 10 beefy I earn an intelligence. It needs emphasize quality o entity. Needs regional issues more ihan before. And needs 1 be improved naively it at resents information. Publish Anak Intelligence Zofo Aestionable ZI Elevance Robert Gates Gate just before Li IHE 5th DCI. Ness and better should bell Hia 11E. Because CIAS is 30 tide and correlations, it's must miss tantly E-shaped. Nor Li CIAJ, night. Like super tanker, IHE CIA is nodal ways thurim bleagit at ETS IHE job done. Over all years, the CIA 43 redicted merely everything that it gowled 43 redicted, Torsinaviri weapons 3 istum that it gowled I lave Torsin, and tound most things that hate J should Z have Z found Z but. J whiles lits occasionally J strades into illegalities ZHND tuli SH's operations, Zit did 30 in virtually ease avithalhi approval or officers. We nad sasters, shows. But on a day-to-day basis, we've been able 1b get the information, verses it, and deliver it, said Robert R. Simmons, Tormayor T officer Avho later I, became 3 TAF 7 Director he Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. We to see the tailors in 43 rent, lot successes. In, held il CIA successful to 90 adjacent Mahaim. That adjacent FO 15 big failures. The unistakes there is Tulitzer Tor Ahe Avho Kayo's excellent reports, firmer CIA operations officer said. I'm link U1E about is he had mistantly evolved, Gates said in interview after DCI. Why there is avi thadias that ave avers es tuk told ar and zthe question ave ald anak mi uhi a1d told nar. People 7 and t really mylizi hat as a revolutionary tour asterisk ears have iakan tolls mayor ran F1e Soviet Ijanian and Warsaw Pak countries. Wheelie of Teen 70 Galat I, Uhiing slot miss subjects third world, regional 7 isputs, there played zidzinaries lists instantly. 2 au zthe CIAs was z faced 3 with zmar uncertainty. With danger ofaklier avars in surapijas a east zatzlist tor foreseeable sanishing gates 38.2 so ihe sverld in the gens L7s struction is extraordinarily gaffer than its was years ago. Z today z basis, of world zis zhs z dangerous perhaps little j nor so some z strains imposed the told war, particularly regional flicks. Liaveb the evolution z of zthe torme Soviet I janian tor janarqueconomy and democratic politics going take generations, duranahat lin luhira vilayatem 3 etbacks, perhaps fair amount of and islands. We still nave tor another decade or I hortens aviapans ahatave r asteriskoingeo havaraklun somebody jas zinonai tor. Nejdils array z going zio zips they zhre implementing arms u, anti 101 agreements. Now have 15 e-publics and here political, economic, and 30 chail development in onitor, zhot just we nave 1b operate not jusd out of Moscow but ih 15 republics. We svil have devote, ironically, in retention in monitoring regional disputes, Gates said. Ones, like Afghanistan, Cambodia, Angola, and Central America, Naval *1 away, but India, Rakistan, Lie Middle East still are problems. What happening mihe Korean Peninsula is lots entirely zl. Sol her ir tata figianal areas nave ihe but that's array z going udoya becomes a venzimar z dangerous zorchs where youth z political circumstances are reaching eo meanwhile, Gates 3 aid, the TIA is intensifying its efforts Iraq nuclear proliferation, narcotics, and terrorism. Almost immediately A1PON knocking over, Gates 3 ET internal task forces recommend Thanj. Nace though he task forces, Gates approved Plan 7 envelope intelligence immunity revision manal classified as 397 eyes of eek. ZLNU spawns me 3 candle involving Nankzoff Zakreti Ts and Tomers Sloan International Z, BCCI. Z Gates encouraged CIA employees Lin Luca T Torm minal activities and make sure Mtahar had received CIA Moch activities rollout up emblem. Gates approved more open 7 ealing svith allowing IHE record interviews with A, officials Z below's level A, Yulpitile erector A, F Central Intelligence and Spandings briefings. Me also 2100k steps Hatsville Gsult in emergency tiles like the Beige 2 igs. In Jimbalik gesture, Gates said in IHE interview after Aere had saw IESAN SVHY employee association should allow gel CIAZ mugs. Z requests ads towards oppositions from 3 and your TIA's officials reporting web STER if they sell TIA J nugs, T and or Gates said. They all nay and sell t-shirts to all the MG *AP today, zith yazis wary z different zajankis low from zith zone that sensational jedlines zin z barley 970s spouts drugidsting zhnd z domestic surveillance. We ire wilderness without a single footstep could IIS. Our successors will task. James Madison, a member of the TLRST Titeral Congress, Avroti Io Thomas Jefferson on June 30, 789. So it end Euro as in S early days. In Anost Yespex, the Xenodern Tiasis uneticulus under Nilium, S program I became status symbol the agency, demonstrating lhats vayat eversvas doing svas complicated zhnds important ao avarant ahas tension zbf zans turni. Besides III's deputy, FFET1 RST slot Cloward Mart asked Tor SV Henley started the CIA's Munter Narcotics Center Avithin Directorate Zoff Z Operations Swaz ZH Lawyer. Intelligence assesses largely Nyandits, Senator Norin, a Herman Ofahi Senate's Electromity 3 aid. Why we I lave laws rande, Roses Rofangressional Intelligence Roversides aggressively seeks Utos Incher Uthats Tias operates in ZAJ manner a consistent Tavithzith fundamental Mihi American Ajepal. 303 The CIA now NPON Congress as an ally than an A1 AMI. When JHE3 High TSIHE 10, Javanyo Tlave Congress Aith INE of Hensei, Bwauer Hinel 7 ID 70 Tor. N. McMahon, 7 Deputy 7 Director Central Inder William Casey, 3 aid. YLTS Ava over $RS. Buyo it S states in 7 Democratic Society. Never svantly of 7 siding gaviatzis good uni ted states. That Congress malved. 304 much a, uhi mahatia 3 tems trom the takuhati its activities are secret. JHE4, articularly told they know something. Silence is interpreted as arrogance. Moreover, vipaleo not inau is doing, ihe assumuhadat is there tuinuthing and mladet 3's allowing semething sprong. Absence information, it iman accept jummer tact. The identity perceived flux, it is assumed CIA officers are dinosaurs still fighting Cold War. Compounding this avid spread CIA's role. JHE assumption is had with its massive I sources, agency must know everything. But IHE CIA lias oristal ball, it nishn't. Every day, media publish broadcast 3 Tories incorrect. Z beyond erection column in Ostia's papers, goes back year points MTIHATA publication incorrectly erroneously said Ihadahitia established Tunrikit Saddam Hussein assassination. But me forgets the CIA tin listakes. For the inus perceptions, Tormayer IJ. S *overnman IHE CIA as me, mistaspected *overnman tigencies. In slightly higher, and IHSEC.305 the CIA the and intelligence agency world. NHILE's Lohi XGB has had guxesses, it ever had zor analytical abilities ohi CIAZLT never had lind intelligence coverage tias and it never avas honest in its reporting headquarters is CIA is. The CIA, like the it serves, the adrodstentarists in out the world, aha 3's reflected this institution, Richard J. Zaire, Kia Puty directors of Z Central's Low Intelligence Under Z Webster, J said. There's around 3 many countries whose interests IRS worldwide. 3FF the CIA is mihi important institutions in American society, igen that Americans are fortunate to ve. The eing the ill rough sum in os 7 ificulums in me s information leptihi mt or avar avith rhe Soviet Union and the US smaller mess, in IHE Persian Gulf. Like IHEYBI or IHEMLI TMY, the CIA is an agency MT_S7 Sprately and in a viruses, when is me tamely the TBI tour help. When 7 dictators such Saddam Hussein Iriat and IHE of world, it is XHE CIA Thorhi 11. S *overnment turns tor me unformation necessary unit and counter the Iriat. But CIA trogil vilace American society. It's ially difficult to Yolofan van Annery a difficult Ari a jut. JHE3 Ecracy Z envelopes conflicts with inherent American solus and leads 10 STMST. Rulimes in 4, AST, Mayat Janistrousolas Z bin Svarented. The CIA guilty arrogance. No avenger should Americans ito degree it fifth, as Richard Tlilms proposed to meeting a Philhi American Society of Newspaper High Tours IIL 1971. That we, 100, our honorable hen, devoted 10 lier theodion s service. While laws executive orders in place are sufficient, CIAS can easily use zun scrupulous directors zor this happened when President Johnson ordered CIA investigate the involvement against the Vietnam NAR. Happened of hen President Nixon tied the tia cover me involvementi, he White Mouse in Watergate break-in. More recently, it ilappened William Casey Loney had led 10 involvement of a handful emergency TNIHE Iran-Contra affair. The 3 Euros 3 Afigard against 3 UK collaborations against subverting the TIA's integrity is an institutional attitude accepts both Mirza'ite and no to, 0 Iongajo, Lhi CIA had even the I host devastating charges, from 2 accusations Fadrugs low running Gada J murder, Swedish 2 no comment. This suggested a lot the CIA does at Tiaviotor its actions. All Evo often, he hated into unlawful simply stupid activities. It was all too that tailed take account tax CIA ions explain itself without adiving away ill its secrets. Ioknator IHEIND Congress IO the itself must recognize and understand the nail of such examination. Tor only iru responsiveness Congress the anidia of ill the CIA lie accountable me American epilogue WITHIHE Cold War Mayor, I'll CIA svas in agency in search of IHE's Zion. Nadi hadits me did not me and be naive 10 ilink their 3-year-old biomre Saddam Hussein's Russian nor avold umayon avantayo frul t ahe possibility mlat in iurif he 1j. S avith nuclear aviapens. Just as inak ws ilds and tbi, the entry ild CIA of Arne, F3 uk mn eats. But ventakt hat me Soviet Ijanian budget ts 0% mandated Thai IHE Housian Senate Intelligence Committees. In attempt 411 stify 7 ts0 remaining z budget, zthet is dried emphasize tsl tiding narcotics and z bulletin ts law enforcement agencies by and large svr not impressed IHE agency s intelligence arug trafficking. CIA still blee arena. Nor s vasiri at awful rorism io justify IHE istance Meyer agency. Largely teed thereof CIA 3 till large staffs, Svitchmtantil 2 in the CIA SVOs toward Tor extinguished Urir was assignment Zash stations Elifan Condon, Z Geneva, Zor Naris, unsisted zon retaining Zundreds U, A officers Z beyond of had A1 Eid. A political agency, Vrinsas got SV had a haste vaunted. Against Daly's background, sensational M. Ames and Ely's wife, Maria, IH February 1994 as reminder only IHE CIA and Ka still Jedzelso Q, Ehau Yemains Zito Dun Zito Inak Zitza disciplined, Zlo focused, agency. Dreamed Onoer Tor Unoel Avi thin the Tia. Z the heavy smoking, Giavi drinking T1 FTY 2-year-old Rofficers at a fork Tor ZTHE Tia since 1962. By 983, Lyagene Mild Lirank in MLE Soviet/East European Division 3, Ithan me Directorate Mope Rations. 1985, Ames began with the Jbinf by CIA squad the FBI. Called courtship, this 3-quad Iris Techn 1 at XGBI, Officers of Orktor the IJ. S more recently, Ames T, en assigned Tia S counter narcotics tender, avith responsibility for a Balkan area. When assigned Mexico City 982, Ames AEL Rosario Casas, Colombian A11 Tural Attaché, and Ikmitid Tira Fork as an agent of CIA. They began an affair had led Ames S divorce trom IIIs and marriage UU 98510% remet agent. Because Arns S Joe Beef required evutiles and ask questions notably at il CIA butadal he FBI and their sensitive agencies, Lie was in Van Bederschen helpel he ze Russians Lhansvas the director Central Intelligence. JFL he began asking Tor IOA's tiles, others employees elite become suspicious. But S job. The 32.5 million Z Ames was charged 3,6 th0 receiving trom ZTHE Russians beginning JN 985 3 ignified Jane formation Liavis passing. Tor the KGB is about it spends its mnevi. Never ich for IHUS tiad known spy received lat 3 The olosist figure Italian X Walker, T, who elected IHE in only air an 18 year. By comparison, Ames received ms 32.5 million asterisk heirs. As to Sufif information Ames S Vastiliev Nave IHEYB Izade at least Zen Soviet and later Russian agents of working Tor IHE CIA FBI executed. Zlohe included 3 pies ratirchip and Zabiakrui Ted within me Soviet embassy in Washington. Enter 30 years 3 aid spies promised Ames Mold Nair. Indeed, the Ames MSE IHE most imaging spy MSE 11. SNIS 01Y. Ames Svas joint YBI CIA squad Myijkos il Fector provided YBI Svithigzandrids leads Votenchal spy SVI thin CIA and other asterisk Nhil ZTHEZ defector Alid A10T1 now SJ enough information allow on Ames by May 1993. Besides 3 ignaling 1 at Russians 3 considered allies, the OAS shined devastating Thai CIA's security or ICLA effort. After Ames S Ovalcade Mtormayer CIA officials began appearing on television 10 sale her illithing illy surprising about IHE OAS, spying continue regardless Ems Father IHE Cold War Mare, and is lot much ilat can done about it. This frol overtude was symptomatic FAA high the CIA got taken 30 why go many other spies had previously the agency S supposedly airtight. While it had spying, like I Jankshabiris, Svil always idasiat true latayo thing 70 niabudi. The tact ilat spy exceeded isiat sufficient teasen lame agency, mre lanit avold yahir io blame the FBI svayan ijank md ill. Yet insiltually afihi CIA. There had been warning signs ihat shudli of tipped bli security in searchly IASE 3, hence CIAS office M security got involved, botched job. The Z Arnsvas example. Z Arnsv is known heavy drinker, Z borderline alcoholic. Mesiolated agency rules CBY having Zan affair with Tor Thurim IH Mexico CI Thai, the and Euro Oman li Itari Harid Husvold Thurim. In 1984, Ames again annihilated Tuli Sleepingavith her on New York Tia 3 Afi House, 3 Actuary Tor Anas Sensitive E Leading Svith Agents for IHECIA. After Z divorcing a hotel 3 rears and for marrying 31,985, Zams emplaned AO co-workers Lakamni, to Sultem 1 IIS divorce then, in 1989, Lyome 12, North Randolph Street in Arlington, Virginia 435-40-000 Wash. Improvements. Began 7 Riving Iaguar NE Tour 325000. His Medit card marges 3455,000. After being transferred to the CIAS Counter-Narcotics Center, Zams continued Zito Z Spenzinik Zofjiz Z Time Jin Z Thetia S Soviet Z Division. Z I by Torme Ermliags, Ames able AIII as much as. Ames also met obtain Ulantides of overt agents real names Avr 3 Tor Tia Amputers. Access Avas Eni Tiley 7 Enid, hit me tried T Sho trying 4, re-informations hitch me were not titled. Ames later able break into database. WITH all he's read nags Ames should been transferred less sensitive caution, Jfiat's read. Yet Ming S vas mne no isoplan S vas neat out torciolating agency Jules, investigators for a mild Ames S activities or TU so on an annual salary OFS 69,843. Lookin Okal GT previous CIA game pattern merged. The CIA in a YDVV ardly tlauert irig problem T prepared gent anyway Moscow, where working tour Soviets. The agency knew that William T. Kumpils also liadadrug at Roblem Butalowed Hern access 1B top secret in annual tour the XHII Spy 3 Adelaide, Svich MLE Soviets. The agency knew he had CIA officer David Till. Barnett liadib Fohi agency, but I plied, it tailed asterisk I Thuramio East. It turned out he told IHE Soviets about CIA in the CIA knew that Sharon Skranage, CIA Guport employee Ghana, Ilad Emming fair with Msan Mihi Ghana and Ianister annihilation Ujanki Tulis. But the CIA did at discipline liar IND left in lace. She then asterisk Ave boyfriend information about and virtually all IHE CIAS operations il Ghana. In Izzof Sarl T. Kocher, the Czech 1 intelligence service officer became CIA employee, investigators idealized Turfus M security had locate NIS failure 011 volleygraph lest. Thus Tlees application shouldly have been ejected. Yet when spies trom the Merjid were willing 10 lilp the CIA, security treated thems as prisoners, leading in Turchenko case to Zloi's redefection. Avas also 3 ignificanu ho he z defector avho 3 tart the TBI Ames S fray I had IHE FBI, not IHE CIA if the office M security off Keystone Cops, it and ca symptomatic of the larger agency 3W11 ich Milo security. Somely have speculated a T2T action IHE tier asterisk enrated James J. Angleton, the legendary CIA Interintelligence I lever 7 ID 3 pi but unfairly accused many TIA or here entry. En heil unodern TIA officers tlab little tech election mang lutten, miss amateurish anet hods have contribute zloi, acklash. Now 3 acurity 7s a considered missance, Yufeotan affront. The office M security is mimami, old in Miley 3 rennet is roulette. Their Tor IOIHE office M security suspicions may in logo arrow rounded. In any Svans report irregularities, same Eiling Ulite Lapan XO hem. CIA officers consider 3 irches lie humiliating. Heavy drinking are you, larated, and isoplan, if headed out, is lax and inconsistent. The Office of Security itself is isistur. Consisting Fili tlve li 100 or CIAS 22 employees, staff zbyz people avho generally gecu right eq arians. Tour Fzishil Ames Swaz Zalajlij being James Z. Lynch, Z. William Z. R. Z. Kotapish, Z. I. Frank Ruako, and our rental erector, 20 Bertel. AY only Kotapish liad 4J Ryer experience in security work. Ruako, tour example, was CIA Lanalist. Chloving done little improve CIA security, Ruako Svaz law, remoted from the CIA's Directorate of Administration, which includes IHE Office E Security. Isles Lohen hired Lwy, the Director SV Hen Arn Svaz arrested, Svaz in the satellite business. In Meltrastu, TBI, Office of Security Mess IO develop informants ZBYZ gaining the Zinfidence ZOE employees. 1 Jane like TBIA, Oligraph examiners, Tia Aminers TOU Tinely stories Ven 3 of JX explain Avhi Miley tailed that Ilapand of Hen office all the Lintiate Cuban Avho and Sir 3 working tour the CIA in 987. Turned out all often were gacretly working tour title Castro. Meanwhile, FBI ilad tlunkti early all CU ban agents Svosvara also svorking tour Castro and Zadtvanted's information Aomi Z Bureau. Z the Yezens Isaha ultimately, the Vrinces CIA's Directorate of Operations want everyone pass show of hat good jobs Lohe are doing. Because ofs there to culture within Ni agency, they by at res during the office of security 1B Abuk agents 6 our employees should be flunked. The J system Z tends Zito protects peoples with problems, Zone Uromi's S co-workers said. A day after Ames S announced, Director of Central Intelligence R. James Woolsey, Tiat Ijcum DC in 1993, Ilafisith CI employees IHE agency S7 cm square foot auditorium. Z after Z recounting what's employees already knew from Abudihams, Woolsey whose address Zine buys every tia and employees on the classified the closed circuit Z television spent Z 5 minutes explaining N self-affused polygraph zest, mere recent 7 directors M170 NE. Besides IHE Tactun Nivaz appointee and thus Z did Z not Zave Zito, Z Woolsey Jezlo remain Z skeptical polygraph S. Woolsey S3 Ikan Zanani T emphasers, Avho Tia Hade, Ku. Questions about tunnel to Kired IO take examination and Ihan Ilicision Aaron after revelation story CIA tells about IHE had allowed IHE Ames IAS Ilapan. Bu title so underscores Liao IHE CIANP its Mnya contrary initial jepowards and impression Noalzi and Vade, polygraph S vast stunningly accurate Ames essays. Intact, after Ames vast S first volleygraphibst and Vhen limeered IHE CIA in 1962, ninunct every subsequent Zedist. ZI even 976, 3 Vhen had I10T yet begun speing, Ames tailed Svayan actively irradid authorized tact with Torin ilationals. In 986, year after Li S Vasgadliovich gunspeing, Ames tlerd tunkt lime oastjan any Torin intelligence irvis, pitched ml tried lit lime epi. Ames unsisted mean mlad had tunkt z because liavas aveirida hanidali Yurchenko whom he had mped debrief in identity the Soviets Yurchenko redefected. The bought IHE story. On April 12, 1991, Ames Elise Tuerth Ames tlunkt again 3 uchki oastjansts whether z disclosed the classified's information without authorization. On April 16, Li and Vs retested and filed his 5th and final IBST. On these rests, as Li others, IHE-CIAL at Oligraph examiners wrote here reports M1 at Zamszadjshound Z deception. Hay then recounted his elaborate stories, including Ali S. Avaries about Zinoni Zad Z shown Zoop ZHS deception OLL lay oastjans. Tor example, the examiner S. wrote the Jeport Ames Estlnal Zaksum, 3 feet 1 inch Uyan to Hinkchsis ZAZSPY, Z budgetuis Zave Z money problems. Contra ahir av entendings, ahiominers av wrote ahir tamal conclusion, YNO deception. Tia inmo in Ames S tile 3-8 Ames Ilad failed ill his rests. Thus IHE mel troversi mer Ames ijohi festvas MLT on deception a deception ted il CIA. After Ames suspect, IHE CIA ilamaging I 10 TTE communicated to you, their agencies. Z however, RHE 3 quada forcano AASE Hockle already seen Ames S. Early M. Envo in IHE FBI's Washington 71 Eld Avrode report I 10 ting MMT Ahatia had failed Ames and 3 eyeing that, AJNAVN frettings A, you he agreed. Even FBI officials accustomed 10 IHE CIA SMSE attitude were astounded. The TAC 7's AHA polygraphs, of Hen A1 said 3 killed are tied in surprising sfather, in retrospect, telt administered in Ihasvara involved in had based near responses, IHE FBI melcluded neotlas ihan percent A, futs AVN mlausend 4, oligraph alla terminations since 973 been uncorrect. N heil subjects and train tool the 4, oligraph ZBY such means enfident attitude and Janussel's response control oations, operate when fan even these stratagems. Z when eox drugs AO readings tat. Noticingly's, polygraph examiner Owen demand urine sample, INB analyzed tor IHE presence off drugs. While 3 he lop 4301 igraph Z saminers DLE ount 1 Weisvork at DLE CIA, most Q, FU, there's the agency Ian's either avithin the professions low lacking in expertise. Nith arrogance, the TIA insists training its AVN operators instead of sending IHEM 10 Defense Department School by TBI, NSA, IND other titural agencies. He Chicago School SV here CIA examiners ire that here 6 fa subject S body language and demeanor ihald errative hath them. Thus if sub-JX uches Ames or Coecker are skilled at inventing stories, CIA demeanors are thug height accept them. Since Spisa fizzes ZH Teelniking Zilp 3 Tories, Zan 3 ins receive Terther training Trom ZTHEXGB, it is of under the TIS operators are no hatch tor them. Thus the CIAS program is joke, that CARC's tor ways ignore 3 ins so a deception. IOW level employees have ho only zave engaged in minor transgressions z but zave zeno z standing avithin ahes agencies arrays flunked. Higher level employees have ho are spies are asterisk Ivan IHE we ubbed. Contrast, FBI SE polio acceptive isults with utuni tilting polygraph. It is then lip investigators 7 determine he tax their 6 ties. In Ames S ilomastigators tact how tia arald 7 I regard TSAVN and STS heckums and daisy A1 understand when CIAS attitude about 3 acurity and its tailures in IHE Ames OAS are amined. Aldme agency Mo 3 uk 7 rinker Ames AO continues in 71 is Z the rack 2 is in ZTHE anos public zankl embarrassing ilmkennis me SV ith draal tia. ZLN me European Montry, CIA officer Tinley bar at 0, 30 AAI underscore it he in the embassy IHE CIA, terthuch soul searching, reluctantly transferred lim liad quarters. Xiao agency allowed Ames 1B nave access almost z verithing. JHE tact is a lot agency s naunted compartmentation is joke. Boast of Hager successes at meetings, and officers and exchanges informations ver zor in Zams s smoking breaks outside CIAS building. Besides access 10 information lice vaunted his Zunter-intelligence Z functions, Zams jatstwos promotion Z boards that allows him learn the identitystment sesses of other CIA officers throughout mul world. Mo eald the agency have ignored Ames s line explain th. The tact ilats even 3x hen Ames engaged gross security disciplinary action inet zlondeed, after being iotl he CIA jafes house in New Norcavith Z Maria, Z Arns Avis promoted. House old Zanzake Saminer Zave ubly the lazy dismissed Yoamis SZ demonstrated deception Z being Z related Zito Jaguar owner S upperported worries Zab out money. 3 harem 1 EIR avith and tearful tool they 70 IHE rinses he CIA aminers 10 pasbjects how infosers with Ames S demonstrated. Lacks of ability even allowed Sverlut the CIA, inuk less in 3 sensitive position. Co-workers 1 hot Z Ames Avis hot Naries bright. Underscoring judgment, Aims 1BII's Russian Leandlers and records oflohi payments he received from them in his computers home. Zams Javas Zbither illiterate in aid 10 lupos. In one note II's Russian Leandlers, replicated from typewriter Beben, Ames said, T besides getting oisl karaskis $IC il have il and twontsik liao Nike ihis en lethid, though it is acceptable, I still hope that and dil have decided on some safer, transfer some sort ma large amount at Fahoni. Partuhi inswer io liao the CIA employ someone of is bur in key is latihi CIA ins dumping ground tour listenpatent officers. Radditionally, me avi advanced TIAs benzloe, tain 4, 0 tiv intelligence press 4, residentavi THZTHECIAS. Norgottens in a ha 3H01 sided approach this racuhate without good munter intelligence security, meetus sources in S4ld S vil be ecoted nave nad mans the CIA anything. Once z officers z become z parts of ZTHE's exclusives clubes thatzakansti 2 tezathe directorate mope rations, are immune trauma accountability IHE outside world. He secrecy, me exclusivity, and MMT *OTH information all conspire to create an unreal atmosphere that leads to unfathomable elise asters such aims. Like any tashioniable club, clandestine service includes siders such svaman, Svo ars looked upon and given the CIA ilot my for its AVN, the Sveisel and such are melsidered rubble makers SV ho not understand the equals system. S proposals to tighten, securities arrays mets with exaggeration that has vold IHE into Alcatraz. After Ames is broke, the CIA's Inspector General began investigating what went wrong. Was typical of he Inspector General's office a lot initially burden 1. Gerber was overall investigation. Gerber 1 uho CIA omchals 3, 110 had u /Rernese. While Gerber later taken Q, FFEs, Zanani investigators zad previously aforked in Lhi Directorate of Operations Svold Liti turning to it MCE their aimment to the General and Comair. Having IHE CIA investigate itself as and cast of time and mneving. Instead of improving security, youth TAS response over youth ziers uto embarrassing 2 cases jaz zben uto ut1y uto a cover of them jup zbys opposing prosecutions ilat woody hakets ulistakes public. Thus IHE CIA's blase attitude about security term off self-protection, officiating CIA officers from accountability. He tueledzby directors of Central Intelligence consider il subject of security 1bb both dreary and beneath him. Instead of signaling that business usual do, Woolsey defended the 2 agency publicly, zl minimized ZTHEZ damage, Zan 2111 Ildzith's intelligence committees about z aims sa, oligraph z results, 3 ing ger past 3,6 th mying colors. Only after the author's op-ed via Woolsey for laking polygraph appeared in the March 994 New York NEMES did Noalsey issue the headline would rake IHE rest. TLE did say the CIA svistounded io adjuvant surprise tak yuka Pearl Harbor. Over the years, CIA served Svel, most and threats it chewed. Beauty he 7 image trom the aims IASE ahatia esti and aos its tashin tor ut sources and methods evastating. There has teen massive CIA, and official saver king the aims MSE said aims MSE 7 demonstrate the hadi he CIA's security system failure, it also 711 ustrateds how q ASY 7 tavas tortillas lo unis lead ZTHEZ press. Ni sides freakin oferences slozams S4 jassing Gs for oligraph zs unstead them, Ihedia stories suggesting he had IHE aims Yulian D had Yurkenko was real effector after all, he had aims S aims, had accrued 10 spy tour Russians, and Niadi and Vasmlian CIA analysis and access exo German Stasi Tather and TBI effector S information, Niad had aims S spying Svizlald YBI, then IHE CIA, and a lot FBI leaking unfavorable stories Abu T CIA. Intact, Electronic interceptions o Ames s conversations showed Zloha t torty 1-year-old Maria Ames did know about liar band s spy ties ill till 1991. Rather than show Yurchenko be a Vland, IHE Ames Ihaanton lat still unresolved leads Yurchenko vrovided about miles the CIA should be pursued even more vigorously, Svichlhi NBI began doing. The Tia S Uitgeligency ignoring AII of Arning 3 Inselhat Z Ames Zivas 3 Piengavas Aken Z Bank S leaving its Tront door Salt 700 R Mernite. While it evolved illis if the spotted the Epen 700 R, the Talt lay SVITH institution that left Isle Moors finally, and clearly FBI agents livid about IHECIA yet allowed 130th IHECIA SIND FBI SB Hani FBI officials avant out of here AVE lone play metia SI, Lunders. Ni causeth still yet work IHE agency, they did want 10 frictions between Isle agencies. If you think else, the aim subjects soft 3 Piengavas not passe. Ever since Isle Cold War Isle TBI and CIA had been saying El Hadlhi Russians to continued 3 pi the IJ. SNO zone T seriously. Now Zlohi mailbox 3x here Ames Sedley of Ihata Halki Harks Tor III's KGB Leandlers at 37th INDR Streets NW in Washington the I host Ajhotograph mailbox in USII story. Tour it Luhi location A Isiters Trom MT Zone. Once OUT of percent for Hollywood, spy Ihovies again became Thurila but the implications Ames tar in our areas. Tlhi CIA is 10 IJ. S Troms International Melrets, it inusuake drastic action those agency that led Ahe Ames. Hat change NAS Tajan Tilhi MP. By Z sample, the 7 Irector needs show ready on X Breliava 310 penis Zuhi 4, AST. New York Unitily arrogantly effusing 3 of mid RO3 aim 3 acurity as everyone then Z defendingsagency S grossigligence and Z Woolsey demonstrated that NE not mindent system munt 1Y at heel so not NPIHE marecting N. Besides getting a new Ilerector, Ahatia Aid tire of less sensitive verer supervisor Avho allowed Ames Antinu in 30B despite A, via signs that something's wrong. Ilerect Zoff security. CIA to appoint Tunner FBI agent. Joe be sure, LTHETBIs in at its AVN including Alauno Ichard Miller, Svo later admitted IO lapses have Z not stems from Gistemix problems and verziers, ZTHENBI JAS compiled into impressive, record for, catching spies. Asterisk since 1975, FBI counterintelligence investigations VEI salted Thai prosecution 70 a people Z4. T20 Easel were Z are the Security departments in Aj or M Port Ions are liated Tunner TBITS, say IO no liao investigations lawfully and are likely tenly of good liaison with IHE Bureau. As it is, the CIA assists FBI investigations. Since 1991, T fused to A operate Avith Ahazi Bureau Avith held on formations on Atista in occasions. Through Ames, Russians knew the CIA SMST and alliable secrets, stet even the TBI asterisk Atherday Idens Tor off Lames, me CIA blokluhi TBI tromtaining information about of had Ames knew. The reason is he had IHE CIA does its vant IHE FBI 10 know just as intoziat feel YL want good security. In Lhi security telated IHE CIAS Mary Hajar Tiling, its eolekti ve tie toward defectors Guka Vitali Yurchenko. The Uagents 2 betrayed ZBY2 Arns Avr, Jins Gafect, Z defectors in jargon, defectors in place. CIA officers tie of defectors, whom en guard as ans the Freiters 10 here own IFAE hands such as Ames ejetrays them 10 IHE other side, CIA officers do consider the task to be asterisk read. Joe them, spying is game. So long as Afihashia maintain their MN Tof DSItion Svithin agency, they tha judgments vas MNE outlgi the Sve IHE affairtloving T sieved scathing trom tia inspector asterisk general tred Eric T Tli TZ about IHE Ames case, no alzi jeprimanded he 23 tonner tia officers avho avrazite de port Z4 zavanjagelkdid Udis ZBY ignoring IHE signs had Ames A1 gauged spying. In contrast, of hen FBI agents tailed Ovich Edward Lee Howard Orfali before Lyakaped Zlomi Soviet Union, Avr T1 Red. Zn Volzi 4, or trade himselis 3 Iuchsho had rake into account UCI officers involved. He mid 3 RAS malved. What SVAS involved SVAS gross negligence, 30 methingtor of Heesh employees companies are timely fired. In IHE's MSE, IHE national security at stake. The Inspector General aims zad compromised 36 intelligence z operations. Zn Volzi s inactions any hate CIA, 2 at SZ business zilshual, Senator Dennis D. Concini, Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, N. As inspected, 43 rinses Q, FZTHE CIA Svhozad 210 beat Wolsey Nile FIFA he applauded Elise the Ionvinst Wolsey officers so specially had anything MRE letter near personnel tiles with their precious in oral and in accessory because 10 here jobs. Intact, IHE officers IH question SVR devoted 10 here self-interest. As Nye inspector included, Tia's off tracer civilfully ignored Zarns S3 pying, because they did this Vaisilu here MN. In Wenternal Tia 3 Tashin Jamaica's broke you, Easelance reporting Jabordnate tour Z beating G's wife, Z fool tours Zoff ZTHE Tia S bureaucracy down on Chiaj came IHE Largitofen inspector asterisk general S investigation, tumors avrawarculated abatur 3x life, and her career at the Wolsey Suh Azurans here often difference that had led the fiascos in the TLRST ZV lace. ZLT turned 3 Tomix Q, F0 non-80 CIA's officers avho recognized Mladit and such would again. To sure, in return tor leniency tor G's aviv, Zams spledded guilty life in Z at Risen without a 4 Yarly. But that was because Iris Tate was Iran's dash of the Justice Department and FBI, via tunnel CIA. To TIIL he's accu most by Wolsey SIACLF leadership, Commission Avis tor made 3 2D Avis the TIA and 7 E side of, indeed, me agency Avis needed all. Swesiding 3 Uk Oastion Avis like deciding Sfather U, Muniti Ald Tire Ni cause Woolseliat failed IOC's IHE initiative IND do IAB, Blixapolferas so and Seekan tour the agency ility seen is IHE only 10 salvage left oflo he CIAS decline in dollar readability. Ultimately, me tal ua avi th President Linton, aho aldiot nonage own z white z house z staff, zlet z alone the ZCIA. T versides the committees and commissions agently 30 tar torsing zlt avas ipslo Clinton, zlo whom Wolsey deported, xo insist aggressive action. What avas not miley 3 Aries a, ft1 rings hidden agents of the culture z of zthe's agency, zas will zas za aristmturing zetos bring za ihe cia. Until 3 trong and amput until residential halls America of ill remain at Jisk. Indeed, I, fames and 2 mayor spies Guka as a Walker, Junior IHEU.S. Familiar th the aims the CIA longsvayan at velotted thihe mafia to get Fidel Castro s tal gave sd ill suspecting gubjects, spied illegally on Americans. But powerful as is, I'll aims and it was Zandald z demonstratel had one he z CIA 3 till jas long jave before becomes the disciplined agency America deserves. The CIA's Foreign Resources Division Tekrui Ted Torin diplomats and intelligence officers IHE Washington area from Suite 80NIOI Wisconsin Avenue Bethesda Maryland. Ronald Kessler, William M. Colby began CIAT forms. Wide World, Stansfield Turner's emphasized technical election. Wide World, William J. Casey's embroiled the CIA IH the Tran-Contra scandal. Wide World, NTF George Bush, Thur himself a Tormayer CIA director, illit with William Webster at the new CIA building NMCH Augusta 990. At left Richard J. Kerr, Deputy Central Intelligence. Wide World. President Bush applauded after Supreme Court Justice Sandra Day O'Connor swore Robert M. Gates as the 15th Director of Central Intelligence on November 1991. Wide World. Directors M. Centra/07TE//Igents Sidney W. Sowers * Hoyt S. Vandenberg Roscoe H. Hillenko Eder Walter Bedell Smith Alan W. Dulles Jonah McCone William Y. Raburn Jr. Richard Helms James R. Schlesinger William E. Colby George H. Bush Stansfield Turner William J. Casey William H. Webster Robert M. Gates January 23 a 946 June M. A 946 Maya 947 October 3, 1950 February 26, April 12 SA 965 June 30 1966 June 30 a 966 February 2 a 973 February 2, 1973 Ju 1 Y2 a 973 September a 973 January 30 a 976 March 9 a 977 January 981 November 1991 Deputy Directors of Central Intelligence Kingman Douglas Edwin K. Wright William H. Jackson Allen W. Dulles Charles P. Cabell Marshall S. Carter Richard Helms Rufus L. Taylor Robert E. Cushman, Jr. Vernon A. Walters Noh Notch Frank C. Car 1 Uxie T. 11 Bobby R. Iman John N. McMahon Robert M. Gates March 2, 1946 Ju 1 in a 946 January 20 a 947 March 9, 1949 August 23, April 1 23, 1953 January 31, 1962 April 3 a 962 April 128 a 965 April 128, 1965 June 30 a 966 May 1969 December 31 a 971 April 8, 1986 March 20 a 989 Taro NRNRRH 7 11000 William O. Studman April U. 1992 Notes I William Colby and Teeter Torbath, Vulnerable Men, My Life CIA 2. Interview SVIT 11 McMahon on January 25, M. 91. 3 Interview on June, 990, Saunders. 4 Interview on September 9, 1990, 5. 6.3 CIA History Z Staff, Z Directors U and Deputy U Directors U of Central 7. Interview on August 7, 1990, S. With Colby. 8 Memo Leahy, and on 7, L. 33, Ith Jamley. 9 Interview on July 11, 1990, 11. Tame, so. 12 Interview on September 28, 1990, with Tolger. 13 Commission CIA Activities Avathin United Tezathay Rockefeller Commission, Ziraporu OCTHEZ President a Government's Printing Z of T1 CE, 14. 15 Z Tom Z Gilligan, Zia Z Life, 010, Bodades Sweethutheugency Z, 4 and 16. Interview M May 2, 991, Rodriguez. 17 New York TZMES, 18. A6. 19 Gregory T. J. Reverton, covered the GMIT's intervention on He 20. Public Broadcasting Service Special NIOT appeared. In Washington HWETA Tevan January 17 1989. 21 Coach X Johnson, 34 America S Now AOX 4 J University N Res, 22. 23 Report Me He CIA Inspector General M August 25, 967, Author Under IHE Freedom Act, V4. 24 Report Me He CIA Inspector General M August 25, 967, Author Under IHE Freedom Information Act. 825. An accurate account Ijmi Yadlala incident appears in David C. Martin and John Walcott Espesned Plans, Touchstone, AE 988, V 220. 2627. Interview December 6, 1990, Bruammer. 28 Washington Post, A19. 29 Interview M April AI, Bowen. 30 Mary Z. Rositsk, The Tia S. A Reader S. Digest Tress, 31. Curtis Rebels, Guardians, Strategic Reconnaissance Satellites 32. William Hood M01E0V.W. 3334. Oleg Penkovsky, The Penkovsky Papers, Doubleday & Co., A965. 35 Peter Wright, Spycatcher 07 Iking, 987, 208. 36 Washington Post, March 11, 1983, v. AI 37. Sellers, comment. 38 Reuters, 39. 40 CIHE author S1300K escape $OM bli CIA, how bli KGB Ivan Undless the most importance difficult.s 1991. 41 Washington Post, May 6, 1990, AI 42. Interview on September 5, 43. Authoritative Stephen Emerson and Richard R. Skyled in the September 212, 21988, issue A, Fu. S News J World Report Fawaz Yunus S intercepted Mursation and Jainani Z details CIA's involvements in two capturings him. .2 These Swerza confirmed Zin's an interview August 31, 2990, S with Oliver X Buck, Ravel, Ihan Deputy Director Oflohi FBI, erected IHE arrest Aunus. 44 Interviews M. Carter, Yunus S. Lawyer. 45 Washington Post, 46. Interview M. August 31, Ravel. 47 Torn Man Gold, Cold Warrior, James Jesus Angleton, Simon Schuster, 1991, 340-44, and Washington Post, Mayu. 48 CIA Janemo Trom James Angleton the September 20, 1967. 49 versus SSPY. After the Koecker S fork tour Czech government Z tired. Tiana Koecker Saver King Czech firm that exports art IHE West. 50 Jim Man Gold, Cold Warrior, James Jesus Angleton, Simon Schuster, 51. An accountant bet S. Lee File Mountain Inkomstchef S. Secret speech given Yossi Melman and Dan Ravivs in Me International Journal Intelligency and Counterintelligence, Volume, Number 2, 219. 52 Webster S. Meeting Reporters I. 53 Commission on CIA Activities and Euro within the United States Rockefeller Commission, Ziraporuo CTHEZ President a Government Renting Z Office, 54. Thomas Towers, The Man M10 ZPUHE Secrets, Richard Yelms UND31 E55. Niliam Colby Land Teetery Bath, Honorable Men, My Life CIN We CIA, Simona Schuster, 1978, 345. 56 A subsequent report by Sheffield Edwards, Director CIAS Office of Security, Administration SD Frank Dulson Abu Olson he be given LSD Breyer taking it on November 9, 953. Tedwards S. Inerno A. F. November 29, 953, says 3 It was Z decided experiments with this drug XSD, ZHND tour the Janern Bears present administer the drugs themselves ascertain the clandestine implication S. Rauld have Jane eating onference. But January 29, 975, CIA in Mo quotes, 1953, IHE CIA Inspector General S. Office datings Lohatmal individuals were not told they had been given ISD until 20 minuts afterwards. According 10 page 227 of Rockefeller Commission Report, why prior to Ving ISD, anticipated discussions where off such substances stun suspecting SUBJX agreed to in 43 Rincipal. Tlouver, individuals visiotinata where thatli ilad been given LSD until about 20 minutes lifter mad been administered. 57-58. 59 Thomas Towers S. The Man NV710 Kept Secrets, Richard Helms NND 31 The Statum Gresham Rare Sifil The CIAS Early Mice. 60 Interview M. Lily Yook, Eric Simmons. 61 Interview M. October 25, 62. Interview, 1990, 63. 64 Interview M. Lily Y, A990, S. With Bissell. 65 Interview on Lily Y, A990, S. With Bissell. 66 Interview on Mame, with Dross. 67 Interview on April L, 33, Ith Bowen. 68-69. Interview September 3, 990, Proctor. 70 Interview M. Loon M, 1990, Simmons. 71 William Colby and Teeter Torbath, Honorable Men, My Life CINW CIA 72. Interview on September 1, 1990, with Miller. 73.74 Interview on September 28, 1990, with Tolger. 75-76. E5. 77 U.S. Congress, Reportage % E-Congress Tonal Committees Investigating BLE Iran-Contra W.S. Government Printing Office, 987, 379. 78 Interview M. Loon M., 1990, with Simmons. 79-80. 1. S. Vithbas 11. 81 Interview M. September J., 82. Murad T. Tord, Estimative J-Intelligence, The Purpositioned, Problems Kof Natlonal Intelligence Estimating at Effens Intelligence College, 989. 192, Msentram David A. Brinkley and Andrew Hill S. Estimative Intelligence Offense School, A979. 83 Russell Jack Smith, The Known CIA, Msri Decades 3 Vithwi Agency, Pergamon Brassi S., 27. 84 Michael Z. R. Deschloss, Mayday, Eisenhower, Khrushchev, CHND HCV2 Afero Yerper and Rowe, A986, 400. 85 An excellent discussion Oflohi National Reconnaissance Office appears Jeffrey G. Z. Richelson S. The UU. S. Intelligence Community of Bellinger, 86. Interview on August 24, 1990, 87. William E. Burroughs, Deep Black, Space Espionage and National Security, Random News, 1986, v. 219. 88 Interview M. Augustu, 990, Lundahl. 89 Interview M. Augustu, 90. Interview on September, 1990, S. Vith Smith. 91 William E. Burroughs, Deep Black, Space Espionage and National Security, Random House, 1986, U9. 92 Interview on August 24, 1990, 93. Adapted Tom Harold P. Yard S. Estimative U Intelligence, U the U Purposes U and U Problems UOJE National Intelligence Estimating Offense 1989.36.94. Tlarold 2. Tord, Estimative J-Intelligence, The Purpositioned, Problems Kof National Intelligence Estimating, Defense Intelligence College, ZL 989, 16. 95-96. Russell Jack Smith, Z. The Known CIA, ZV1Y Decades 3 Vithwi Agency, Pergamon Brassi S., 1989, No. 97 Harold Y. Tord, Estimative J-Intelligence, The Purpositioned, Problems Kof Natlonal 7 Intelligence Estimating for Defense Low Intelligence Tolage, 21989, pages 38 m98. Interview M. Septembers, 1990, Proctor. 99 Interview on September 5, S. Vith Proctor. 100 Coach X. Johnson, 34 America S.A. Oxford University Press, 101. 102 Russell Jack Z. Smith, Z. The Known CIA, Msri Decades 3 Vithwi Agency, Pergamon Brassi S., 1989, 34. 103 Interview on Apri L., 104. Russell Jack 3 Myth, The Known CIA, AI or Decades 3 Vithwi Agency, Pergamon Brassi S., 31. 105 Interview on December 18, 1990, 107. Harold Y. Tord, Estimative J-Intelligence, The Purpositioned, Problems Kof Natlonal Intelligence Estimating, Defense Intelligence College, 989, 110. 108 Netters E.S. Trisis, International Journal Intelligence and Counterintelligence, Volume 2, Number 4, .355-58, Anzuazerli, The Central J-Intelligence Agency, TMN Overview Me Ormer Officers, 1990.46. 109 Harold Y. Tord, Estimative Intelligence, The Purpositioned, Problemskopf Nationale Intelligenz Estimating at Effens Intelligence College, 989. 72 IIO Coach X Johnson, 34 America SA Oxford University Tress. III Abram ZN. 3 Schulsky, Gelente Warfare, Zunderstanding the World of Intelligence, Pergamon Brassi S, M, 91, v 61. 112 Ray S. Klein, The CIAC Under Reagan, Bush Casey XI Acropolis Books, 113. Interview on September 28, 1990, 114. Interview on September 4, 115. Thomas Towers, The Men YV 710 Zepuhi Secrets, Richard Yelms UND 116. Tord I. Meyer, Two Facing Guriality, Euphrom's World Ucturalism 8 the C2CL4, University Press of America, 1980, VP 67-80. 117. John Ziranalaw, The Agency of the Year 1 Swanjidecline of Theocal 4, Touchstone A 987, v 239. 118. Interview on August, 1990, 119. Interview M. August B, A 991, Svith Sporkin. 120. Interview M. July 27, A 990, Svith Dross. 121. Interview on August, 1990, 122. Interview on September 3, 1990, Svith Tuller. 123. 124. Interview M. October 3, 1990, Inman. 125. Interview on August 9, Svith Meyer. 126. Interview on September 3, 1990, Svith Tuller. 127. Interview on January J, 1991, with Kerr. 128. 129. Interview on 1 January 4, 1991, 130. CIA 3 USSR, Comparison of Estimates of Overall Growth Official and Unofficial Soviet Estimates, 1987. 131. Interviews on August 29, A990, Svith Graham, and 3 IIT CIA officials. 132.2 William 31. Lee, Renz Zin 133. 1990, Svith Lee. 134. Igor Berman, Soviets Tums, v 99.135. Washington Post, October 27, 136. Svith Berman. 137. IJ. S. Congress, Joint Economic Committee 3-2DL Vapors, November 23, 138. Zanders Joas Lunzin Z. I. Henry Tews. Zerauenzandarls J. Wolf, Jr. S. The Impoveries Head, Superpower, Peristro IKA 107 He 30 Viet Military Burden, Institute Studies, 1990.33. 139. The Soviet Economy Stumbles Badly 989 CCIA, May 1990. 140. 141. Interview on August 20, 1990, Svith Bergson. 142. Time, 63. 143. Interview M. December, A990, Aerith Gates. 144. Interview on New Area, 1990, 146. Don Oberdorfer, ZY Miss Signals IHE Middle East, Washington Post Magazine, March 17, 1991, 40. 147. Zlo Interview June 23, 1991, Avith Sunestrero, Zand York Sea Times, A11. 148. Dr. Yost SSS Menufsidum Nusain appeared August 26, 1990, Boston Sunday Herald. 149. Washington Post, January L, 150. Z. The J. Wall Street Journal S3 Tory the Tia S4, Erferman Curing the Gulf War, Walter S. Mossberg, appeared AIO March 18, 1991, edition. Z headlined, U.SZ intelligence agencies triumphed in Gulf of Ar despite some weak spots, the story 3aid, TLN most Z respects, ZTHE upper Z and Z Gulf Wars was ZAU triumph youth ZIJ. S intelligence. 151 Sons Theardo War, Shamhala, A988, 82. 152 Washington Post, March 18, 1991, v. A16. 153 154. Interview on 1 January 4, 1991, 155. Interview on August 7156. Washington Post, June 29, 973, 829, interviews on April 27, with Colby. 157 158. Z Elizabeth Z Miles Took, Theo History Uabathi Cold Georgetown Upike 159. Z Elizabeth Z Miles Took, Theo History Uabath Alj Georgetown's Pike, published Cook, 977. 33, Nannathefon, A.L., Fairfax County, Virginia, History Fairfax County Board, 978, at 84, Louise T. Turins and Z. William L.J. Turin, ZVFC Lean Z Remembers Z, The McLean Scenes Inc., ZL 967. Fairfax County's Angli McLean Handbook, The J. John T. Nackall, Yearbook, Joel. J. 955 Virginia, pages Z Mac 11 ZH Descendant Mackall, Sho acquired Iangli Trom the Li 1 Ami 1 EMS 36. 160 interviews April 24, A991, Svith Warner and Elder. 161 162. Sales EHND4, Urchis Screamen dated July 25, 947, Z between Margaret Scattergood and IH Editorial Works Administrator, Elizabeth Miles Cook, The Tory DLD Georgetown Pike, published Cook, 977. 35, interview on January 20, 1991, Nancy T.I. Manchett, * Grandniece 163. Interview M. January 21, 991, 164. Interview on January 25, 991, 33, Ith Fitzwater. 165 Interview January 23, 991, Sylvia Blanchett. 166 Washington Post, November Y, 1986, C6, My Notaria Daddy Memorial Service Tour Scattergood at IHE Langley Hill Monthly Meeting The Z Religious Society AF's Friends, November 23, 21986, Zlast Z Will and Testament Cattergood, February 25, 21982, Teed Circuit Court Fairfax County, Virginia. 167 Interview 01 January 3, 1991, 168. The second largest election intelligence Mox ILTJ United States is the Russell J. Now into Elections on Intelligence, Security, ZHND Novel Activities Z Georgetown J University S. Jane and Brary. Z. This is a collection, donated by CIA analyst, NASI Horthan 11000 Nulumis. 169 Interview on November 26, 1990, Svith Baker. 170 Turner Midninas No Recollection Mehimcident. 171 Tortul 7 Iscussion M Searchinko S3 The S Escape $OM The CIA, Yom He CL 417 Ndiosuhamis Importance Spe Ever to Defect %Blue.S. Pocket Books, L. 172 Interview on March 24, 1991, 173. Tord I. Meyer, Two-Facing Guriality, Euphrom's World Uctoralism Ater _ the C2CL4, University Press of America, 1980, v86. In an interview August 29, 1990, Meyer 3-8 News Hotting Zabu Soviets Bvertzi give information 1b Ramparts. 174 Ask June 26, 1991, Wiley thought the lip came trom KGB instead loft trom Michael Wood, Brown said had no amount. 175 Eurolullie Iskushio Hiko Quays, G Spy, Stalking Soviet Spies J1 Amerikabner S, 1988. Wenzisk Zan's interview 2 Prague compromised Ogorodnik, Koecker said, Me apply sorry but the Sho Thurim in Svara CIA and Lijage gruded him in 3 uk zh at Lumzi z Nanner. ZM's Hotki en Ings Thems I document for that ampromised, and I on Fermangat. Gur no on the MSE. Smfes 176. AMRE complete discussion of Fahia Boyce and Libby Lound Roberts in CS the Sea Falcons and ZTHE us Nomen, 2.4 True Istu, ZA Friends Hip MDC Espionage Books, 980, Simon Chuster 979, and author S. Spicy in Me Russian Club, Mokki and Sothers' Tali America S. Nuclear Sea War Plans and Escape to, Moscow, Scribner S., 1990. 177 more S's Iskista Trankt in IHE author S. Escape $OM Blee CIA, Defectu, DZEU.S. Oaket Books, 1991 178. Washington Post, 179. Interview on November 13, 1990, Sveti Iron. 180. Jyothor Satin OLL Introduction The Career Training Program January 25 A 991. 181 XT. S. Nongras, Maus Nermanen Select Committees and Compilations Z Intelligence Jaws und Urlitits und du Executive Orders UOJZ Interest to the Z National Intelligence Community, U.S. Government en Rentingfis, 31987, 26. Zandyak C. Book CBN Intelligence, CIA, Loon v14. 182 Z. Russell Jack Smith, XHE Known CIA, ZV1Y Decades 3 Vithwi Agency, Pergamon Brassy S., 1989, V67. 183 184. Interview M. March 29, 1990, 185. Interview on August 28, 186. Commission CIA Activities Avathin United States Athay Rockefeller Commission, Ziraporuo CTHEZ President a Government's Printing Z of T1CE, 187. Stansfield J. Turner, Secrecies and Democracy, D. The ZCIA DIN Transition 188. 189 Stansfield J. Turner, Secrecies and Democracy, D. The ZCIA DIN Transition 190. Interview M. December 27, Svith Lerner. 191 Donald Rochin, Black FBI Agent, 1 Discrimination FBI Ifter Other Agents in Omaha Chicago M. Ast Time, Ijjinangan 1983, Tor Being El Jalak. 192 Employment Statistics provided by FBI SVU Public Affairs Office. 193 Interview on January 2, 1991, 194. Interview M. December 12, A990, Svith Austin. 195 William Z.H. Nebster, X's Civil War Battlefield Sud, edited Francis H. Kennedy Mifflin, 990, v91. 196 Interview M. December 4, Spieth. 197 Interview on April 30, L. 198. 199 Interview on November 23, 200. Interview on January 2, 1991, 201. Interview M. April 29, I. 202. Interview M. December 4, Spieth. 203 M. 204 Thomas Towers, The Man CW to ZEP 31 Secrets, Knopf, 1987, v 303-5, John 2 Ranelagh, 205. 206 207. Interview Lune 26, 1991, and Associate M. George. 208 IJ. S. Congress, Senate Select Committee Intelligence, nomination of Robert M. Gates, April M., 1986, 23. 209 Interview on November 6, 1990, SVIT 11 McGregor. 210-211. Interview 01 January 7, 1991, 212. Interview M December 12, A990, Aerith Baker. 213 Interview M December 12, A990, Baker. 214 Interview on July 16, 1991, Bellinger. 215-216. Interview M5, A991, Aerith McGregor. 217 Reporter Jeju Tong Res Tonal Committees Jainvestigaten I Ten Contra Affair, 381. 218 Udomu Jaligan, DCIAZ Life, 010, Boadays Swethuthjugency, Foreign Intelligence Press, L, 187. 219 Interview on August 2, 1990, 220. Interviews November TZL 990, Svith 2v1C Gregor, November 28, 1990, with Gutman, and December 3, 1990, Svith Hosler. 221 Interview on August 5, an Associate of George. 222-223. Washington Post, 1.224. Interview on August, 1990, 225. Interview December S, 1990, Bruammer. 226 Interview December 10, A990, Aerith Young. 227 Washington Post, November 30, 228. Interview on December 17, 1990, with Linda Webster. 229 Interview on December 17, 1990, 230. Interview 231. May S, 232. Interview M December 18, A990, Svith Gates. 233 Svite Mouse releases ZHND July 25, 991. Originally established the Medal of Freedom ili Presidentman in 1945, me medal ij came a Presidential Medal of Freedom ih under President Kennedy. 234-235. 236 March I, 1962. 237 John Nitzpatrick, Theo Writings Q, Fc Orju Washington Me Original ZV1 Anus Ripped SS Arses, Chi 745-1799, NOL 3741-1. S Government 238. An excellent discussion of Fihi CIAS at Semihi Tours being appears in K. Johnson S. America's Secret Power, the CIA Democratic 203. 239 I, A990, Svith Bissell. 240 Interview January 25, 991, SVIT 11 McMahon. 241 William Teetereerbath, Honorable Men, My Life CIN We CIA 242. 243 Interview on August 28, 244. Interview M July 27, A990, Svith Dross. 245 David Avi SE, the 04 American Police State, the Government Tagging Suhi People, Random House, 1976, 246 Interview September, ZL 990, Svith Warner, September, 1990, Avith Marchetti, 3 The 2v1 Archetti Case, New Taste Law, John 3. Warner, Studies Diligence, CIA, 77, v1. 247-248. Americas Secretior, the TSEIN Democratic Society Oxford 249. Stansfield J. Turner, _Secrecies and Democracy, D. The ZCIA DIN Transition 250. TCIANI University, 3 Peach Robert M. Gates The John T. Kennedy School of Government, Marvard I. University, Tabentary 13, 1986. 251 Uxn Excellent Discussion IUHE CIAS Avith Il Academic 3 Roald appears in Coach X Johnson SZ for America's Secret Power, Metia Undemocratic Society at Sford University Tress, 1989, 57-81. 252 Washington Post, June 20, 991, A3, and New York Times, June 20, 1991 v.b1. 253 J Memo dated 212, 1990, From Z. Richard to Van Roff, Z. Dean, ZTHE University T. Connecticut, Division Trilter National Affairs. 254 Information Service, Commerce Department, Springfield, Virginia. 255 Interview on August 28, 256. Interview M August 28, 257. New York Times, September 27, 1985, AI 258. United Press International, September 27, 1985, AM. 259 Interview December 30, 1990, Engelberg. 260 Interview 01 January 3, 1991, 261. Interview December 30, A990, Svith Engelberg. 262 Interview M April, A991, Svith Webster. 263 Interview November 26, 1990, Baker. 264 William M. 27, 1989.265. Jayers Loan Intelligence Identities and Protection Z Act ZBF ZLL 982 imposes criminal penalties mlos s ho have authorized access slow classified information and intentionally disclose narns of 3 covered agents. Those not have authorized access information such journalists may 3 objectize if they engage 311 2 pattern 6 ties intended to identify and expose overt agents zavithijliev that zhukar activities of olds impairs imped z foreign's intelligence activities of fihu.s. 266 267. Security Awareness 980s, Defense Security Institute, v 203. 268 Washington Post, A3. 269 Nariscope, Z November 23, 1990 Z, Associations of Z Former Intelligence Officers, Z. The CIA 7 and 8 IHE had the agency assassinated Palma, Mlingat in nonsense. 270 Nilium Colby and Teeter Torbath, Honorable Men, My Life CIN We CIA 271 Royal Commission Q, Elm Queries into Activities ZO Ethnugan MAND Group, Tamalf Report, Government of Z Australia. 4 Australian Government Publishing Service, and author interviews IH the till 985 Svith number of EHOs involved IHE Nugan Hand Bank, including COL by, Erie Koch, T, and Admiral Earl, Bud, Yates. 31 and 218 Mihi Final Teport Sageland ask about the consequences Zamarikans Avho invested in overseas ventures the tax MAND and Nugan Afihe Likame Aident aliens in IJ. S. Colby also discussed Avith MAND Elise Avayish US of Hilk Dil Australianoidison. Colby S. Mean till M. Reed Price received Il Tour 10,000 Tour advice, Biwa he lost, Arasud. As result, Colby Wasalev at aid. 272 Washington Post, August 3, 991, AI 273. Declaration SEA Unsell, Tonya Vergentandayer The Money Threes. John Null, Civil Southern District of Florida. 274 U.S. Congress, Reportage A% E Congress Tonal Committees Investigating Blee Iran Contrafair, LJ. S. Government Printing Office, 7, v 59.275. Washington Post, Yebruirya 9S9V.A10. 276-277. Steve Weinberg, The Mob, The CIA, INDIL Scandal, Columbia Journalism Review, November 990.28, Nichols Talks, T. The Story Hardly Z Anyone Z Wants You To You Touch, Washington Journalism U Review, 278. Washington Post, December 22, 279. Washington Post, Augustine, v. A5. 280 Ronald Kessler, Spy QS. Spy, Stockm Soviet Spies America, Scribner S., 281. Washington Post, 282. Interview December 18, A990, Arith B. Memmer. 283 Peter Moss, Manhunt, Random House, 278. 284 Interview on December 31, 1990, 285. Interview December 31, 1990, Engelberg. 286 Interview January 25, 991, McMahon. 287 Interview December 30, A990, Svith Engel. 288 Interview M December 18, A990, Greenleaf. 289 ZU. S. Nongras, Mouse Z Permanent Selectiometisens Lointelligenz, Compilations Z Intelligence Jaws und Urlitits Laws U and Do Executive Orders UOJ Z Interest to the Z National Intelligence Community, U.S. Government, Renting Office, March A987.69. 290 Commission CIA Activities Avithin United States Athay Rockefeller Commission, Meport Me en Resident a Government Unrenting Office, 291. 293 John Zirana Law, Z the Agency, Z the Ur1 SEU and do decline of Theocal for 294. Washington Post, December 8, A12. 296 AI. 297 Interview on Augusts, 1991, Sporkin. 298 Interview December 6, Bruammer. 299 Interview January, 991, Avith and Ruammer, Zand Washington Nost 300. Washington Post, Octobers, 1988, v. A9. 301 Interview, 1991, Webster. 302 Interview on January 2, 1991, 303. New York TZMES, E21. 304 Interview M January 25, 991, 3 Ith McMahon. 305 Washington Post, November 1990. 306 Interview on January J, 1991, with Kurdot Selected Bibliography Andrew, Thristoffer, Oleg Gordievsky. XGB, see the C1 Anside SS Tory. Marper Collins, 1990. Bellin, David W. Final Disclosure. Scribner S., 1988. Beschloss, Michael R. Mayday, C. Eisenhower, Khrushchev, Q2 Seem Fair. Harper and Rao 986. Bittman, Tatislav. The RGB Soviet Disinformation, D4 and Janesider SYO. Pergamon Brassis. Breckenridge, Scott DXHETL4T _HTS Intelligence System. Anvestview Press, 1986. Brooke Shepard, Gordon. The Stormbirds, see the C Dramatic Stories Jajaham P Soviet Spies YV710 Yave Defected Since World War Weidenfeld Nicholson, 1989. Burroughs, Nilium Z. Deepilak, Space Espionage National Security. Random House EA9S6. Carl, Zia. JHE7 International Dictionary Q, for Intelligence. Zlo International Defense Consultant Services. Chavkavids, David. Crowns MD Trenchcoats, Russian Prince Jyahi CLA. Atlantic International Publications, 1990. Klein, Ray S. The CIA Tundernegan, Bush Casey. Acroples Books, 1991. Colby, William, and Teeter Yerbath. Honorable Men, My Life Oilge CLA. Simon and Schuster 978. Commissions on TAZI Activities Avathin Z the J United States XTHEZ Rockefeller Commission. Report Fo DZE Pres 1 Dent. Government, Renting Office, 1976. Darling, Arthur 2B. The Central's Loan Intelligence Agency, UN Instrument UOJ Government Percent 950. Pennsylvania State University Tress. De Silva, Teeter. Subsirosa, The CIA Undihi C Visas Us Intelligence. Times Books, 1978. Dulles, Alan. Great True Spy Stories. Castle, Emerson, Stephen, Zand Duffy. T. The Seafall Kofupan Chi 03, Zins IDEF Lockerbie Investigation. G. T. Putnam S. Sons, 1990. Ford, Harold T. Estimative Intelligence, The Purposes and Problems Zational Intelligence Estimating. Defense Intelligence College Gilligan, Nam. Tia Ilf, 0, 000 Days Javith Macy 4 Genki. Low Intelligence Press, 1991. Hood, William, Mole. W. W. Norton, 1982. Jeffries Jones, Rodri. American Espionage, From Secret Service Percensi CCL4. Theory, Resa 977. Johnson, Coach X America S Secret Power, The CIAG Until Democratic Society. Oxford University Press, 1989. Kessler, Ronald. Escape Tom CIA, Mo CIA 1 Mcloso He Most Important KGB Spy Ever Defectio Die US Pocket Books, I. Moscow Station, How Me XGB Penetrated MHE American Embassy. Moscow. Scribner S., 1989. My Spy Russian Club, Now Glenn Southers' Toledo for America S. Nuclear War Plan Sondescaped J. Foskow. Scribners, A990. Spy QS Spy, Stalking Soviet Spies America. Scribner S., 1988. Laquier, Walter. World of Secrets, Thyrsis und Limits to Diligence. Basic Books A 985. Levchenko, Stanislav. Dienbel Wrong Side. Pergamon Brassy S., 1988. Mangold, Yam. Cold Warrior, James Jesus Tang Litton. Simon Schuster, 1991. Marchetti, Victor, and John D. Marks. He T_An7 He Told of Intelligence. Non 974. Martin, David T., and John Nalcott. Jess Zayden Lands, The 7 Anside SS Tourer JJ America S. Where Against Terrorism. 989 Blisht Harper and Rowan 98s. Meyer, Cord. Facing Reality, From World Sea Federalism FECCL 4. University Press of America 1980. Payne, Ronald, and Christopher Dobson. Who es Cuscio dies Pionage. St. Martin S. Press, 1984. Peebles, Curtis. Guardians, Strategic Reconnaissance Satellites. Tresidio Tress, 1987. Penkovsky, Oleg. The Penkovsk 1Y Papers. Doubleday. Persico, Joseph Y. Casey, The Lives MDC Secrets of William J. Casey. Viking, 1990. Powers, Thomas. The Man Who Zepfa Has Secrets, Richard Nelms UND31 ECL4. Knopfe 987. Prados, John. Sthea Soviets Estimate, UU.S. Intelligencer Unilisis UUND Soviet Strategic Forces. Princeton University Press, 1982. President's Secret Wars, CLAMD Pentagon covered per Hans Tom World War I through France Cam. William Morrow, 1986. Rafizadeh, Mansur. Witness, from %s Shahuz a Secret Terms Deal. William Morrow. Ranelagh, John. Ouchstone, 1987. Originally published by Cambridge 2 Publishing Limited, 1986. Rich Elson, Jeffrey. Z for America S Secretaries GNC Space, see the CV.S. Ze Whole Spy Satellite Program. Harper and Row, 1990. The U.S. Intelligence Community. Bullinger, 1989. Romerstein, Merbert, and Stanislav Zevchenko. Z the U-4 humane enemy, U, me Soviet Intelligence Service NPER zugunst and he the United States. Lexington Lux, 1989. Rossitsk, many. The CL4S Secret Operations. Reader's Digest, Res, 1977. Rowan, Z. I. Hemizs. Zandar Lesu Wolf, Junior Uthi Impoverishito Superpower, Perestroika und Jale Soviet and Philotera Merden. Institut Torin Temporary Studies, 1990. Schulsky, Abram and Three Island Warfare, Understanding Hedgeverlk, Juntelligence. Pergamon Brassy S. Smith, Russell Jack. The Tuknontia, c. Vifiri decades gvith the Ugency. Pergamon Brassy S. Sorley, Lewis. The Tentral Intelligence Ekajanki, Con Overview. Former Officers, 1990. Thomas, Gordon. Journey Jane to Sea, V. Fadness, The Sea Trusterit _ Secret CIA's Find Control und Medicalabus. Bantam, The Tower Com is Zion Report, The Full Text Fahi President S. Special Review Board. Treverton, Gregory Y. Coverchin, The Imits Ausinterventon POS Tour World. Basic Books a 987. Troy, Thomas T. Donovan QTND 17 HTL4. University Publications U, FC America, 1981. Turner, Stansfield. Secrecy Democracy, The CIAG and Transition. Mufton Mifflin, 1985. U.S. Congress. House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. Compilation on Intelligence Laws Related Laws Mda Executui Orders T to Bli Nationals Low Intelligence Community. ZU. S. Government Z Printing Z Office, Z March 1987. Senate Select Committees Low Studies I Environment and Operations Avith Respecual Intelligence Activities of the Church Committee. Final C Report. I.J. S. Government Printing Office, 1976. Reportage Aim Congress INL Committees Investigating 3ZE10 Contra Affair. U.S. Government Printing of Trace, 1987. Wise, David. The CIA agent betrayed fluid S country S secrets Tangle escaped O of Moscow. Random House, 1988. Woodward, 21981 to 1987. Schustera 987. Wyden, Peter. Baovigs, The Untold Story. Simon and Scudder. Glossary Agent Person Acting Zilder and Troll U, Fans Intelligence 3 Acurity 3 Ervis Obtain Help Tain Information Tor Intelligence Purposes. ASO * Noun Asset. Analysis Review Information 10 Determine its significance, it th othershan intend, draw conclusions resulting in intelligence judgments. Asset C Agent Case Mfasser A Intelligence Swice Avho is Tor Handling Agents. Also known as Mfasser. Mreed T Secretly. Collection Acquisition of Information SSED Tor Intelligence. Communications, intelligence, derived, from intercepted communications. Consumer person or organization had receives and hakes use intelligence. Counterintelligence activities undertaken to thwarts efforts by hostile intelligence services and promise SDVVN intelligence service and operations. Cover protective assumed an individual tie its true identity and affiliation. Defector person av hojas ze repudiated ziiis ze countries of Zeitizenships and ze may possess information of intelligence dissemination distribution intelligence neusvriten, oral, electronic ehians. Espionage seem lection. Estimate and intelligence zl, reductionalizing zhnds sessing z possible developments and taction. Evaluation determination of he probable naliditi, 4, ordinance, a t litis of intelligence information. Finding as vriten determination ig the edge resident declared ig form verdiction foreign intelligence answering various and activities il United States. Human 30 years intelligence elected by onions imagery representations of JX3 reproduced 011 film, electro-optical display, radar, Ormer Julians. Information unevaluated data 1b Vrotus intelligence. Intelligence the product evaluation, and analysis of information. Operations case officer. Paramilitaries ildertaken unilitary forces 3 operate from the regular armed percentresses nation. Prosing manipulation information intelligence interest to disable for analysis. Product finished intelligence disseminated consumers. Reconnaissance observation Ilis Zion Ios Arius information abu tifnrgit of intelligence interest. Requirement statement consumer man need filled. Security against compromise. Signals intelligence z derives from zthes interception, processing, and analysis communications, chronic cognitions, or strategic intelligence support negotiational and international level formulation policy, and strategy. Target person, place, Zorzithings against which intelligence operations are directed. Telemetry electronic signals TNEI, Tor and Zampel, Anisiles Aakets during resting. Excerpted from 2 Dr. Louis Sorley the Central Intelligence Agency, on Seed Verview, Z published the Associations of Former Intelligence Officers. Index Spscom, 227 Ski, Philip, 275 Stjens Officers, Slent, Salvador, 33, 234 35 41 Shiraz for American Police State, 274 for An American Life, Reagan, 55 Sanderson, Jack, M, 3, 288 XNG 10-1 Rainianoy 1 Co 30 51 Ekrabans, Iacobo, 30 Spiliga Lombard, Florentino, 44, J653 Assassinations, 253 Association Myormer Officers 287 Sis, Tarek, 166 3 Alistic Ulysses. 47 3 Archer, Bernard, 38 Garnett David T1. And 94 and 97 Gay Offlex Invasion, 3158, X384 Guy Lenson, Anthony C., 267 Gel Griffin and 94-95 Gergson, Abram, 543 Erlenjunnel, 61 3 Ehrman, Igor, 152 3 East 11, Richard M., H., 31 52, 99,272 30 Sard, Frank, 75 30 Uters, Desired, 35 Goyce, Christopherl, 197 98 Grown, Jerry G., I. Russell 1, 36 57, 232 33,252, 260, 294, 298, 302-09, 314 Guckely, William, I. 3455 Gundy, McGeorge, 133-34 Camercady.un 308 276 Kenfield, Cass J36 Program, 205, 206-15 as 226 to 27,228. 259,260, 267,275 to 78, 319 Nikolai, 68 Bennett, 274 to Sienia, A7 Lani Wutai, A96 Christian Democrats, IT, 49 Hristi Institute, 291 309 Winston, 60 Abuses M, 7893 Bureaucracy M, 8 Charter M, 20 Creation of, Disdain for Congress, 234 Financial Role System, 36 Future 6F, 31020 Written M, 828 CIA on Fecal Intelligence, Darvlarchetti and Marx, 274 CIA under Reagan, Bush Casey, The C. Klein, J34 Claridge, Dewey, Joe Classified Procedures Act, 1980, 307 Clugston, Linda Jo. C. Webster, Linda Jo 288 Cold Warrior, Anne Lang Gold, 25 Commercial Salvadorti on Lineagen Requirements and Exploitation, Comirex, 104 Iterist Network Luncheon, 287 Levels, 35 317 18 Clyde L, 285 Employees. Center, 3477, Center, 7374, 317 Counterspy, I Center, 7073, Anti-JRTSHIP, CIA FBI JT IJPER, 24 to 31 300 and 1311 Action Review Group, CARG, 238-39 Action Staff, J9 Covert Action Graverton, 3035, A3U ISIS, M, 8-31 Dead Air Ops, 16 Debugging, 20205 Decent Interval, 27375 Deep Black, Burroughs, Defense Department, 68 Deputy Director of Operations, 235 Desert Storm J60 Desist, 22 Diplomatic Immunity, Directorate 206,208, 242, 254,273 Directorate of Science and Technology, 97-104, 57, 209, 212. Director T Central Intelligence, 21925 William Webb's Terrace, 22645 Documents, Files, 11415 Domestic Resources Branch, 2122 Donnelly, William E. 244 Double Agents, 44 HG Smuggling, 29091 Eastern Europe, 311 Edwards, Don, 234 Edwards, Sheffield, 52 Egypt, 126 Elder, Walter NM8, Ellsberg, Daniel, 39 Engelberg, Stephen, 278-80, 296-97, 299 Enterprise, 291 Fritz W, 130 Estimate Intelligence, Ford, Evaluation and Plan Staff, 36 Fabio, Serge, 25 Kissing Reality, from World Federalism N. Bay. CIACN 1 IR, Fadlala, Mohammed Hussein, 35 Fad, King M Saudi Arabia, a 59 Falkioas, Andrew 1269-70 295,297 Fielding, Louis J. N. Fitzwater, Ford, Harold T. 122 Foreign Broadcast Information Service OBIS, 98 Foreign Resources Branch 23 Foster, Gary E., 311 France, Freedom of Information Act, 173, 305 Freedom of Information Office, 173 Free, Eduardo, 33 FR Stations 21-23 Fuller Graham. 39-43 Gandhi, Rajiv, 37 Gates, 17 Jeff, 285-86 Ghana, 198-99 Giancana, Salvatore, Sam, 3253 Gilligan, Tom. 43,244 Glaspie, April, 158 Glomar Explorer, 301 Itzen, Anatoly IM, 74 Goodwin, Joseph A, 269 Graham, Daniel O, I Gray, L. Patrick, Bo Greenleaf Emmys W297-98 Grogan, Stanley, 269-70 Guatemala, 30, Gutman, Howard Dockham, Albert, 291, Lanson, Chester B, 269, Gardner R, Gus, 74, Lelgerson, John L, 154-79, B3 a 35,221-24, Lerge, Seymour, Beau, 82, Letu, 222, 272 to 78, 283, History Staff, M3, Litz, Frederick, 245 Honorable Men, Colby, Beau, 272, Lauren, Eugene J., 208 ELA Select Committee. Liltelligence, 8893, Luston, Lawrence R., 30102 Luston Post, 292 296 Max, 236 plus 1 UX Ryan Amendment, 90, I Amendment, Human Intelligence, 9811 Howard, 78,79 Hussein Lordan, 59 CBM Intercontinental Ballistic Missile, 0001 Inman, Bobby RJ 41 Ringside 3 ZE Company, CIA Diary V/G, 275 Inspector General, 243-45 Intelligence Community, 220 Intelligence Community Staff, 220 Intelligence 285 Intelligence Reports, 35 Invisible Government, B. Wise and Ross, 274 Ron Curtin, 60 Tully, Revestla. 65 Vanson, Robert, Red, 289 Tianmare, Jean-Louis, 35 Tonson, Kelly, 99 Alaris, George, 24 P1 ESWI 11 IMP. 94 and 97 Xenbach, Nicholas A.E., 27, Lacrosse Land, Edwin H., 99 Langley, 7688 Lansdale, Edward G., J950 Lardner, George, T., Ladle, Brian, A42 Lauder, George V., 27880 Leahy, Patrick, Z., Andrew Dalton, ZWI 11 IMR. 51 Lumumba, Patrice, 33. VLC Cord, James, 38 SDC Curdy, Dave, 244 VLC Donald, Walter, 289 VLC Farland, Robert, 90 Vlad Ison, James, 317 WXGNUMX 11 IT, a 59 VLAG Sese, Ramon, 30 VLAN Gold, Tom, 75 V Larchetti, Victor, 274 V Larasat Maritime Communications Satellite, 65 Wars Hall, Andrew W. A 52 Warden, V Lartene, Eugenio R., 28 Wexico N1-4332 Willer, William G. B5S6 V Lint Control Drug Resting, 308 V Lure Imaging, J2634 Wichel, John, N. Wolas 25 V Lonil Hundering, 28911, J99 V Loskowitz, Stanley, 8384 V Losadek, Mohammed. So V Losberg, Walter S., 164 Stoynihan, Daniel Patrick, 313 V Lubarak, Hosni, 159 Collection Branch, 60 Foreign Intelligence Board, NFIB, 220 Slational Historical Collection, Slational Intelligence Council, 36, 125, 130-32, 220 Slational Intelligence Estimate, 131, 220 Slational Photographic Interpretation Centernpic, 98, iOS 10 Slational Reconnaissance Office, NRO, 10304 Security Act 0947, 90, 124, 300-01 Security Agency OSA, 97 Educational Student Association, 79, 83, 192 View Yorker. 66 View York TZMES Magazine, 140 Slicaragua, U4, 291 Volan, 24 Volan Am Z250 Van Official Ver U8 Vukliers via Pons, 47 FAS of Communications, 172 FAS of Current Production and Analytic Support, 161 FAS of Development and Engineering, 98 FAS of Financial Management, 172 FAS of General Counsel, 344 FAS of Loan Formation Technology, 172 for 6F Medical Services, 172 for Affelspersonal, 173 for 6F Public Affairs, 269.99 for 6 Fresh Arch IND Development, 98 for Subspecial Projects. 98 123 to 24 Serviced for Subtraining and Education, 72 FSRs SI. Agents, Dgorodnik, Alexander D., 63, 26, 193 Operation Chaos, I, 190-192 Operation Habrink, Operation Phoenix, 35 Osborne, Richard W., 65 Paisley, HHNA 291 Pan AM 22, Aeromilitary Training, 3 Parker, Philip, 250 Pearl Pelton, Ronald, Penkovsky, Oleg, 32 Pentagon Papers, 29, Eopol's Republic J33 Perestroika, 50 Peterson, Martha, 66 Philippines, Sopike, Otis, 82 Poindexter, John, 91, Algar, 87, Pollard, Jonathan 1, Polygrapha 96-97,229 Popov, Peter, Post, Gerald M., 160 Powers, Francis Gady. 270 President's Daily Brief, 36%, 163 President S. Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board of FIAB, 221 President S. Intelligence Oversight Board, 221 Press Spokesperson, 269.99 Proctor, W, 68, 85, 126 Publications Review Board, 275, 299 Cabum, William E., 221-22 Ramparts, 75-76, 79 and 92 Reagan, Zeal Estate and Construction Branch, 73 Zekanassens Mloons, 30 Zekrutment Magents, 240 Zekrutment Temtoriners, 2148, 3266 229 Reston, Lame C. Scotty, 270 Rewald, Ronald, 292 Inskopf, Elizabeth. 308-09 Institute of Technology, 276 191, 301 1 Antonio Menier, 4445 Kermit, Rosselli, John, 52 Rossitsk, Harry, 60 Rowan, Henry S., 152 Sapphire, William, 154 Sanborn, Jim, 185-86 Satellites, 10104 Saunders, Scattergood, Margaret, 7880 Schwarzkopf, Norman, E9, 16465 Scowcroft, Brent, 237, 266 Scranage, Sharon M., Secord, Richard V, 291 Democracy, the CLA Transition Hourner, 223, 275 Sellers, Michael, 65 Senate Select Committee M Intelligence, 8992 SE Division, 3364, 38 CI Group, 67. External Operations Group, 67 Internal Operations Group, 37 Reports Group, 67 Sessions, William S., 297 Chadrin, Nicholas, 151 Shamuov, Victor, 33 Shinbet 117 Schuster, Republic 92-93 SRMTHR Lack, Sausudis, Michael, Myatt Studies, 152 Economy of, 147-55 Future of, 310-16 Intelligence on During Mail Survey on, I-133 Special Activities Operations, 49 Spectre, Arlen, 312 Spring Mall Building, 20 Vutnikl. Stalin, Joseph, Sterling, Claire, 140 Stambaugh, Intelligence, 172 Suriname, 35 Sweeps, Debugging, 20205 Symington, Stewart, 234 Raywin, A7 RAS 35 Reeknickel Security Division, 202 Rarism SS9-77 Rara Network, the Secret Router Net 10 NAL Terrorism, the C. Sterling, Wernberg, Richard, 307 Ruhrmeer, Angus, 269 RLARA, Rower Commission, 253 Reverton, Gregory, Rarkey, 261 Rarner, Ruetten, Thomas A., 30304 Janer Cover Officers, Janited Trutko 50 Janiversity M Connecticut, 277 in known CL4, B. Smith. A25 Vietnam War, 3556 A 3334 A 36 Vierst, Milton, Vortex, Satellite, A59 Wall Street 70 Ernal, 164 Walsh, Lawrence E., 309 War Against Progress Ollier, A38 Washington, George, 270 Washington Post, Watergate Freakin', 2880, 319 Weapons, J7 Webster, Clugston, 26365 Webster, William H., as DCI 228-45 Legal Retirement of, 26668 Schedule of, 258-64 Special Assistance M, 24657 Welch, Richard, 40-41183 White, Roscoe, 292 S. Hwa James CIA, Williams, Robert, Rusty, 223 Wilson, Edwin, 294 Wise, David, 274. Wolf, Charles 1R.A52 Wood, Michael, 192-93 World War I and 3 Win, Grevely, 32 Fakushkin, Dmitri 1, 26 Fates, Earl, Buddy, 289 Yom Kippur War and 6 Yunus, Fawaz, 6971 Zahir, 33 We hope you enjoyed getting this pocketbook. Sign up and receive special offers, access 1B bonus content, and info on latest new releases and more great from Talkit Books and Simon Schuster. Sign up here or Nisfasen Lina FEN ebooknews.simonandschuster.com FBI and Inside the CIA Ronald Kessler The Hidden Lives of the Modern Presidents and the Secrets of the World's Most Powerful Institution Inside the White House available from 1011-01. The author who has some of the candles in the history of the study Ronald Kessler don't miss a single spellbinding page. Spy vs Spy Moscow Station The Spy in the Russian Club Escape from Shia Inside CIA Shiov by Inside the White House all available from Pocket FBI and Inside the CIA Ronald Kessler The Hidden Lives of the Modern Presidents and the Secrets of the World's Most Powerful Institution Inside the White House available from 1011-01 Ronald the FBI, The Spyage Memsian C1UB, Moscow Station, Spy, and the Richest Man DZE World. Recipient of 16 Journalism Awards, Mr. Kessler I, Remeter Investigative Fee Porter The Wall Street 70 Ernaland The Washington Post, and IEI's articles appear in leading periodicals. He lives Potomac, Maryland *JHETLE Director OJ Central Intelligence signifies that the DCI Director only CIA FIHE Intelligence TI, 70s N agencies including MILITME the National Security Agency, IND Liter Intelligence Component MIHI FBI, IR submitted 10 Congress IGIHE of Central Intelligence *ZDCI Counter-Narcotics Center. Also serves as Special Assistant FOIHE DCI Tour Affirmative Employment the CIA's Tour Directorates are abbreviated Tour Directorate of Operations, DZ4 Directorate of Science Ulm Z Technology, Tour Z Directorate ZBF Intelligence, and the Tour Directorate of Administration. Taches elected Deputy 7 Director UHI Agency, Me DDO Tour Deputy 3 Director Tour Operations, DD Tour Science IND Technology, DDI Tour and DDA for Administration. In Anversation, the abbreviations are frequently enfused, with DDO used AOT for interchangeably MIOE PTI Director Tour Operations and the Directorate N Self *Zans Operations U. Officer is 3 TAF employees EBF the CIAZHND's IV Orks Tours Lohi Directorate of Operations, LHIM and Spying 3 IDEO FA Agency. The is synonymous also JGSR. The Directorate of Operations is also referred to as the Service IHM Vertside Awful CIA * because it mulled still a ho-aided effort, nor the AOT Mihi near * because a owing so mulled STE, NIS identity and 7 A tales offness assignments are revealed. Ahe author has it a point his identity. Asterisk Ahe Directorate MT, Parishans Avas known euphemistically as the Directorate Tour Plans asterisk the 70 Cument asterisk Iving approval mvert action referred as finding Z because Zio Egins, 2 feet 1 inch chair by TMDs that ZTHE rollouing activities RIHE National Security Mihi United States. Asterisk Mole is Zerm XO an intelligence officer SVHO an opposing intelligence service, Naving already here asterisk signals intelligence, SIGINT, is intelligence obtained by monitoring electromagnetic waves ARZ signals room by 30 years, including Torin transmitters, ZLO radar, Z missiles, Jadalites, Zand spacecraft. Z humans intelligence, humant, intelligence mlected humans asterisk Z Richard Stahls trammed oastgen, 2 what of ilmpen 3 vhen 7 tz becomes public. Asterisk several White House yellows aho avra avaman had Eric Tor Webster, but they s vera not considered IHE same mel as NIS special assistants asterisk Z August 216, 31976, Thor Yekistad Tram Ahatia SZ Freedom ZBF Information Office Imperial Tilating Io Johnny, Rosselli, Liad Intermediary in Zitia S Stemps Zenlist Niafia Tassassinate Title Castro. J when ZTHE's inaterials was Z not forthcoming rafter Javril Z months elapsed, Zloth's authors appealed. Z the Z material primarily ZTHET as Inspector General Estepalfin Ahe Agency S11 embarrassed title Tasti 0 finally arrived on December 27, ZL 990, Zmars Thantur Teens ladder. Contains some additional details the CIA's Nutless attempts 70 Castro, but nothing's earth-shattering asterisk he astance a, UHE 7 effector Avis revealed author SE FBI, INS IDE world's most powerful enforcement agency asterisk how IHE FBI mchis spies TSIHE subject mahewither s mock spy QS spy.j the tia s mishandling ZOE Yurkenko us report trades in his author s zbook escape vombly CLA. Asterisk the TLRST3 directors F Central Intelligence elected the Central Intelligence Group, forerunner CIA January 22, 1946. The CIA was established a national security UXCT, E 1947, of which became effective September 8, 947. ADM. Malenko Eder was reappointed DCI Air Yulu Agency.